Day 4 of the Championship match against Lancashire. I'm out here in the middle on the pitch here at Taunton, and no surprise, the pitch hasn't changed, hasn't deteriorated. There's not much to work for from a spinning point of view, so I expect quite an attritional day's cricket, but in fairness, Lancashire have deserved to be in the ascendancy at the moment, so a big morning for Somerset. I really do think it's a show of character, determination to get through the first half an hour, which is going to be critical. I'm joined by Harry Everett today and Stephen Lamb. Be interesting to get your thoughts today on how you see Day 4 shaping up.
Well, hopefully Somerset can build on the progress they made yesterday. Deficit of just 72 now, so they're not quite back on terms, but they're pretty close. And it was good to see the two openers survive that awkward session yesterday afternoon before the rain came. And let's hope they can build on that.
Yeah, and Harry, obviously one of the things that have been highlighted early season is those opening partnerships, those stands. I thought Lammonby and Dixon showed good endeavour, nice and positive against obviously a fine bowling attack. So this start, a real positive for Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset have gone from facing Stuart Broad and co to Jimmy Anderson and co, so it's a proper test for them. And Sean Dixon's been under a bit of pressure, he'll know that. He's had a few failures, and Ameed and Davies and Bartlett and Banton, all these quality players in the two scoring runs. He knows he's under pressure, so big chance this morning. They talk about the crucial first hour and use that buzz phrase, but it is really, if Lancashire get a few early wickets, they'll have a little sniff of a win today. Somerset bat through the session, get to lunch and then see where we are from there.
Yeah, well, it certainly looks like a batting paradise here at Taunton. It's going to be character for the first hour and then cash in. Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 4 of the Championship match against Lancashire. I'm out here in the middle on the pitch here at Taunton, and no surprise, the pitch hasn't changed, hasn't deteriorated. There's not much to work for from a spinning point of view, so I expect quite an attritional day's cricket, but in fairness, Lancashire have deserved to be in the ascendancy at the moment, so a big morning for Somerset. And I really do think it's a show of character, determination to get through the first half an hour, which is going to be critical. I'm joined by Harry Everett today and Stephen Lamb. Be interesting to get your thoughts today on how you see day 4 shaping up.
Well, hopefully Somerset can build on the progress they made yesterday. Deficit of just 72 now, so they're not quite back on terms, but they're pretty close. And it was good to see the two openers survive that awkward session yesterday afternoon before the rain came, and let's hope they can build on that.
Yeah, and Harry, obviously one of the things that have been highlighted early season is those opening partnerships, those stands. I thought Lammonby and Dixon showed good endeavour, nice and positive against obviously a fine bowling attack. So this start, a real positive for Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset have gone from facing Stuart Broad and co to Jimmy Anderson and co, so it's the proper it is really. If Lancashire get a few early wickets, they'll have a little sniff of a win today. Somerset bat through the session, get to lunch, and then see where we are from there.
Yeah, well, it certainly looks like a batting paradise here at Taunton. It's going to be character for the first hour and then cash in. And welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 4 of the County Championship match against Lancashire. I'm Pete Trigo. I'm joined this morning by Stephen Lamb. Good morning, Stephen.
Morning, Treeks. Much nicer view we've got than we had when we left yesterday.
Yes,
afternoon.
very much so. The clouds have cleared. We're set fair for an intriguing first session. Somerset resuming their second innings on 41 without loss after 11 overs. No luck for James Anderson as yet. Lammonby 20 not out, Sean Dixon 15 not out, and played beautifully last night to get Somerset through to the close of play without loss. The deficit is 72. Somerset have got a lot of batting to do, and we know how good the Lancashire bowling attack is. So a fascinating half an hour, and we have spoken off air. Stephen, you really think that first half an hour is going to be crucial today?
Very important, because the ball is still comparatively new, just 11 overs bowled with it. We've got James Anderson, who bowled 6 overs yesterday for 23, a little bit more expensive than you expect of him, but they managed to get through an awkward little session. Tom Lammonby looked the more confident of the two, as you might expect, given that Sean Dixon's had a difficult run, but it was good to see Sean get underway. A little bit of luck, an edge went over the slip cordon down to the boundary, but it's a little bit of luck sometimes, that's all you need just to get back on course again.
Yeah, plenty of people say I'd rather be lucky than good, and hopefully a combination of the two will be the order of the day for the Somerset opening pair, as Bailey looks to start the morning from the river end to Lammonby. Thick edges through gully, played with soft hands, complete a single. Yeah, it was an interesting way to go about their innings. You think in particular in Sean Dixon's case, he would be quite agitated, and I think he did look at certain stages of the innings early on, as you imagine, a bit sort of fidgety. But I think what I did notice from the two of them, that when they had an opportunity to score, they took it, which is a really good sign that they're up for the fight, and they have to replicate that this morning.
It's slightly off radar, but they took every opportunity, as you say, to score, and we saw some nicely timed boundaries in that short session yesterday. We've been seeing them all through the game.
Yeah, it's a belter of a batting pitch. The scores show that is the case. High scoring rates, big scores, 2 big totals so far. But I think the new ball period, I actually think that this 10 to 20 over period is going to be potentially more dangerous for the Somerset bowlers than the new ball. You often get that ball condition early on where the lacquer's on, and it might nip a little bit off the surface but doesn't necessarily swing. But once that lacquer goes and the bowlers, the fielders start to shine the ball up, that's when the swing really starts to come into play. And I'm pretty sure out there today there's quite a good swing bowler on show.
Yeah, and we're getting into that ballpark, so to speak. As Bailey's in again. No prizes for guessing who's going to be opening up at the Trescothic end in short order.
Yeah, it would be quite a curveball if it wasn't England's leading, or the world's leading, wicket-taking seam bowler. That's a pretty serious feather to have in the cap, so we'll see how that pans out this morning. Great challenge, and one of the challenges that can really carry the Somerset batters through is Sean Dixon elegantly drives through the offside for 4 towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. A nice, confident start here this morning.
That's the shot of his innings so far. Beautifully struck and nicely timed as well. You could always sense that that was destined for the boundary, and the rubber matting over there in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Play to leg, and an indication from Richard Illingworth that that's where the ball was headed. Half an appeal, really.
Yeah, I think that is the danger for Sean Dixon. As we see here on the replay, takes quite an aggressive off-stump stance, moves across, but yeah, comfortably down. But you can still see leg stump after impact. I think that's the one thing that he'll be very aware of, because of his stance from a tactical point of view. He really has to be incredibly watchful of those deliveries.
So there he is, Jimmy Anderson. 6-over spell yesterday before the rain interrupted proceedings, led to an early finish, and he'll be fit to resume. This is going to be an important part of the day.
Lamby on strike, just rehearsing a few little top pan drills. I wonder what he's thinking.
All ready to go then.
As you imagine, straight on the money. Anderson straight away. It's always, I always find it, a really nice thing when you playing county cricket, when you get one of the real great players of world cricket, whether it be an overseas player or an England Test match player. There's that nervousness about facing somebody has got high quality, but there's also that excitement. And if you get through it, it's a massive boost for you. All your mates that you have grown up with playing club cricket, will be fully aware that my mate Lammers is facing Anderson this morning, and if you end up with a score behind your name, it's
reputationally enhancing.
Exactly, very, very much so.
Just 1 or 2 smatterings of rain, I'm hearing. Quite grey overhead.
Yeah, I think the forecast has improved from what it looked like earlier on in the week, but there's a chance that we might get a few showers. Hopefully not too many to disrupt what could be quite a fascinating day's play.
Going to be buys here.
George Bell just making a little error there, diving low to his left-hand side. I mean, that's the challenge. It's quite a difficult pitch, I think, in some ways to keep to, in terms of how far back you stand. There isn't an amazing amount of pace and bounce in the pitch, so you get those odd ones that are dying down towards your ankles. They're always a little bit challenging to take, especially as a slip fielder. Our co-commentators today, Sophie and Harry, have got a few digit issues at the moment. I'm sure that might have been with a low down catch or something like that. Last thing you want on an April cold day is one on the end of the finger.
It's the worst time of year to get one, isn't it? Still pretty chilly. I think it's a fraction warmer than yesterday outside. And we went out to do our preview of the day. Some repair work's been done to the wicket at either end.
Yeah, I suppose some of the cricket fans out there that have been following this game will be probably replying to that comment with, what did they re-tarmac it? It looks like the M5 motorway. 440 and 550 on the board so far.
But that 554 from Lancashire was substantially less than Somerset might have feared this time yesterday.
Yeah, I thought they brilliant show of character and skill from Siddle and Lewis Gregory in particular. I thought, you know, without those two, and let's be fair, you know, Keaton Jennings having his hamstring issue was a bit of a boost in some ways for Somerset, as James Anderson finishes his first over and
safely negotiated.
A couple
by
of
the two
floodlights
openers.
just come on. So obviously a little bit gloomy here at the moment.
Yes, there's one big grey cloud right above us, which you can see. Doesn't look so bad. Tends to come from the direction of the Blackdown Hills, which are over our left shoulders.
The chief executive wincing at the thought of having to power those lights for a few hours.
Bailey's
Sure,
going to
they might
continue.
suck up a fair bit of electricity as Bailey comes into bowl to Lammerby. He's looking very, very positive, looking to capitalise on any width there, just doesn't quite time it. And dribbles that down to mid-off. Yeah, I think we can have a bit of a on and off day, which I think can disrupt the batters at times. You know, sometimes, you know, when you get in, you get a partnership, you just want to keep going, stay out there. One of those old, you know, cliches in cricket, the drinks breaks and lunch breaks often bring clusters of wickets. Got to keep your concentration up on a day like today.
Helps keep the bowlers fresh as well. 6 over spell I mentioned from Jimmy Anderson yesterday, just the one of a new one today, and if you get the chance to go off, then you can recharge.
Yeah, he's doesn't seem to suffer with too much bowling fatigue. He bowls a lot of overs, 28 overs in the first innings. I would be surprised if there's not a little bit of a ECB wink and a nudge in terms of limiting how much work he does. Pretty sure England don't want him bowling hundreds of overs and tiring them out for the Ashes this summer.
He was trying to help that away down the leg side, Tom Lammonby, but couldn't quite get the full bat on it. There's St James Church with the flag on top. St George's Day today. I think that might be a St George's flag.
Isn't it just?
We need it to unfurl to make sure.
Let's assume it is, as he nips one away across Lammonby. Yeah. Proud day to be an Englishman.
That was a Trez.
Slaying dragons and wyverns and other mystical creatures.
Yeah, whichever they may be. It's a little bit gloomy, certainly gloomier than when we started, but still playable.
Strange, isn't it? It always feels like on those kind of those celebration days that more people in England celebrate something like St Patrick's Day just because it's associated with a day on the Guinness. What is the standard procedure for St George's Day?
Apart from flags, I'm not sure. You do tend to see the
street
white
party or
flag
something like
with
that?
the red cross.
A couple of street parties.
We've got another day for street parties coming up very soon as well, with the coronation in a couple of weeks' time.
Bailey coming into bowl. He's dropped deep square leg out, obviously trying to get into the batter's head. Lammonby scurries and completes a well-run 2. So not only positive batting from an intent point of view, but positive running, which always I think is a good indication of where the batter's mentality is. running between the wickets often leads to good performance. I think really gives you a sense that you're switched on and focused. So we have a double celebration balcony up there. We've got the St George's Cross and the Somerset flag with the proud wyvern.
That's good to see. It's good to see the addition of the St George. Good old fellow who slayed the dragon. Somehow. Slayed the wyvern, even.
Some sword. Anderson into Dixon, shuffles across the stumps, and that really do fear is the one that is high risk to Dixon. He plays those shots very square through the leg side from a straight line. Interesting to watch this on replay. He is
just shaping down. Maybe,
yeah,
maybe a little bit
I don't
high.
think it's done quite enough, that particular delivery, but you dice him with death there, shuffling across to Anderson, who's got that ball, you know, that ability just to manipulate the ball away and then back into you. So he's going to have to be very, very watchful on those particular balls. Yeah, I think that's, you're right, I think that's height, but I think that's very straight. And he's trying to play that through square leg. So, again, it's one of those strength-weakness things. As myself and Vic were talking about yesterday, Jonathan Trott was the master almost of those middle and off balls, whipping them through the leg side. But if you miss them, you're in trouble. Dixon playing very confidently back down the ground that time.
Tom Bailey just had a quiet word with Jimmy Anderson before that delivery. He's got a pretty good view of proceedings from mid-on. Anderson's opening partner with the ball this morning, and indeed yesterday with the new ball. Everything behind that in defence.
Very solid looking defence there from Dixon. Somerset 49 without loss in the 15th over. Long may that continue from a Somerset point of view. As you'd imagine, not many loose deliveries. The Lancashire bowling attack very, very professional, high quality attack, as you'd imagine from a Lancashire team. Always very tough opponents. Very vocal, good appealers.
Firmly defended again. Deficit just edging down. Started at 72. It's down to 64 now. Towards parity. Bit of a mixed forecast for the day, but you never really know with forecasts.
No, I've said it a number of times. I find the best forecast is looking up in England, because it seems to blow in, blow out, and you know you plan for a day out and it rains. You don't plan for a day off and it's sunny.
Talking of saints, St George's Day being the current one being celebrated. St Swithin's Day, which is in July the 15th. I know that because it's my wife's birthday. But if it rains on St Swithin's Day, it's supposed to rain for the rest of the summer.
Oh, crikey me. I'll keep my eye on that date then.
That's an old proverb, which very rarely comes to fruition.
It always helps having big events around, you know, wives' birthdays or anniversaries or anything like that. I remember I think it was my second or third wedding anniversary when I'd forgotten years 1 and 2, and I was doing a bit of cricket research on one of my heroes, and it turned out that on my wedding anniversary, Ian Botham and Viv Richards both made their first class debuts for Somerset, so I remember the 8th of May every year now, but maybe not for the reason that Claire thinks.
Getting heavier the rain, I gather. But I didn't know that they made their debuts on the same day. Remarkable.
The 8th of May.
That's caught.
Lammonby nicks and smartly taken by de Grandhomme at second slip. A loose drive. And Lammonby departs for 23. As we've said, you know, they have played in a positive manner, but I suppose you live by the sword and die by the sword some days. In the context of the game, a pretty loose drive, a little bit of movement away from Bailey. He's found the edge. Smart piece of bowling, and I think with the weather lurking around, a little bit of rain, Tom Lammonby will be pretty disappointed with that shot.
Yeah, it's not great, is it, when you're wondering about the rain and whether it's going to take the players off. Not great for the concentration. It looked like a delivery that he had to play. It was pretty straight, maybe just shaped away to kiss the outside edge. But first breakthrough of the second innings for Lancashire.
In comes Cameron Bancroft, and I suppose there's a side plot to Cameron's motivations. He's been, I think, in some areas, somewhat surprisingly left out of the Ashes squad. He's had a magnificent Sheffield Shield season back in Australia. I think a lot of people in the media were surprised he wasn't in that squad. So a little bit of a point to prove, and yet to get his Somerset career off to a flying start. And what an opportunity. You've got England's opening bowler at one end and the chance of a long day batting on a pretty good pitch. Yeah, very good. I think you're right there, looking at that replay on our screen, Stephen. It was a ball around about off stump, maybe fourth stump, so I think you're right. I think Lammonby had to play. It was just maybe a little bit too on the up for a big drive. Maybe a forward defensive would have been more appropriate, but the small margins in this fine game, and Somerset are under a bit of pressure now.
4 slips for the new batter, Cameron Bancroft. That's a nice way to get going.
Yeah, just greedy delivery there from Bailey. He's gone for the LBW ball. He's drifted onto Bancroft's pads and he's clipped that smartly through mid-wicket, and that's a lovely way to be greeted to the wicket. A nice little freebie on the pads.
Yeah, we've seen a lovely off drive already from the man at the other end, Sean Dixon. But first ball, that's a stylish way to open your account. No need to play that one. Through to George Bell. Played a delightful cameo, I suppose you could call it, at George Bell yesterday. Looked to have plenty of time to play the ball. The ground staff there hovering by the covers.
Hovering around the non-hovery covers. We're analog manual down here in Somerset. Old school, back on the wheels. You go to some of those test grounds and they have that hovercraft type cover.
Yeah, which make quite a racket when they're started up.
The budget hasn't stretched to that here at Taunton. It's being spent on other fantastic facilities we have here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. One of the great county cricket grounds, I think, in the country. I know I'm slightly partisan to that feeling, but here, New Road in particular, brilliant places outside of the test arenas to play your cricket. We've got a quite enthralling day's play ahead today. Somerset under the pump. 9 wickets in the shed, still in deficit at the moment to Lancashire.
Just have another look at the Lammonby wicket. It was, as you say, Pete, probably a fourth stump.
Yeah, I think on the angle, I think a real technician would probably look at that as a leave ball with the angle, and you know that's got to do an awful lot to challenge the stump. So I think when that would have passed the stumps, it would have been probably a couple of sets away. So I think angle taken into consideration, it was probably a little bit loose, but you know, if he belts that through the covers, it's a great shot. It's one of those real small margins in the game. You nick one, doesn't look a great shot, but it fizzes through the covers and everyone claps and says what a great shot. And you know, you start waxing lyrical about that looked like a Gower-esque shot and all that kind of stuff. So
I've seen plenty of
tough
looser
game.
shots than that one.
Definitely have. Anderson will certainly want to get in on the act. Both have gone for 23, but his partner in crime has got the breakthrough so far.
The football doesn't quite work. Looking to knock that one up. Into his 9th over now, Anderson. 3rd of the morning. And you've seen the 2 opening bowlers. Oh no, we saw a little bit of Balderson yesterday afternoon.
A little bit of more effort in that one and
better footwork
slightly
as well
better footwork
from the bowler. Learned that at Burnley.
Yeah, I'm sure he learnt a few things in Burnley, to be fair. I know that area very well. My wife's family are all from that area. Had a couple of afternoons out at Turf Moor watching the soccer, and that's going to be close, and that is out. And again, as I've stated a few times, those LBWs are always going to be a high risk with Dixon, the way that he shapes up. As soon as he steps across, if the head goes to the offside, he's planted in front of all 3. And again, a guy with the subtle skills of Anderson, he's going to eventually find a way through onto that front shin. Dixon departs for 19.
Yeah, just the one scoring stroke this morning, which was a delightful one. The cover drive to the boundary, but that's all that has added to his overnight unbeaten 15. So both openers gone now. Testing stuff this for Somerset. 53 for 2, the deficit still at 60.
Yeah, I think the new batting coach and Sean Dixon have got a little bit of talking to do. I mean, it's very much the way that he's shaped up to play, and he's had some reasonable success in his career playing in that way. But I think when you play Division 1 cricket, you're playing against bowlers with maybe slightly better skills than other bowlers you face in the past. I don't think that unless you're exceptionally good and you literally do not miss those straight balls like a Jonathan Trott, I think it's a very high-risk strategy to plant your legs across the stumps like Dixon is at the moment. I think a conversation is needed. I think that's going to be a trend for Sean Dixon in his Somerset career if he doesn't address it in some way. I think it's the dismissals are too similar, too regular.
So Anderson has a scalp. 1 for 23 apiece, Anderson and Bailey at the moment. And that's first ball for the Somerset captain. Made a century and a half in the first innings, so he's in form.
Yeah, he played beautifully. He's had a long layoff with the hamstring injury. Had a slow game up at Trent Bridge, but you know, he's looking in great touch in the first innings. Such a classical player, great mentality.
Oh, beauty.
Again, has a tendency to be in front of the stumps, but I think the difference with Tom is he stays very still. I think the Dixon issue is there's a lot of inconsistent movements. Tom bats kind of onto middle and off, which I think is fine, but he's very still. If you see there, his feet don't go towards the ball. Yes, he's played a miss. That's a good ball, no doubt about that. But what Dixon does is every now and then, every 3 or 4 balls, he will walk at one, and then he won't walk at one, and then he'll walk at one again. And I think there's a lot going on at the moment, and maybe that's like finding your feet in the season, I'm not sure, but I just think, with a lot of bowlers,
another one.
There in Somerset are in a whole heap of trouble now. Cameron Bancroft nicking through to young George Bell for naught. You have to say the Lancashire opening bowlers have been tremendous. They've given almost nothing to hit. Bancroft coming down slightly to the leg side there. A little bit of movement, holding his line, taking the edge of Somerset. A lot of trouble.
Yep, they're still 60 behind, and they've now lost 3 second innings wickets. Lancashire cock a hoop. 2 for Bailey, 1 for Anderson, and Somerset desperate for a partnership here.
Well, very exciting cricketer, new signing Tom Kohler-Cadmore is scorecarded to come in next. He's certainly due a score. He had a phenomenal white ball winter in different parts of the world. I'm sure he'd be very, very keen to pick up a decent score today.
3 wickets in as many overs.
Yeah, and I think it's very much similar to how I think Siddle and Gregory bowled yesterday. They just bashed that area, and it creates pressure. You know, when you're not scoring, even if it's ticking over with singles, you get the anxiety goes up as a batter. No matter how good your temperament is, batters still want to rotate the strike. They still want to score. And what the Lancashire bowlers do, I would say I haven't seen a Jaffa bowled today. But what they have done is they've hovered around the knee roll and off stump. So if you make one tiny mistake, they're in. And that's what these two have done brilliantly this morning. All credit to the Lancashire attack. But Somerset, as I said, are under a lot of pressure now. 53 for 3, only 17 overs gone.
First ball for Kohler-Cadmore. Split second, last second decision to leave it alone.
Drive leave.
It's the old corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, exactly
that they've
right.
been finding. We'll test this of Somerset metal.
Almost metronomic, these two. Bailey in particular, very much in the Siddle mould, I think, more than Anderson. A line bowler, not a massive swinger of the ball. Looks to just get a little bit either way. And that's why he's got such a good record, because he doesn't bowl many boundary balls, and he doesn't need too much movement. He's a tall guy. He's got a very sort of up and down action. So the ball's, you know, tracking at the stumps all the time. So any movement either way as a batter, and your technique's tested. And so far it's accounted for a couple of the Somerset players.
The full bat on to that one, Kohler-Cadmore.
I feel like Bailey in particular has just hit a really nice rhythm. Every ball's landing within a A4 sheet of paper. As it's starting to brighten up here at Taunton, which I think will be not to the liking of the Somerset fans and dressing room. I think a bit of a break in proceedings, because Lancashire is certainly carrying all the momentum at the moment this morning.
Yeah, 3 wickets in 11 balls. Just the one scoring stroke amongst those 11. That was Bancroft getting off the mark to the mid-wicket boundary. But that was all he had. Caught behind off the man who has the ball in hand at the moment, Tom Bailey. 2 for 23, his figures. And that completes another maiden. So Lancashire right on top at the moment. It's time for me to make way. It'll be Sophie who comes in for the first time this morning.
Thanks, Stephen. We'll catch up later. Yeah, Somerset in a spot of bother here. 53 for 3. A couple of questionable shots. But I suppose the highlight of the morning so far has been the quality of the Lancashire opening pair. Tom Bailey and James Anderson. Sophie, fresh from her trip down from Headingley, playing for the Storm yesterday. Still looking bright, breezy and cheerful though, Sophie. So you obviously got a good night's sleep eventually.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Bit of a late arrival back, but rather have the whole day today. And where else would you rather be, Pete?
Well, I think I'd rather a few more Somerset wickets in the shed at the moment. Jimmy Anderson is hitting his straps. Those subtle little changes of swing in and out to the batter are on show here. It's a fascinating morning so far. I mean, for the average county fan to watch this is quite a treat, even if you are a Somerset fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I've not seen Anderson bowl live too many times, so yeah, we've definitely got a great view from up here.
Into Somerset captain Tom Abel, who plays smartly back onto his toes and clips it into mid-wicket. Fielded by Saqib Mahmood. He completes a single and gets off the mark. Kohler Cadmore on strike. Have you seen much of Tom Kohler Cadmore playing?
I saw him back here against Warwickshire in the first game, but yeah, didn't see much of, and probably for good reason actually, didn't see much of the game up at Trent Bridge. But yeah, I like the way that he plays, and obviously a very good signing, and hopefully he can, well, make a difference in this game.
Yeah, he's a tremendous ball striker. Moved from Worcester to Yorkshire, so there's a bit of Rose's tension out there at the moment. I'm sure they'll be very aware that he's been carrying the white rose for a few years, but no, he's absolutely he's a magnificent ball striker, that's for sure. Again, those subtle skills from Anderson, just getting one to dart back in. What he would describe as the wobble seam delivery, just wobbling up the seam, and they more often than not nip back towards the right-handed batsman, and has hit him on, I would imagine, the high part of the fleshy inside thigh where the pad isn't protecting, and that, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, smarts a bit.
Yeah, just got a bit of a break in play here. We see the side-on replay. I'm not sure Kohler Cadmore would want to watch this back, actually.
Yeah, he's either wincing or counting. I'm not sure which. I'm not sure how high that got up on his inside thigh, but yeah, that's an uncomfortable one. Josh Davey running out a little bit of drink, and the physio Jamie Thorpe strutting out to the middle. I suppose when a player gets a knock in that sort of area, I'm not sure the physio really wants to go doing too much investigation. Just more of a how are you, pal, I think. What do you think the conversation is there, so?
Oh, I have no idea. Get on with it, mate. Give it a rub.
Yeah. You got three choices. I either leave it alone, I freeze spray it, or give it a rub. Which one do you want? I think I'll take the first option. Leave me alone.
Josh Davey doesn't look overly warm there, does he? Got a few layers on.
No, he likes hibernating, Josh Davey. He's out of action with a little bit of a strain at the moment, or a bit of a tendon flare-up, I think. Hopefully he'll be back in action soon. He's been brilliant for Somerset over the last few years.
Oh, he's been brilliant with the bat in the first couple of games, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think there will be calls before long for a reversed batting order. If we have a look at the cards at the moment, you've got Brooks, Siddle, Leach with 40. Josh Davies got a couple of 50s and looks like he's been playing beautifully. The other end of the innings is not looking quite so sharp at the moment. middle order is going to be, again, tested massively, as it was in the first innings, as we remember. Tom Abel with the magnificent career best 151, and James Rew his second first-class 100 of 117, the only real sizable contributions from Somerset. And what is a belter of a batting pitch? And I suppose there are a number of dangers from the day's play. If Somerset don't manage to get through that, what sort of pitch can you produce at Taunton that the Somerset batters can, you know, string 2 decent innings together? It's a bit of a concern at the moment in game 3. Still early days as Anderson comes in to Cola Cadmore. Plays into the offside, nice and solid. The end of the 19th over, Somerset 54 for 3. How
did the pitch look down there this morning, Pete? Looked like you'd want to get out there and. It
hasn't really changed. I mean, it's got a tiny tinge of green grass on it. Just shows it's live, so it doesn't. I don't think it's going to nip or stay low. There's not a mark on it really through the middle. There's a very small rough patch, so it's not really giving much to the spinners. There's no real demons in the pitch. I think it's more of a mentality, grit, determination day for the Somerset batting lineup. But again, you are facing one of the better bowling attacks out there, so it's certainly a challenge, even if the pitch is good. Bailey into captain Tom Abel, who leaves well alone. I think it is an interesting observation that, you know, from what I have watched this year, in particular the days where I've commentated, is Abe's is one of the batters that leaves the ball the most out of our batting lineup. Not many of our players seem to have I think it's a sign of being out of nick as well and wanting to feel bat on ball.
Yeah, you're all searching for it, aren't you? Yeah.
There's not many of our players are leaving the ball well and therefore, you know, nicking those wider deliveries. Hopefully, I haven't commentators cursed him in any way as he flicks off his pads. Will it make the boundary? No. Mood quickly round there at fine leg. Yeah, that's always been a real big positive of Tom's batting. He maintains a very steady, level, consistent way of playing. Yes, he can up the run rate, but he's a very good, you know, lever of the ball, and he, you know, plays every ball on its merit. And I think that's quite a standout ability for Abe. He's always had a brilliant mentality for batting long periods.
And I think that's a good point, is you talk about like the mentality of it. I think, like, obviously, you know, there's a lot of technical work that goes into batting, but I think more often than not that mental approach is far outweighs that technical side of things.
Yeah, I mean, but there's only one way to start feeling good about your batting, and that's scoring runs. And there's going to be some interesting, you know, decisions to make. You know, I'm aware that the second 11,
they scored a few runs,
didn't they? A couple of big scores. I mean, in a lot of ways, you know, Cola Cadmore plays a beautiful straight drive down the ground. He'll pick up a couple there, I think. 2 runs to get him off the mark. Always a good feeling. Yeah, a lot of runs scored in the second 11. You know, I think there's going to have to be a big question mark about Steve Davis in particular, with his quality experience coming back into this lineup. He's got runs under his belt. Ben Green got runs. George Bartlett got runs.
Yeah.
But had a rough start, so a lot of questions. But for me, I think I'd be having a serious think about Steve Davis as playing as a batter.
And coming in at the top of the order, that where you'd like to see him?
Yeah, I think so. He's got an extensive first-class career, lots of runs under his belt. He's played in numerous positions, so I think you could almost, you know, elongate the batting lineup by throwing him in at 5, or you could pop him up at the top, which seems like the obvious thing. But that's the challenge of when you get into the county season, as Bailey finishes another fine over. Now his figures for 2 for 26 off his 9 overs. Anderson 1 for 24 off of 10. Breakthroughs, wickets, both of them incredibly miserly. So Somerset did actually get right yesterday. I thought Siddle and Gregory bowled beautifully. Effectively 8 for 250, which I think on this wicket was a great effort. They came back really strong. Had a plan, stuck to it, bowled very professional areas, as these two are at the moment.
Still going to be Anderson, just a little bit of a discussion at the top of his mark.
It's fascinating watching guys like of this quality bowl. You almost, even though we are 50 metres away, I suppose, but you can see that they're two bowlers that are in rhythm. They don't look tired, do they? They look like they could just do
bowl
this
all day,
for a couple of hours,
yeah.
which is a concern for the Somerset batters. I know it is tiring, I'm not saying that, but they just look in great rhythm at the moment. The temperature's good, for all those London marathon runners. It's almost the perfect day to do that. It's sort of warm enough not to get stiff, but it's not too warm that you're getting too tired. So great day for bowling.
Have you done anything as crazy as that, Triggs?
No.
Or any ambitions to do anything like that?
I think I'd probably like to do an Ironman.
I thought you were going to say something like that, yeah. Abel just works that off his hit, and that's gone fine. He's going to pick 4 up there.
Anderson having a little bit of a chat to the captain. He's probably had enough of bowling at Tom Abel in this game with 151 under his belt. Clips that smartly off his legs. Anderson just trying to rile the Somerset captain. He is barking up the wrong tree. It'll be like water off a duck's back for Tom Abel. Yeah, I know an Ironman has a marathon in it, but I think if I was going to do something like that, I'd wanted to make it as grueling as possible to make it bearable. Anderson just finding the outside edge and spends a little bit of extra time in the middle chatting to the Somerset captain, probably asking him what he had for tea last night or something polite and nice like that, knowing Jimmy.
Dropped well shot, isn't it? I feel like Abel's played that with quite hard hand as well, and
yeah, I think the bat angle has helped him there. It wasn't sort of a flat angle back to Anderson. It had a bit of a sort of angle on it back towards the stumps, which made it go down. But yeah, I mean, if you catch that edge at a Trent Bridge or pacier pitch in the country, that's going to be halfway up. Second slips, breadbasket. High quality cricket here on show here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Joined by Sophie Luff in the WPA Health Insurance comms box. Set fair for a real battle. Somerset are in a spot of bother here, 61 for 3. It won't be long before we get a change in the bowling rota. Mahmood has a bit of England pedigree.
yeah, it's good to see him back, isn't it?
Yeah, Balderson, de Grand home with his little swingers. Not sure it's his sort of pitch, but he has the knack of breaking partnerships. Anderson finishing his 11th over. Probably got a couple more in him, I would imagine, this morning. Bailey in particular, when the wickets are starting to tumble. Somehow rip the ball out of him as we look up to the church here at St George's flag. Proudly fluttering away on the wind here in Taunton. Happy St George's Day to everyone listening. Bailey continuing, Kohler Cadmore on 2. Somerset captain adding to his first innings, 151, 6 not out. Big job for these two in the rest of the middle order. As Bailey again beats the outside edge.
Yeah, not for the first time this morning. Bailey's been there or thereabouts and beaten Somerset batters outside edge on numerous occasions. Again, just a bit of a discussion here between the bowlers, and I think that's Dane Villas there.
Beautifully played through the onside, just drifted slightly straight onto middle and leg stump, and Kola Cadmore shows what an exceptional timer of the ball he is. Whips that through mid-wicket. 4 runs.
Yeah, timing, definitely the word there. I think when I think of Kola Cadmore and his batting, I think sort of like power and brute strength, but he's just clipped that one away and raced away to the fence.
Danger area from Bailey. Will be cursing himself, bowling that slightly greedy delivery. That channel 4th, 5th stump is where he operates at his best. There's 2 dismissals so far this morning, both been outside edges from around that 4th stump area, just offering away from the batsman.
Driven by Kola Cadmore, and that's going to race away as well. Evades Dane Villas at mid-off. And again, another piece of very well-timed batting from Kola Cadmore.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Very unusual to get 2 balls in 1 over from Tom Bailey that you can put away to the boundary. Another one of those county bowlers that in some ways, in many ways, sneak under the radar, probably highly valued in his own dressing room and in the you know, with the people that know, but you know, a lot of county cricket fans wouldn't be that familiar with him, but you know, over 300 first-class wickets at 23. I mean, that's an exceptional record.
That is an exceptional record.
A sneaky record. Even I had a little look on the computer there because I knew it was good. I didn't realise it was that good. I thought sort of 27, 28 or something like that, but 23, that's a real high-class first-class average. Even Anderson's is 24, so that's quite something to take your wickets at a cheaper rate than the great James Anderson. Dave Villas in the middle of the pitch at the moment, frantically working on that shiny side, making sure it's nicely polished as we have a change of bowling. So keep Mahmood is taking off his jumper, sporting a very bright hairband and a basketball-esque arm sleeve.
All the fashion accessories. Yeah.
The old headband on. Why not?
Yeah, I think he had a white one on the other day, didn't he? He's gone for the black one today.
Very smart. We have the one of the original headband warriors in our 11, Jack Brooks. Often colour codes it to the team. Very, very smart.
You must have worn a headband at some point, Triggs.
I think an elastic band. Couldn't afford an actual headband back in the day. You know, I think it was maybe sort of 05, 06. I had quite long hair and used to put an elastic band in it. My brother is a postman, so he always had a copious supply of elastic bands that I used to pinch off him. And keep the old Barnet at the eyes as Seki Mahmood looks to get into a spell. Bowling to Somerset captain Tom Abel as he pulls with disdain through mid-wicket for 4. Very dismissive shot by the Somerset captain. Beautiful shot.
Bit of a loosener there by Mahmood, and Tom Abel says thank you very much.
Yeah, that was definitely a loosener. One of the ones that sort of mildly irritates the captain, really. You know, give the bowler sort of 2 overs warning, get stretched, and it's one of those things in cricket that I don't think, unless you've done it, you'd understand. That first delivery is just, oh, I don't know, you just let it go and you hope nothing snaps off. That one with a bit more pace,
well
beautifully played by Tom Abel. Back foot punch and brilliantly stopped there. Backward point by the sub-fielder,
Yeah,
Stephen
Croft.
Croft. One of the better fielders you have as a sub. Magnificent cricketer he's been for Lancashire for many years. He was so good, I actually thought he was playing this. I saw him here and just assumed. Saki Mahmood will look to up his pace as he gets into his work. I think he has that ability to bowl those wicket-taking balls, but I think he's one of the guys that Somerset could potentially get a few runs out of. Often a little bit more expensive than the other two. I mean, Anderson and Bailey just give you nothing. Very unusual, that last over, Bailey. I mean, him going at 3.4 runs an over is
Expensive.
very expensive, wildly unusual. 8 runs in the last over. Doesn't happen very often. Somerset recovering. Able, timing the ball beautifully at the moment. Even the shots that he doesn't quite get right. Still hitting the middle of the bat, finding the fielder this time. Both Cadmore and Abel got to double figures. Somerset 73 for 3. Still a lot of work to do. They've put themselves in a bit of a pickle here, the Somerset lineup. A couple of hours of partnerships are required to keep this day's play and game safe. A lot of work to be done.
Yeah, this is a massive partnership for Somerset. As Abel works that off his hip, might pick up a couple here. Decides against the second.
Yeah, I think this wicket and the next wicket are really crucial. And I suppose with Lewis Gregory's batting form of late, you can stretch that to 1 extra wicket. But then from there on, you've got some players that can bat, no doubt about it. They've got first-class 50s and under their belts, and well, a couple of them have got hundreds actually. A little bit more inconsistent than the top order, as you'd expect. So these next couple of wickets need to last quite a while. Big job. Mahmood hunting that front pad of Kola Cadmore, but he defends out to mid-wicket. That's the end of Mahmood's opening over. It's gone for 5 runs.
It's looking a bit brighter here, Pete, now, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, the forecast had softened over the last 24 hours or so, so I expected a fair bit of play. It looked a bit ominous about half an hour ago, but then that little cluster of wickets, and I think that's the difficult thing, because overhead conditions, as we both know, do change the characteristics of the ball quite a lot. So Somerset got to be watchful when those clouds roll over. You know, just be extra hot on your skills, as there's a double change here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I believe that's
Balderson,
George Balderson coming into the attack.
He's bowled
1
just,
over
yeah.
yesterday for no run, 1 maiden under his belt, so he'll look to get into his work. He was pretty expensive in the first innings, going for 102 off his 23 overs. He'll definitely look to improve that as Abe runs one off the outside edge. The ball scurries down through the sandy area here in front of the Trescothic stand and runs away for 4.
Yeah, I just love how Abe's plays that. Great bat angle. Plays it nice and late, in full control.
Yeah, it's. I think it was like the edge off Anderson. You know what I mean? That he plays with quite an exaggerated angle, so the ball is going down, and I think that's a real, that's a real skill, that, hasn't it? To sort of realise that you've had a delivery bowled in a dangerous area, and just to not overcommit to that ball. So the edge, if you do get one, has got a chance of going down. By design, I would say. So nicely played by the Somerset captain.
Left alone by Abel there. Haven't seen any of Balderson, actually. He's got quite a quick run up, hasn't he?
He's charging in, that's for sure. He'll learn. The exuberance of youth.
Yeah, he is only 22.
No, he charges in, wholehearted cricketer, as you'd expect from a Lancastrian. It's the deck. Sure why the floodlights are still on, I have to be honest.
Yeah, blue sky behind them.
Maybe it's hard work turning him on and off, I don't know. There's probably someone underground running on a treadmill keeping him powered, I guess. Green energy.
Two balls to come in this Balderson over. By Abel. So 3 wickets to fall this morning. Tom Lammonby caught by de Grandhomme off the bowling of Bailey. Dixon was LBW to Anderson, and Bancroft caught behind by George Bell off the bowling of Bailey.
Bancroft, pretty decent delivery, played with a bit of a sort of third slip to mid-on back path, which sort of brought the outside edge in. I think it's a bit of right shoulder coming from a technical point of view, which sort of makes it happen unless your timing's in. Brings the outside edge into play. I think Lammonby shot was a little bit on the loose side of life, but I suppose the modern mentality is, it's the way I play, and if he hits it before, it looks like a great shot, but in the context, I suppose, not an amazing dismissal, and the Sean Dixon LBW woes continue, just shuffling across, and if you play in that way, you're really under a lot of pressure to contact the ball with the bat. Moved into Cadmore. Pulls off the under edge down to fine leg to collect a one. Quickly onto that. Pretty clear that both Somerset batters are not fazed by the short delivery.
Yeah, no, it looks like they both pick up length pretty well. Abel's moved to 15, Cola Cadmore on 11.
The second best view in the county ground we just saw there, the top of the Pegasus building. St George's Day party up on the top, 3 people all in cagoules watching the game. A better way to suspend yourself there. It's back and across and in behind that one beautifully. There we go. Also, there's 4 people up there. I didn't realise there's. Everyone sat down just taking a rest from dancing. Quite the party.
Doesn't look too warm up there though, does it?
Much better off in here, Soph.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the warm. Hoping Somerset can bat for the next hour without too much damage. to pick up a head of steam here. Vic actually mentioned about a lot of teams have a leg slip to Abel. He gets caught down the leg side.
He does, yes.
Plays with a very sort of delicate sort of flick off the hips. He does score a lot of runs if you bowl straight to him, very fine. So that one occasionally can catch the inside edge and go dangerously close to the keeper. That would be a very frustrating way to get out. We'll certainly be eyeing up another contribution. Mahmood hitting the pitch hard. Fully matched. Tom Abel. Another 100 this week from James Root. Very impressive knock. Batted a lot of time in a high pressure situation. He's looking all parts a very fine player, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's not got many years on him, but looking like he's
not many miles on the clock. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he looks like he's done this for quite a while, doesn't he? And hopefully we do see him for many more years to come in a Somerset shirt. Abel defends that.
Yeah, brilliant learning ground for him at the moment, playing First Division cricket here for Somerset on a good pitch, playing against high quality opposition. If you can score hundreds against this Lancashire bowling attack, you've certainly got some pedigree, that's for sure. Looks like he's got a brilliant temperament and a bright future, as Tom Abel has. Unluckily missing out on an England tour this winter, pulling a hamstring, but he's back and he's scoring runs. Hopefully he'll get another chance with England as he clips that ball into the onside. Mahmood's second over comes to an end. So it's at 81 for 3 after 25 overs. You have to say that Lancashire have been exceptional so far this morning, picking up those 3 wickets. All credit to the senior bowlers Anderson and Bailey. Can they be backed up now by Balderson, Mahmood and co?
Yeah, the opening pair were very good and have put Somerset under pressure this morning. A lot of work for these two to do. Balderson's going to continue from the river end. I think we've got a change in fielder.
See, what I like about, I think Somerset kind of went back to this when they bowled well yesterday. The field has an orthodox feel to it, and I think for me, this is a clear message from captain to bowler of bowling professional areas, which is the top of off stump. It doesn't change from game to game. The top of off stump is always a great place to bowl. And I think Somerset at times went away from that, tried some plans that maybe didn't give a definitive plan for the bowlers. And that's great when you can, sometimes pick up a few wickets when you're trying to break a partnership. But the negative side to those plans are, like we saw with Casey Aldridge with the bouncer plan, you can also have heavy overs. We had a couple of overs where there was a couple of 6s and a couple of 4s in it, and they're very, very damaging for the momentum of the game. And what Lancashire have done here is, like I said, it's very prescribed to the bowlers that your job is to hit the top of off, and there's a bit of accountability attached to that. And the Lancashire bowlers at the moment are rising to the occasion. I really liked it yesterday when Siddle and Gregory bowled in particular, where they just looked to bash a professional area. And the results were, both of their run rates came down by 1.5 runs and over, and they picked up 3 wickets apiece. It's not rocket science.
Simple game, isn't it,
But
Pete?
sometimes it takes a lot of courage, a lot of heart, a lot of determination, because bowlers do get frustrated on these pitches. But I thought the way that Somerset came back yesterday was top draw, and all credit to their senior bowlers for leading the way. Abel 15 not out here. Another captain's innings required. Balderson steaming in, putting a lot of effort in. Shaping up for a fascinating afternoon's cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Slightly off the outside edge there from Abel. I think that's. I think it'd be a great conversation. Abel Dixon talking about batting, and I'm sure they will do. You know, that's what good dressing rooms do. You bounce off each other when people are struggling. And Abe's has that aggressive off-stump stance, but then there isn't another movement taking him further across and his head outside the line of the ball. I think that's the Dixon issue. It's he gets a little bit too on across the stumps. His weight goes onto the balls of his feet and his head goes outside off stump as Abel clips beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. But what I see with Tom Abel is the same foot positions but a very central still head when he's contacting the ball. Dixon at times, I think his head falls over, and that's only going to end one way.
Yeah,
especially when you're playing someone like James Anderson who can subtly just bring it back into him.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think those things are always accentuated when you're a little bit out of nick as well.
As we're a high-tech club here at Somerset, we've got our new in-ground radios. How many listeners do we have in the ground? Can you give me a wave up here in the Trescothic stand? Can you see me on the back end? Me and Soph giving you all a wave. Hope you're enjoying the action, and I'm going to give your ears a rest from my voice and introduce Harry Everett to join Sophie Luff for the rest of the session. I'll see you later on.
Thanks,
Keep batting,
Pete.
Tom Abel.
Some lovely enthusiastic waves there, particularly from the James Hildreth stand. Shout out to you guys as the ball is going to trickle down to the James Hildreth stand there off the outside edge of Cola Cadmore. He's going to move to 16. Somerset 90 for 3 here as Harry's just getting set up.
Morning all, Sophie and everyone listening in the ground and from all over the world by the looks of the YouTube comments. Great to hear, keep the comments coming in.
You love the YouTube comments, don't you, Harry?
I do,
That's like your niche.
I love hearing where people are watching from, such wacky places, and when people are doing weird things like, I don't know, on a boat or walking.
Mahmood in then and Cola Cadmore defending that one back up to him.
It's the details people give. I'm watching from here doing this. It's that kind of detail I love. I thought Mahmood was day 1 and 2 particularly in the first innings. I thought Mahmood wasn't quite right. He hasn't bowled for, you know, pretty much since last year, pretty much 12 months without bowling, not playing the championship since last April. So he's going to be rusty. That pull shot for 4 from Tom Abel, his first ball this morning, not quite on it, not quite where he wants it to be. But he's one of those bowlers who will make chances when he's quick, he's a little bit erratic, but when he's right, he's tricky to face.
He's on the money, that delivery. Cola Cadmore can only defend that one.
Just working out how early they might go to Tom Hartley. Do you think going to be a couple before lunch, surely? Maybe more than just the one before lunch. They quite often just think, I'll just chuck the ball to the spinner last over. You think if it's going to spin at any point, day 4 would be the day on quite a flat pitch?
Yeah, he only bowled 13 overs in the first innings, did Tom Hartley. Oh, it's well fielded there.
Yeah, in the first innings he wasn't whacked around like Jack Leach was. I think the slight difference is that Somerset didn't try and take him apart, like Wales particularly. Wales reverse sweeping Leach 3 times in a row, once for 6, twice for 4. Even Jennings was quite aggressive. We know he can play spin well. He was brilliant in the subcontinent for England, opening the batting. That's why he's picked, really horses for courses pick. But it'd be interesting to see how TKC, I think, would take Hartley down. Not sure. Aves would probably sweep him, but not quite as aggressive. TKC would probably take him down the ground quite a lot. That'd be an interesting battle. We haven't actually seen Cola Cadmore face much spin in the Somerset shirt so far. Not had a big score so far, not hung around for ages. 38 in the first innings out to de Granton. Warwickshire game. He looked good, played some booming drives against the seamers, but find ways to get himself out. That dismissal off de Granton was frustrating, flicking it down to long leg. Good catch from Tom Bailey, running in from in front of the scoreboard down by Gimlet's Hill, but frustrating to watch when he was so set to get out, pulling into the deep. Bit of in-swing there. Bit of shape, bit of movement. You forget the ball's only 26 overs old. With yesterday and then finishing early, the bad light, the rain, and then this morning, feels like it should be a lot older than 27 overs old.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was looking at Bailey and Anderson, and they did the bulk of the work for Lancashire in those few overs, and then obviously opening up again this morning, they pretty much bowled near enough all of the overs, bar 1 over from Balderson yesterday. So yeah, a little bit more work for Balderson and Mahmood to do today, I'm sure.
Yeah, before I forget, I had a good chat with George Balderson actually on, was it Thursday or Friday? He was saying, it made me chuckle actually. He said, we're talking about ends, and well, he was just remarking he was down at fine leg actually. I'll talk you through. That's an edge from Tom Abel, just between first and second slip. Now, Colin de Grandhomme didn't really move, did he? Luke Wells chases it.
I'm not sure if
with
that
a hand
carried.
No, just short. I thought Colin de Grandhomme might have stuck a paw out to stop it, but in the end, Wells went for chase. A little bit short. Soft hands from Tom Abel, given the benefit of the doubt. There's been a few soft-handed edges, isn't there? There's been a few runs through the cordon. Yeah, it's about short, isn't it?
Yeah, de Grandhomme wasn't interested.
No, it's just short. It was closer to de Grandhomme than Wells. I just didn't understand why de Grandhomme didn't stick a left hand out, or even a foot if it's low down. Just get something behind it. Yeah, and Balderson was making me laugh. He said, "I'm not going to get a bowl at this end, am I?" He was saying, because of course Jimmy Anderson, arguably, well, not even arguably, the greatest England bowler of all time, and Saqib Mahmood, who's played for England, even though he's not been playing for a while, they get precedence. They chose this end, so him, de Grandhomme, and Bailey at the other end, outside off stump. And he was moaning about a patch of sand. You can just see it actually behind the umpire. It was not. Is it Russell Warren that end? Russell Warren was at the river end in the first innings. No, so it's Richard Illingworth now, isn't it? Richard Illingworth at the far end. Just behind him is that little sandy ridge. Balderson wasn't happy about say how annoying it was just as he comes in. So have a look at, I guess it's 4 paces or a couple of paces just before he comes in. He's all right now. When he gets about there, you see the sand puff up, a bit of dust. He wasn't happy about that. You know, friendly, jovial, northern lad chat really, but made me chuckle.
Triggs chewing someone else's ear off now.
Yeah. He hasn't got the radio on. He's not had to listen to him for the last hour. In the sunshine, by the other scoreboard.
Yeah, it's definitely brightened up here in Taunton. Was a little bit gloomy when we first started.
That is genuinely what a catch from Colin de Grandhomme. Diving to the right. We've just said how Colin de Grandhomme didn't move to his left, to his stronger right hand. That's a great grab. Colin Cadmore was a little bit unlucky there, because that is a screaming catch. He was going at some pace to his right, and de Grandhomme just moves quickly in the slips when he needs to.
You say moves quickly. I think he's made this look better than what it
should
have been.
Should he have got 2 hands?
I reckon he just hadn't really wanted to move, so he just stuck a hand out. Okay, that's good. That's a good catch. I'll give him that. And he did actually move quite well there.
It's just his stronger side, I guess. And that's what I mean about Colin Cadmore. Exciting player, great player, don't get me wrong, but it's almost like he's flattered to deceive so far. Another, give me a pretty 15, 16, 20, 30, 40. Got in and not gone on.
Out again. Yeah.
He whacked 100 here for Yorkshire last year. I was commentating on that in the county championship here, and all the Somerset fans were so excited to see, this new signing got so many runs. Here now on the same pitch in the Somerset shirt, he's just struggling to go on and get that big score. I don't think his place is in danger, but I'd just like to see him maybe not dig in, that's not his natural game, but just to bat longer, find a way to... He plays with hard hands. He's always going to create chances in the slips. I feel like we've seen Tom Abel play many balls through the slip cordon, but because he plays with soft hands under his eyes, it's going to go down. That's great. That's good cricket. Fine. Doesn't matter where you score. Whereas Colin Cadmore, because he goes to drive, he goes to hit over the top, he's going to get these edges off the hard wood of the side of his bat. Might have got away with that, you'd have thought, but a great catch by, well, international cricketer, New Zealand opener bowler of of yesteryear, Colin de Grandhomme, who's, well, could really still be playing for New Zealand, only recently retired from international cricket, pursuing games elsewhere. And he's having a good laugh now, isn't he? He enjoyed that one after getting a bit of stick from the previous one. So Somerset in a bit of trouble here, but the two men who put on that phenomenal partnership in the first innings, 80 for 4 they were, with Lammonby, Dixon, Bancroft and Kohler Cadmore all out for, well, top score of 38 from Kohler Cadmore.
We're not far off that now, Harry. 91 for 4.
Ruin Abel
find themselves in a similar situation.
Yeah, it's almost mirrored, isn't it? Close the play. Somerset were 311 for 4. It's a long way to go, but if it can happen on Thursday?
Thursday, yeah. Day 1.
It'll happen again. You never know. A lot of work to do for the young keeper bat. James Rew, what, 6 catches as well yesterday? 100, 6 catches. How many more runs can he add to? It's been probably the best match of his, definitely the best match of his first-class career so far for James Rew, with both facets, definitely. Yeah,
very impressive young player, but a lot of work to do for him again here. He's batting with the Somerset skipper, who's currently 20 not out and looking in fine touch. So he should be after a fine first innings score of 151. I was actually really surprised that was his career best.
Really?
Yeah,
101 he got, 101 not out at Chelmsford with Banton.
Oh, Rew.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean Abel, yeah, that was his career best.
He got 150 at the Oval and then got 151 here, which is, not often does a career best go one run past it and then get out.
I'm sure it will take it.
Yeah. You know, you're right, actually. I was thinking, for a quality player, how many players as good as Tom Abel haven't scored a 200 in first-class cricket, actually? Sadly, I think part of it is often running out of partners. How many times that, you know, when he's got a big score, he's sort of fighting on his own, fighting fires, and he needs someone to stay with him from long term. When Rew got out yesterday, there were a few lower order batters who gave it a bit of a whack. Jack Leach particularly was very impressive. 40 odd, 40 not out. So he did actually have the partners who did stick around with him yesterday, but that LBW from Balderson for 151.
Mahmood is continuing from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Abel defending that. Lancashire have been very good with the ball this morning. Haven't given Somerset batters too much and actually caused a fair few problems for them as well. Abel leaving that one alone and sort of dies through to Bell, who fumbles that one. Somerset still trailing by 22 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton.
I'm surprised to see that one die, really, with the pace of Mahmood. The pitch is pretty hard and flat still.
Can't be better to Tom Abel.
It's imperial, isn't it?
Yeah. Textbook from Tom Abel. Doesn't miss out on those. It's a glorious shot through the offside. Short, wide. And Tom Abel helps himself to another boundary. He moves to 24. Just the sound off the bat there.
Yeah, that was a crunching back foot punch, wasn't it?
It's going to be the same result this time. Behind point. Helps himself to another boundary. Mahmood just not getting it right in the last 2 deliveries.
So I think from a Lancashire perspective, So Mahmood's just not been on it. I mean, this might sound harsh, but he's not bowled for a year, so you can't expect him to be on it, really. This partnership, if Somerset lose a wicket now, if Lancashire get another breakthrough, they could really be sniffing a win before tea and get the game done. If they get another couple of overs out of Anderson and Bailey before lunch. You know, if you can snick off one of these too early, that's massive. I don't think Mahmood's going to do enough to get Abel out. Maybe James Rew early, but he's just not been on it to cause enough pressure.
Stephen Croft on as the subfielder there for Lancashire. Not sure who was off the pitch.
You're copping some stick here on the live stream here. So what is that commentator on about? Absolute screamer of a catch that had gone on. I know what you mean though. He's got that lethargic sort of
Just sometimes I see one-handed catches.
Yeah.
They look like speckies, but it's usually because people don't move their feet.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like David De Gea will, for football, will think you could have just caught that. You know, kick it away or flap at it and try and make it look good. I think I'm guilty of doing that sometimes, to be fair, in cricket.
But apologies to Colin, because it was a great grab in the end.
It's just funny that it was, 2 balls after the previous one he really should have moved.
Where he didn't fancy it at all. Rew defending then.
Yeah, I think Rew's good here, the way he's really stepping down the track, getting that big lunge in, nullifying. They're not quick bowling from Bolton, but he does bowl good areas, George Bolton. I've been impressed with him this match. I think I probably would have seen him as the 5th seamer. You'd go Anderson, Bailey, Mahmood, then de Grandhomme, but actually Bolton's bowled 10 overs more than de Grandhomme in the first innings. I think de Grandhomme's not bowled as much as I'd have expected him to, maybe because Bolton's bowled so well. Put on a bit of pace over the winter. I think Bolton played a few games last year, the Bob Willis Trophy year, of course, when more of the youngsters got a chance with no overseas players. And yeah, I like the look of George Bolton. I think he's going to be an exciting cricketer for Lancs going forward. He's one of those young all-rounder you can build your team around. Him and the keeper George Bell, sort of in that middle order 5 to 7 for the next 10 years or so. Is exciting times for Lancashire with the likes of Dane Vilas getting a bit older and Alex Davies, of course, going to Warwickshire. So there's slots in that middle order that they're coming into.
Yeah, he's got a first-class high score of 97, and yeah, like you say, Harry made his debut in the Bob Willis Trophy in that COVID-affected year.
It's that common thing, really, isn't it, of right-arm seamers and left-hand bats. Ben Stokes, I suppose, setting the trend at the top level, but it seems to be quite a common way of being. That's a nice shot from James Rew. Tickled off his pads. Now, why have a fine leg if he's that square and that wide? It seems a bit daft, really. Rew's got easy 4 there. I'm a pretty loose ball from Bolton, to be fair, but George Bell's not going to be able to stop that as the keeper. And well, more of a long leg, I suppose. Very wide, fine leg. Not quite sure why. If you're going to have a fine leg, they're not going to be a short ball that's going to be pulled at fine leg. I'd have thought Stephen Croft, the subfielder, would be better off being further down below us. I'm not the captain. Well, Keaton Jennings, the captain, isn't there because of his injury.
Who is the stand-in
I think it'd be Luke Wells.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I should probably check that. Well, Dane Vilas has been captain over the years.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But sometimes the case is when you step down for being captain, you don't want to do it. Do you know what I mean? Would Dane Vilas, having been captain for so long, does he want to just sit back and relax like Trescothick when... If A was off the field, would Trescothick have done it for a bit? Yes, maybe sometimes, but I don't know, it might be. I don't know if it's officially announced. Find out. Yeah, maybe. Luke Wells hasn't been there very long, but he's a senior good pro. He's been around Sussex, Lancashire. Opening bat would fit the bill. I don't think Colin de Grandhomme would fancy it, even though he's experienced and fits the bill. I just think he just likes chilling out, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does seem very chilled character, doesn't he?
Dave Vilas would be the perfect option. It's just whether he would want to do it after.
That 4 from Rew in the previous over brought up Somerset's 100. 103 for 4 here. Mahmood is going to continue. Abel defending up to mid-on. he's just going to get some stats or something. He's obviously got something he wants to
plenty of paperwork lined up.
explain to everyone.
Plenty of prep goes into this. So if I just got notes in so many different places that sometimes forget where I put my notes.
Again, able to defend solidly there.
Yeah, that was it. I was going to say, yeah, so Dane Villas was skipper in all 3 formats last year. I'm not sure he's going to continue, but the overseas situation is tricky because the Colpack situation changing after lockdown, well, after COVID and Brexit and all that. I'm not going to get into all the politics of it, but now Dane Villas counts as an overseas player. He can play with Colin de Grandhomme at the moment, like Somerset have got Siddle and Bancroft, but once Darren Mitchell arrives on May the 11th, when Matt Henry arrives here too, the 2 more Kiwis coming in, Darren Mitchell and Colin de Grandhomme might be the 2 picked for Lancashire. Because really Dane Villas hasn't been quite his best this year. Didn't get too many runs in the South African T20 League over the winter. Hasn't got that many runs for Lancashire in the Red Bull Championship season starting in April. What are we, game 3 now? So you'd expect Darren Mitchell probably to come in, well, almost definitely to come in for Dane Villas. You wouldn't ship Darren Mitchell over here for him not to play. So, and he's a quality act who's going to, you know, bat 5 with Tom Blundell last summer, scored so many runs against England in the Test series. So you'd expect he might even bat 4 for Lancashire in place of Dane Villas. So could be Villas' last couple of games of the Championship for Lancashire for a little while.
The mood has been a lot tighter this over, particularly with his length.
Worth mentioning that Lancashire don't actually have a game next week. So there's, what, first round everyone played, but game week 3 this week, Warwickshire, Derbyshire, Surrey and Leicestershire didn't play. Game week 4 next week, Lancashire, Hampshire, Northants, Notts, Somerset and Essex all have a round off. So trying to spread the workload and not playing every round, I guess. A fixture list that keeps changing with Strauss's high performance review. Won't go into that now, it's a bit early on the day to get into all of that. But so what's the date? The 23rd. Yeah, so actually, is that my dates right? Next week will be the start of May. And May the 11th should be when Mitchell and Henry, 2 more Kiwis coming in.
Yeah, there's not too many games next week actually. Just looking
No,
at
it's
the
quite
fixtures, it's quite a small, maybe just 5 fixtures and only 2 of them in Division 1 by the looks.
I say 6 teams have got a week off, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean about the soft hands. Maybe I think Coda Cabell might have tried to hardly drive that back foot, punch that through the offside, whereas Abel's got that soft-handed down. You know you're laughing at me for what people are doing and where they're from. Here we go, this is my favourite of the day so far. Duncan McGrewer is watching from Musselburgh, that's in Edinburgh, coast of Edinburgh, while cleaning my fridge. Like little things like that just make me chuckle on the YouTube comments. People watching from random places. I mean, my brother and sister live in Edinburgh and I don't think they'll be watching the cricket, so I don't think we'd have many cricket watchers in Edinburgh, but enjoy cleaning your fridge in Musselburgh, Duncan. We might be seeing a bit of Tom Hartley at the River End. Yeah, I like it when Spin comes into the attack. We're seeing full-on trousers have come off in the middle of the square.
Yeah.
Nice blue undies.
Blue undershorts, yeah. I hope they're undershorts.
Oh, I don't know, actually, yeah. Do you want binoculars?
I think I'm all right. Who is that going to go in there?
Probably Josh Bohannon would be my guess.
Okay.
Not sure. Normally it's the batter who doesn't bowl who's short, is my way of working it out. A James Taylor character. Yeah, I reckon it'll be Josh Bohannon. A young lad who's, well, he's a pretty quality player, Josh Bohannon. It's not like he's making his way, but he's... Yeah. They wouldn't put... don't think the Colin de Grandhomme's going to be put in there. So there's the pads. Pads coming in for short leg. A couple of the lads, players and coaching staff having a wander around the outfield. Keaton Jennings is trying to walk normally, that is. You see Jennings is the one with the blue trainers and the hood up. He's trying to work out if he can walk properly. Yeah, he's walking all right, actually, with a suspected torn hamstring. Actually, that's quite good walking, isn't it, for
yeah,
the hamstring injury from yesterday?
And I was going to say, if it's really bad, then surely he would be...
Oh, he's just gone to pick up a water bottle. Maybe the S&C and the physios have said you've got to keep it loose, one of those injuries. I don't know the quite science whether you should be resting it or...
He's got quite long hamstrings as well, hasn't he? He's quite
tall man,
tall bloke.
Right, so it is going to be the left arm spin of Hartley into the left-handed. Good defensive shot from James Rue. Fairly standard field, really, for a spinner. No one back on the offside, just the one back at backward square leg on the leg side. So that's Stephen Croft out there. Stephen Croft, who's slightly surprisingly out of the team for this game to allow Balderson to come in. I like the way when Rue leaves it outside the off stump, he gets both pads back and across, sort of covering the stumps. So if it were to spin viciously, he's not going to be bowled, he's going to be not LBW because it's pitched outside off stump, of course. That's a nice flick off the legs. Could have been a single.
Villas is quite a good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah, that is a good stop, actually. Could have been a single. Dame Villas does well to get.
Not bad for a 37-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know if James Rue might have pushed a single, but. Quicker, flatter from Tom Hartley. Whipped away for one. There he is, Keaton Jennings. We wish him well, all at Somerset. Hope he recovers soon and can be pushing towards getting back on the England side. Yeah, he loves batting against Somerset. 189 retired hurt this match. 300 up at Birkdale Cricket Club, the Southport and Birkdale of the Northwest, the outground for Lancashire last summer. Yeah, he loves batting against Somerset. Batted quite aggressively, quite positively yesterday as well. Hit Casey Aldridge for a few successive fours. So the right hand of Tom Abel is pretty much a mirrored field, just a deep cover is a slight change. So otherwise it's pretty much mirrored. Jimmy Anderson's only had to move 2 steps to his right. He can do 45 to backward point. Yeah, deep cover I suppose, but just to stop the back foot punch or the cut or the cover drive for before.
Strength of the Toms as well, isn't it? I'm going to leave you, Harry, and Stephen's going to come in and take you through to lunch.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sophie Love. Great to have you back with us. We are going to see, Saqib Mahmood is going to continue from the Triscothic Pavilion end down below us. What are we, 26 minutes until lunch. 32 overs gone in this innings. Hope you enjoy the nice new graphic on the bottom of our live stream. People often ask what that 13 means. If you hadn't worked it out, that's the partnership between Abel and Brew, which was a massive booming number in the first innings. Hoping for it to get a bit higher as Somerset fans. Stephen Lamb joins me.
Indeed, it also shows the deficits down to single figures,
which is a big move from Somerset. Lancashire in at 9 runs time. We'll definitely have to bat again. That sounded good off James Brew's bat. Bit of a Yorker wide of the off stump. Paul M is watching from Prague whilst doing a crossword. Not a bad way to spend a Sunday with a stream in the background. Bit of crossword help in the comments. I like that. I like doing the cricket. I get the Cricketer magazine as a Christmas present from my brother. Subscription, and I really enjoyed doing the crosswords. I might be too young to be doing crosswords, Stephen, but do enjoy a cricket crossword.
Good opportunity to read the sage words of our colleague Vic Marks as well.
Yes, of course. We're just defending solidly. And behind that, no way of getting through that defence.
Yeah, well, these two have demonstrated their ability already in this match, and much depending on them now. Still a lot of work for Somerset to do to save this game. Mahmood, who went for a boundary from his first ball, has been rather tighter since.
There's a lovely shot from James Root through the offside. Would that have been tighter, Stephen? It's a lovely shot for 4. Oh, good chase from Dame Villas. I thought he just pulled up with a... No, he's all right.
You see, I thought if I said that he'd been tighter, then that would cue an excellent boundary.
I don't think Saqib Mahmood is picked in a team to bowl tight overs. That's not a criticism at all. I think he's that express factor. He's the X factor. He's the come in, bowl quick, bowl different areas, back of a length.
Nice side-on shot, as it were, of that.
Well, that's Alex
James
Robertson,
stroke.
Our intern, cameraman. There he is. Down there, getting a great shot of Dame Villas running into the camera almost. Very grateful to the interns who come and help at Somerset and give us access to, well, from Prague or from Musselburgh or Australia, wherever you're watching from, you can see the different angles with the multiple cameras we have around the ground now. It's a far cry from the old CCTV cameras in the very first year of cricket streaming, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the frog box there.
One camera more this year than we had last.
Yep.
Still building.
Talking of building, Ruin able building a partnership, building a, well, not really a platform, just got a bat. If they're still here at 5 o'clock, then Somerset have done their job. That's draw secured, and hands can be shaken with whatever the lead may be by then. It might be 100 lead, might be 200 lead. That should be fairly irrelevant. But got to get through this session and get till tea at least, and then. So what? Somerset don't need to accelerate. They just, you know, Somerset aren't worried about winning this game. They just need to bat and secure the draw. Not quite as beneficial the draw these days. Points did go down, trying to encourage aggressive winning cricket. That's an edge. That's a drop at second slip from de Grandon. We nearly spilled it straight into the lap of Luke Wales. We criticised de Grandon for being laid back and not moving for one earlier when it was soft hand edges down in front of him. Then he took an absolute blinder to see the back of Kola Cadmore. Now Colin de Grandon was getting a pat on his shoulder from Luke Wales. Big Colin from New Zealand has dropped that catch. James Rew's got a life on 9.
Well, that was actually a much easier catch than the one he took.
Agreed.
It was into the breadbasket, really.
In and out, and nearly taken by Wales off the rebound.
How significant could that be, given the form James Rew showed in the first innings? Gets everything behind that one this time. So James Rew missed on 9 by Colin de Grandon.
Cracking name, isn't it? I could say it again and again. CDG, I tend to refer to him as, you know, we've got CDG, we've got TKC. You got any other initials in this game?
Quite
They'll
literally.
probably do, one in each.
De Grandon is French for "of the big man."
Yes, yes. And it's, yeah, that's not. You don't even need to be a fluid Frenchman for that. That's probably year 7 French you remember then, aren't you, Stephen? Yeah,
quite commonly
year,
used French words.
Yeah, nothing exotic, but it sounds exotic. Oh, we've got heavy rain in North Devon and Plymouth coming up from the west, they reckon. But my forecast yesterday had Devon saturated and Taunton a bit drier. So I think we might be okay. Don't be too negative, please, on the comments. Positive that we're going to get more play here is not these straight, full-on stumps.
Just having a look at my radar, showing where the rain is. There's certainly a fair amount over Devon at the moment.
Though?
It does come east. It tends to come from the west.
Yeah, but I reckon we're going to get away with it, Stephen. I'm an optimist. I'm a positive man. I think we'll be all right. Short leg is nearly in the game. Great bit of fielding at mid-wicket. There probably could have been a single, then maybe not. Do you run to a left field? Do you not? No. Don't risk it. You speak from experience, Stephen.
I remember the 1975 World Cup final. Viv Richards late at this parish.
Yes, of course.
3 run-outs. And at least one of them was from a misfield.
Yeah. It's a tricky one, though, because you want to take those extra runs. They say don't run to misfield, but then at this level, they're so quick between the wickets. If it does go 5 yards away, they sometimes can.
Yeah, depends on how far the ball goes.
It's a hard one to judge. That's maybe soft hands into leg side. Part of me thinks that short leg could be a bit closer. It's that back pad opportunity he's waiting for.
Last ball of Hartley's second over coming up. Played comfortably off the back foot by Tom Abel. He's played some glorious strokes already. 151 in the first innings, 28 not out in the second. And as last season, much depending on the Somerset skipper with the bat. Mid-pitch conference between the 2 first innings Centurions.
Yeah, how important is that chance going to be? Now, no, I thought I was going to be a different bowler. No, it's going to be Sakuba continuing. But how important is that Colin de Grandon miss going to be? We shall see. if the rain gets, well, it's still dry in Exeter, Clumpton and Newton Abbot, so it's that diagonal bit from North Devon down to Plymouth, so coming up.
Yeah, James Rue hasn't added to his individual tally since that missed catch. Back to Grandon to catch that 9 times out of 10, really.
Oh yes, definitely. Big hand as well to Grandon. Well, he's a big man, isn't he? As the French say.
Yeah,
Jimmy
lives up to his name.
Yes, literally. I'm doing my Duolingo. I'm on myself and Polly Rhodes, the scorer next door. I've got a Duolingo streak going on. I'm not sure what language Polly's learning actually. I've been learning a bit of, well, refreshing my French and we're learning a bit of Spanish. Just trying to remember what I might have learned at school those years ago. I'm trying to remember bits I forget. But yeah, Polly, he's a regular learning of languages. We'll have to get on the mic one day. Lovely shot from James Rue. Whipped through the leg side to the mid-wicket fence. No one in the Somerset stand to pick the ball up and throw it back, but it's actually just stayed in. You know, it flicks off the rope sometimes, it pops over the advertising hoardings, but it hasn't quite. James Rue, authoritative. Tom Lammonby's played a few of those in the last couple of games, whips through the mid-wicket region. And it looks good off a left-hander, doesn't it?
And that'll hurt Saqib Mahmood as well, because he's the suffering bowler who had the catch missed by the same batsman, James Rue.
That hurt to Grandon a little bit. Every run is a bit of piling on the agony.
More defensive-minded, that push up to mid-on. Tom Bailey, the fielder. Tom Bailey, who has 2 of the 4 wickets that have fallen, bowled really well.
Yeah,
first up this morning. He and James Anderson. I was a little bit surprised that Anderson was taken off after just the 5 overs in that spell.
I'm getting told off. I said there's nobody in the Somerset stand. Club photographer
Harry Trump.
It's in there. He's in there getting some good shots. I apologise, Harry. He's quick on the text about that.
Lovely stroke. Split the gap between the 2 offside fielders, and that's going to be 4 more to James Rue. Oh, that is the stroke of a man in form.
That is a blooming beautiful shot, that, isn't it? The way he gets back on the top of his tiptoes and head over it, technically perfect. Doesn't need to cut it. Straight back looks even more elegant.
Mahmood will not be happy.
I just think he's rusty, which is fair enough. He's not quite getting his line length right.
He should be in the wickets column, though.
Yes, exactly. And that's probably why he's even more frustrated now. It can sometimes lead you to trying harder to get wickets and bowling looser balls.
The deficit has been wiped clean with that boundary. They were 1 behind. They're now 3 in front, Somerset. So Lancashire will have to bat again, regardless of what happens in the remainder of this innings. Bit of a watershed. They've lost 4 wickets in erasing that deficit. But there is a stand developing here between the same 2 who rescued the side in the first innings.
Yeah, it would be another rescue, wouldn't it? Good effort tumbling across was Tom Hartley there at what, gully?
He got a hand to it.
Yeah, just saved a couple, didn't he?
So we can call it a misfield.
Oh, that's harsh, Stephen.
So effectively,
Look at this shot.
It'll look good side on this, I fancy.
This is worth watching again and again. I think this is my shot of the day so far. Little trigger, punch. Not much foot movement actually in the end, because the trigger had him there, back and across, ready to go. And it was bowled perfectly for him to pay that punch.
It's the kind of stroke that looks even better if you're a left-hander.
Yes.
Somehow.
Most shots do, really. We must say there's a little bit of drizzle. Knocking around, it's dry in Sheep's Wash and it's dry in all these places in Devon, but it's not the exact science of the rain coming through. There's little bits and bobs around.
Yeah, there are a couple of splatters of rain on our commentary box window, in fact. Umbrellas going up in the James Hildreth stand.
It does well to get rain on our commentary box window because it is at an angle, a slant.
Well, it is, yeah, and generally where it comes from, it usually is from behind us, so coming from a slightly different direction. But the umpires look pretty unperturbed.
They've
by
been
it.
great so far this morning. I must applaud Mr. Illingworth and Mr. Warren, that they played it. When Tom Lammy got out, they really could have gone off. That was a bit more substantial. When the ball Tom Lammy got out, and I thought, oh no, imagine, you know, you batted so well to get through Jimmy Anderson most of his spell, and then to get out, you know, him and Bailey won so well. But that's a potential 4 runs for James Root. It was one of those, it was going to be dot or 4. Tumbling Joe wasn't nailed, wasn't quick, but it was more of a push drive than a cover drive. Just gone for the cover drive, didn't quite get it cleanly, but enough for another 4 runs, a boundary for James Root.
That's his 5th boundary.
Yeah, not had to run too much so far. Mahmood struggling to get back to mid-off in time. He looks a bit sore when your body's not bowled for a year properly in a 4-day match. He's going to feel it. Don't really want to have to chase that. You know, you stand at mid-off. You're not going fine leg the third man with the right left hand thing. You're trying to stand at mid-off to get your breath back and have a rest between overs, but you have to go and retrieve that from the Somerset stand. Yeah, that's better from Tom Hartley. Right on the money outside off stump.
Just before that cover-driven boundary, saw a replay just showing a vestige of turn for Hartley. Not much, just a little.
Well, we've got something exciting at lunchtime, Stephen. We're not allowed to talk much. As soon as the last ball bowls, we're going to go straight into it. An exciting 40-minute video of Andy Caddick. We're not going to, don't want to spoil it for you. So stay tuned at lunchtime, whatever you're doing. 40 minutes, you have it on in the background while you're making your lunch or while you're eating your lunch, whatever you're doing. Andy Caddick, one of Somerset's finest, born in New Zealand, but a local legend now, isn't he?
Yeah, I do wonder whether they're going to be able to stay out there till lunchtime, because there is rain coming down.
Minutes,
it's very grey overhead, as you just saw.
Can they hang on for 12 more minutes? Otherwise, you'll see Andy Caddick sooner than planned.
George Balderson has come on in place of Saqib Mahmood, and at full start.
See, I think, I could be wrong, this might be the first time George Balderson's bowled from this end in the entire match.
I think you're right.
I mentioned my quote from him earlier about saying I wasn't going to get this end because of Jimmy and Saqib, of course. But he's got the chance now. Late on the 4th day. Well,
Outside edge, but didn't carry.
what's that, 3rd or 4th time Tom Abel's gone outside edge? I don't think it's going to get him out with the slips stood where they are because he plays with such soft hands. Do you not think that the slips could stand a bit further up, a bit closer?
Have another look
Make
at
sure
it.
it carries. Or was it pad? Was that an outside edge? Back leg. Oh, they're going to go off for rain anyway, so we can watch this replay one more time as they are going off for rain. This is the last ball before what big lunch break now.
Pad, maybe.
But yeah, I don't think it is. Then Tom's look round.
Anyway, it was academic because it didn't carry. But that looks like it's going to be an early lunch. I think we can safely assume at 10 to 1 with the rain coming down. So with luck, we won't lose any time. Although there is more rain forecast for later on. We'll have to see what happens with that. But it's coming down quite heavily just at the moment. And a bit of a rush to get the covers on. Motoring. The ground staff are behind those covers as they come out. And James Root, Tom Abel, heading off. Heroes of this match already for that first innings partnership. And still together as they disappear into the Andy Caddick Pavilion. And here come the covers.
Right, well, we're going to leave you promptly with a cracking 40-minute video on Andy Caddick. We'll join you with news in at least 40 minutes' time.
Lovely to see you.
Thank you, Richard.
It's funny really that you're a New Zealander but you ended up making your name playing for Somerset. How does that all come about then?
A very long time ago.
Absolutely.
Right, so 87. I decided that I wanted to go and visit the UK, as most Kiwis do. They'll pack their bags and go off hitchhiking around the world, but I didn't hitchhike. I went straight to my uncle and aunt's house in Belsize Park, London. And I decided at the time I was going to play a little bit of cricket. I've just spent 6 months in the UK to play a bit of cricket. I'd originally was in contact with a club, I think it was Harrow on the Hill Club,
And when I turned up there, it wasn't exactly a club that I was. It was basically a shed in the middle of the field. Right. So, and at the time, my aunt, who's my dad's older sister, said, "Look, they knew Bronsgrove, and they knew the people at Bronsgrove, they knew the people at Hampstead." So I decided to go down to Hampstead to have a trial. Took 6 wickets and got 80 odd runs in the second team game for them, and they said, "Oh, we'd like you to play in the first team," and the rest is history as far as London's concerned. And subsequently for the next 3 years I came back and forth. Went home, worked for my dad in the plastering business, earned enough money to come back, and I did that for 3 years, and moved around London area. So the first year I was in Belsize Park, the second year I was in Hackney, and the third year I was over at, where was it? It was just north of the M25, I can't remember now. So I got to know Northern London quite well. Playing domestic cricket, or should I say club cricket for Hampstead, there was a gentleman there who was the chairman at the time, president, a gentleman called Roger Oakley, who was very, very good friends with a certain coach at the time down here at Somerset, Jack Birkinshaw. And that was the connection with Somerset. But right. I had played a little bit of Middlesex YCs in 89, and then I played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex. But it wasn't until Jack got involved, or should I say Roger contacted Jack, and I got a trial down here, that the connection with Somerset was born.
You had a pretty successful kick-off, didn't you, with the second 11 on your first game?
Not my first game. I had a terrible first game.
The second game was pretty successful.
We had I played my first game here, and funny enough, it was my debut for Somerset. There's also a gentleman called Roland Lefebvre's debut for Somerset.
Right.
Played a second team game down here against I think it was an Australian university side, a one-day game. Yeah. And past members will remember the wickets at Taunton back in the late 80s, 90s. It was a road. Did nothing. There was a gentleman called down here called Adrian Jones who was a terror of the ball. It was quick. He was a fast pacer, but this ground here, this wicket here back in the late 80s, it nullified any pace. At the same time, Jimmy Cook was here. He was scoring 2,000 runs before the end of May. I think he got subsequently those 2 seasons, he got over 5,000 first-class runs. And that is testament to what this wicket was like. It was a flat road. There was no grass on it. It was just rolled concrete. So I came down here, got absolutely smashed by an Australian university side. I thought that was my trial gone, my opportunity gone. But the following day, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11 at the Oval, and I took 8 for 36 or something in the first innings. Subsequently, when we batted, I broke my thumb, and then I took another wicket in the second innings, but I just couldn't bowl. And at the same time that evening, the chief exec then, Peter Anderson, came up to London, had a chat with me and said, "Right, Caddy, how are we going to get you qualified?" And that's where the qualifications period started with Somerset.
Right. So that's really how it all started with you.
That's how it started. I had to do a 5-year qualification period, and subsequently it was 92 was the year that I was able to play first-class cricket. And up to then I was 2 years in the second team. So I think I still to this day am very annoyed with Rob Turner, who was the second team wicketkeeper then, because I had 96 wickets in the second team that summer, and he dropped 3 catches at Kent, at Canterbury, which I could have got. Anyway, that's a long time ago. But yeah, so for the next 2 seasons while qualifying, I played second team cricket, but also played for a club, Clevedon, up the road near Bristol, who I played for them on a Saturday. So a lot of cricket going on, up to the point of actually getting my first class cap.
And you were here. Was it at that stage you were doing jobs around the ground?
I was. I was doing in the winters. I decided after 3 years of going back and forth to New Zealand, I decided that I was going to stay a couple of winters in the UK, and subsequently got a job maintaining the ground, painting the ground. the old presidential suite up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion all those years ago. I redecorated the pavilions. It was just an odd jobs job. I remember Peter Anderson, the chief exec, at the same time took me down to his place in Bear and Seaton and got me painting his soffits, which it's a 3-story house. Yes. I remember doing this, and he'd be hanging out the window making sure I was okay when there was sleet and snow being blown off the top of the roof. So it was an eye-opener, but at the end of the day, that's what you did back then. You just mucked in and got on with your job. So if I was to say that my first second-class season, I was paid £1,200 for the summer. That was a summer contract then for the 2 subsequent seasons. That's a long day. It's a long time ago compared to what they get paid now. But that's what you did. You made good. You played hard, and you went off and did a part-time job just to keep that money coming in.
Indeed, but really, you came to people's attention, didn't you, in '93? I mean, people knew of you, but that particular game down here in '93, May '93, against Lancashire, was when people sat up and started to recognise what Andy Caddick was all about.
Yeah, it was a fortunate game actually because it was a very wet wicket, and there was a very good groundsman back then called Phil Frost who took over the reins in 91-92, should I say 92-93, and he produced hard green wickets. And it was testament to what he was preparing, the fact that he could water the wicket the morning of a match, and the wicket would stay green for the rest of the year, for the rest of the game. So these wickets were green and hard. They didn't do sideways lateral movement. They just kissed, and you could always see how good the wicket was because 2 things would happen. One is you would never get bowling marks, follow-through marks at the crease. It'd be rock hard. You'd never be repairing the creases for bowlers. And secondly, the wicket would continue to be green on the 3rd, 4th day. It tended to be a bit juicy on the first day. It got quicker on the second day, and then it started to flatten out for batting. So if you made inroads on the first day on green seaming wickets, what should I say? It didn't seem a lot. Swinging wickets, because we had a gentleman called Graham Rose back then, who was a phenomenal swing bowler of the ball. And we had a very good partnership in the fact that I swung the ball. We were very good at preparing the ball and getting it to swing. And the wickets were green. So there was good, conducive carry here. The slips loved fielding in this wicket because they were just good height catches. There was never to your feet too low. It was always good carry. Yeah. But those wickets back then were green hard seamers, and they stayed hard. And it was good because it was a good atmosphere for cricket because you had batters who would have to play well, and you had bowlers who had to bowl well. I always value a wicket, or should I say rate a wicket in this day and age, and even back then, as a wicket. A good wicket's a wicket where a batter, once you've released the ball, is committed to a shot. And those were the wickets we had back in the early 90s. We had wickets where when you bowled the ball, the batter couldn't change his mind halfway through a shot, whether he was going to come forward or back. Right. He was committed to a shot. Yeah. And that's what I rated as good quality wickets around the country. And Taunton was one, Surrey was another, Lancashire was another. Trent Bridge was a bit like that as well, but the 3 main wickets that were good, pacey wickets were Taunton, Lancashire and Surrey.
Right. So, in 1993, when Lancashire came down here to play, talk us through that game.
It was a low-scoring game.
It was.
We had Mush was our overseas in the team.
And he was playing his first game.
He was playing his first game. Lancashire, they were, Test cricketers all the way through. You had some serial Watkins, you had Atherton, you had Fairbrother. You had some serious players in that team. I think Awazim Akram was even in the side.
Yes, so
you had some really good, strong overseas players and good quality cricket. But it was a low-scoring match, and it wasn't. I did a little bit in the first innings, but it seemed a lot, and unfortunately to me, when it seems for me, that tends to play and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But we were fortunate that we were dead and buried. But there's a last heroic swing of the bat from Andre von Troost, which got us from I think about a 50 to 60 run lead to about a 100 run lead. I think it was a 95 run lead. So that sort of turned the tables, and the spell of bowling And the second innings from me was, the rest is history. But I'm still annoyed with Mush because he got that one wicket. And, it was just, everything just clicked. From ball one, everything just clicked.
I sat and watched the whole of that game, sat down in the old Stragglers bar. I remember sitting in the seats there watching out, thinking they were chasing whatever, less than 100.
Yeah, I think it was about 95.
Yeah,
or
something like that,
something
88,
like that.
95. Yeah, but to see you guys roll them over, and in fact they looked like they were going to get them, didn't they? Because Watkinson had
There was a little bit of resurgence towards the end, but then we managed to put a little bit of pressure on them and knock them over. But no, it was a great game, and for me, it was just the stepping stone I needed to go to the next level.
I was going to say, because that's when you got recognition and got called up for the Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a baptism of fire against the Aussies, and
Yes,
you're sitting there thinking, well, of all the teams you come up against, but and the worst case scenario I could ever have was my first Test at Old Trafford. It was like this. It was rain 2 weeks prior to the Test. I remember they used to have the old, I think it was the old tarpaulin blow-up cover, and that had been on the wicket for about 3, 4, 5 days. And the unfortunate thing with that cover was the condensation would be inside and it would drop into the wicket, so it was never kept dry compared to the wickets the covers they use today. And I can also remember that our training was done in an indoor school where they play indoor cricket, which was the competition back then. It was a big competition, big in Australia, big in New Zealand, and it was also back then big in the UK. And we were training indoor, not an indoor wicket, not in the indoor centres we have now, but an indoor cricket wicket for indoor cricket. So, not the greatest preparation, wet wicket, and I didn't do too well for that whole series, but it sort of showed how difficult and how big a step it was up from first class to Test cricket.
But you continued to play, obviously, England cricket and Somerset cricket, and you had an amazing season in '98, didn't you, when you got 100 wickets? You're the last Somerset player to take 100 wickets in a season, 100 first class. I mean, that's a major achievement, Caddy.
Yeah, it was difficult back then because when you're playing Test cricket and domestic cricket, first class cricket, you were torn between Test match off to a first class game, Test match, first class game, Test match, and that was before the contracts came available. And you were actually employed by your county, and you were on loan, as they say, to the TCCB, as it was back then. And the TCCB remunerated Somerset for you being away. So the 90s, it was basically up to we had contracts. It was basically you were controlled by your county.
Yeah.
So if I had a Test match at Old Trafford, for argument's sake, and then unfortunately I had a domestic game away, I could go 6-8 weeks and not be home. The only time I'd go home was maybe on a Monday night to wash my whites, to throw them in a bag again, to jump in a car, to travel somewhere on a Wednesday or Tuesday to meet up for a Thursday Test match. Yeah. So for me, if I had a home match, that was a bonus for Somerset. If I didn't, I was on the road. So back then, it was very much the county was in control, and you were released to the TCCB, as I say, England back then. And it wasn't until the contracts came in place when the ECB took over as your employer and you were on loan to your club. So that's where the crossover was.
Which is very different the way it is now.
It's very different the way it is now. Yeah, back then, there's one thing I'll always say, and I'll say this to any England cricketer. Well done, crack on, brilliant what you're doing. As long as they have respect for my generation, which was the Duncan Fletcher, the Nasser Hussain, the Atherton, when we went through the contracts, because I remember we were on strike. We were going on strike. There was a Test match against Pakistan, and we were on strike in our hotel in Old Trafford and Manchester, and we weren't playing that Test until we'd pushed, because back then a gentleman called Richard Bevan was the PCA rep, and he was modernising the game as far as the contracts are concerned between the ECB and the players. So we were on strike a number of times, trying to get these contracts through. So as long as the players of today have the respect for what they've got now from the players who went through that period, that crossover period from when we became the TCCB to the ECB, crack on. I don't have any problem. But I think the generation now don't understand what we went through to where they are today. I think they need to just to look back and see how cricket has developed in the UK.
But nobody's taken 100 wickets since, Caddy. Tell us about
No.
that 98 season. Come on, you've got
It was
to remember
it was
that.
a strange season because I can remember we were playing Worcester. The penultimate game when the Test team was announced was here at Worcester. And Graham Hick had been scoring a lot of runs for Worcester. I've been taking wickets. I had about 88 wickets in that summer already. And the Test was announced. And it was announced we were playing here the Sunday. And we were playing here against Worcester. And the Test match team was announced. And my name was not on that list. I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming because I thought to myself, you're taking 80-odd wickets in a summer. What more do you have to do? But that's life. Even when I retired, I remember David Lloyd on his little speech about thanking me and how he admired me as a player, and even he said at the time we should have picked him more. But that's hindsight. That's great. I had a great career as far as England's concerned. 10 years and 62 tests. I can't begrudge that. I'd love to have played more, but that's just the way it runs out. But
234 wickets.
Yeah, but that's nothing these days, though, is it? The players of today are looked after a lot better. They're treated a lot better, and so they should be. Being a fast bowler is hard work. It's a hard game, and if you can get 10 years out of your body, you're doing very well.
That 100 wickets then, Caddy. You weren't picked, so how did you come to get 100 wickets then?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I cannot remember who it was against and who it was. I know I had 105 for the summer, and what really annoyed me was that Courtney Walsh beat me by 1 at 106. I cannot remember that 100th wicket. You probably know the 100th wicket.
I can't remember either. I couldn't look it up, but
No.
It was just the fact that you took 100 wickets, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is, but you go back yesteryear to the 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
They'd take 300 wickets in a summer. Because they were playing so much cricket. I think there was something like 30-odd matches in the summer. It's just non-stop. So, but in the modern game, 17 games and 100 wickets. Yeah. But the annoying thing was that Courtney beat me by 1.
Which was your favourite end down here when you were bowling?
I always like running in from the
river end.
Because it's a bit like Lords, it's a bit like Headingley. I like to run up a slight hill. Because you can attack the crease more. Occasionally I'd bowl from this end, but that would only be if the wind was the right way around. But predominantly the wind was from the southwest here, which is coming from the Clocks Tower. Should I say the church tower here? Yeah. So I'd always bowl up the hill with the winds with the shape.
What was your favourite delivery? What do you think was your most productive delivery?
Oh, I said everyone. My career changed when a certain ex-Devon lad, a gentleman called Mark Lathwell, taught me how to bowl an off-cutter.
Right.
So my whole career changed from learning that skill. And that allowed me to start being more productive and thinking of how to work players out. To me, that period, probably the late 90s through to 2003, 4, 5, was the most productive period because I'd learnt the skill set. And I've always said you never stop learning, even to the day I stopped bowling. You never stop learning. You never stop learning about your body. You never stop learning about your action. You never stop learning about your skills. You never stop learning about the next generation of cricketers coming through, because the generation will always change, as you see now with 2020 cricket. The shot selection is completely different to what we were playing. But for me, there's nothing better than seeing a wicket being cartwheeled out the ground, is there? Nothing. And in fact, I've got a picture, a great picture. If you remember, we used to play the Sunday League matches here with the restricted run-ups, and we were playing Hampshire here, and in the side there was, like I said, David Gower, there's Robin Smith, I think it was Paul. No, I can't remember who the other one was.
Paul Terry.
Paul Terry, that's the one. and again they had Macca bowling here as well, Malcolm Marshall. It was a Sunday League match, restricted run-ups. I took 4 for, I think it was 4 for 16. I've got this picture, and it's on my wall at home. It's a cracking picture, and it's of Robin Smith's off stump, out the ground cartwheeling with the ball in the bail, and then playing the shot. And I got him to sign it, and he said, "Too good for me, China. Pity about the no ball." So, but that's probably one of the any bowler will want to see the off stump or a set of stumps being splayed out of the ground, because that's you beating the player hands up and also getting the maximum dramatic dismissal you can have, which is your bails and your wickets being torn out of the ground.
Fantastic. You won several awards with the county, didn't you? I mean, you're here for a long time, but probably I think you're involved with 3 award-winning side, 3 cup-winning side. 2001 must be sort of somewhere in the memory when we sort of broke the duck from 83 when we went to Lords and we played against Leicestershire in the final. I mean, we'd been there before in '99, hadn't we, and didn't get over the line.
We had, but the difference we had Jamie Cox.
Yeah.
And this club, and I don't care what anybody says, this club and a lot of clubs in the country, they respond to good overseas players. I don't know whether it's the mentality, which is just a get on with it mentality, no excuse mentality. I tend to have that mentality myself. It's just like, get on with it, stop whinging about it, get on with the job. And I think that's what overseas captains have brought. So we had Jamie, we had Biff, Graham Smith, we had Ponting, we've had Justin Langer. Now, the club has always responded to these sorts of players. In their own right, these players are phenomenal players. Jamie Cox was probably an underrated player at his time. But what he did was he brought the team together and started that process of starting to win, of that mentality. We also had a very good coach at that time, with Dermot Reeve. Now, Dermot was out there as far as what he was trying to teach the players and the mentality of the players, but it was brilliant stuff. And you could ask any player of the time who their best coach was, and they would say Dermot Reeve, without a doubt, because he just thought outside the box. Who would have thought that in a game that he would think when the ball bounced on him, he'd throw his bat to the ground and punch it away with his hands because you could not be out. There's no way of, the law states your hands must be on the bat for the glove to be to be deemed as out. So these are the things that were going through his head. So it was quite strange putting onto players, but as far as the time was concerned, then 2001 through to 2005, you would say that it was the overseas captains that had the most influence on this team.
And he took us. 99 was his first season. That was your first benefit. 99?
It was, yeah.
It was, yes. Remember that. And obviously,
you've got one of my ties, I'm sure.
I have, yes, indeed. You know how it is. Here's one today, Kelly. Yeah. You know that one. But yeah, he took us there in '99, and we didn't quite make it. But 2001, we did, didn't we?
We did. We did make it, and it was that was a strange game because there was one period in that game with Bosworth who everybody felt for him, even the batters felt for him. I think Peter Bowler was batting at the time. And he just lost it. As a bowler, it's probably the worst scenario you can ever have, especially in a high spotlighted game. So everybody felt sorry for him. In fact, I think that finished his career basically, which was really unfortunate because he was a good bowler. He was a good day in, day out county bowler. But no, that was the unfortunate downside of the game. But the highlight was us coming away with the trophy.
Fantastic. Then the T20 came on board, didn't it? I mean, you were here when that came on the blocks. I mean, what was the reaction? What was your thought about T20 cricket when it first arrived?
Like everybody, I thought at the time. They thought, what the heck's this? What game is this? Why are we playing this game? But I think as time went on, people started realising it was good, entertaining stuff. And for a bowler, 4 overs. What more can you say? 4 overs in a day, you take that all day long. And now the format it is now worldwide, it's just a phenomenon. The best thing I think for the game is it's the kids. It's bringing the kids. It's bringing high ranking, highlighting the cricket to the youngsters. But I think there was a survey done years ago that it was like the attention span for a human is around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've managed to pack that sort of time in. So for 45 minutes to an hour, people are hooked in the game. It's fast impact, high impact. But as far as players are concerned, yeah, it was a strange one to start with, but then we had one of the biggest records down here, didn't we, with Justin Langer and Cameron White. 250 on the board. And
against Gloucestershire.
And it just goes to show that it's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. But again, it was an overseas captain who led us to the success at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was Graham Smith. It was a phenomenal game. It was a phenomenal day. We did well to get through in the semi-final, and then the final was just let loose, and that's what happened.
Lancashire, what a side they had.
Yeah, they had a very good side.
Yeah.
The fact that they had a very good side, and I remember my first over. The fact that Richard Johnson had dropped Mel Loy after hooking me on the boundary.
Yes.
I think it was second ball. And then, fortunately for me, fourth ball, he did the same thing. And this time, Richard caught it. He hung on to it. And then I got a few overs later, I managed to get Andrew Flintoff out. So, but the finals day, you just don't know on finals day. We've seen some phenomenal finals days. You just don't know. It's just, Somerset last year had a phenomenal semi-final, and unfortunately didn't make it into the final, through in the final. But yeah, finals day, it's a toss of the coin. Simple as that these days.
Yeah. And then Charles Willoughby turned up here, didn't he, and joined us, and you and he bowled us really to success in 2007, back to the First Division.
Charles, I will put my hand on heart and say he's probably one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and probably the best partner I've played with as far as opening bowler is concerned, behind Darren Gough and Test level. So he had all the attributes. And the two of us, we were a little bit ruthless at times, and worked really well as a partnership. And that's what you need in cricket. You need a bowler and your bowlers working with each other. Whether you're a spinner, whether you're a seamer, whether you're a medium pacer, it doesn't matter what discipline you are. As far as bowling is concerned, you need to work in partnerships. Duncan Fletcher was always he was always right in saying, and he was always saying, should I say, if you bowl three maiden overs in a row, 9 times out of 10 you'll get a wicket, and that still stands today. If you watch, it's very difficult to bowl three maidens in a row, but 9 times out of 10, if you manage to do it as a side, you will obtain a wicket because that pressure just builds up. And Charles was phenomenal at the other end with me, and I really enjoyed my time with Charles. And luckily, 2007, we managed a good partnership and got back under the First Division.
Indeed, and I mean, you took a lot of wickets between you. And that was more or less the end of your career, wasn't it? You sort of, by then, once you'd had that season, things were becoming a bit more difficult, keeping your body together.
Well, for me, I had an issue with my upper thoracic back, and 2007 I was on painkillers and jabs to keep me going, and I decided that I was still capable of bowling, even though I was in pain. I decided I wanted to carry on. I had a upper thoracic operation, so there's steel work on my back now to get me through to carry on. What was I, 30? I was 37, 38. Yeah. So I was thinking, well, my days aren't over yet. I can still do a job. Unfortunately, that operation just slightly changed the dynamics of and the technical side of the action. And whereas before, 10 out of 10 I'd be hitting the seam, after that operation, I started noticing that the ball wasn't hitting the seam as much. Was scuffing the sides and that becomes a frustration when you have how can you say, high expectations and high level of excellence which you want to continue doing, and that slightly changed, and then that wasn't quite coming back. The biggest benefit that I had that summer, which at the beginning of the summer 2008, is we went to Abu Dhabi, pre-season Abu Dhabi, which I think without that I probably would have called it a day. And that, with the warm climate and bowling every day and loosening and getting the body working again, was brilliant to get me another couple of years. But it came to the point when beginning of 2009, it just started to hurt, and I just thought to myself, this body's had enough. And after 20 odd years of bowling down here, it did call it. It did have to call a day on it.
Over 1,000 first-class wickets, though, Caddy.
1,182.
Exactly.
I think.
See, I knew you'd know. I knew you'd know exactly how.
Yeah, those. I don't know. It's. Yeah, I remember I was talking to Crofty, Robert Croft, and he's got over 1,000 wickets. So it's testament to him how good a bowler he was. And I don't think we're going to see that again. No. I don't think we'll see that. I think the players of the day, especially the first class players, they tend to be a little bit more mollycoddled. They tend to work on strength and conditioning a bit too much. Spending too much time in a gym. I didn't spend hardly any time in a gym. I did a lot of swimming as a player. A lot of not a bit of core stability just to keep the strength up in the core. But for me, it was mainly swimming and bowling. You learn your trade out there. There's no exercise in a gym that'll teach you that out there. In fact, I've always been an advocate of saying, look, heavy weights tightens you up. You look at someone like Sid Lawrence, for argument's sake. We go back to someone like Sid Lawrence. We look at Jack Callis. He went from being slim and quick to big and bulky, and he lost all his pace. I do think being big and bulky is not the way to go. It's being slim and trim. And the biggest advocate of that is someone like Jimmy Anderson.
Absolutely.
Just slim and trim and bowl.
Yeah. Just sort of look back over your career. Who would be some of the best batsmen you've had a chance to bowl at?
Domestic level, I would say that one of my nemesis was a gentleman called Mark Rambercash. He was phenomenal for his for his career, throughout his career, especially at domestic level. He knew where his off stump was. And not many players at that era knew where their off stump was, and I could manipulate them around the crease. And that was my job as a bowler, fast bowler, to get them moving around the crease into positions they didn't want to be in. Mark wouldn't. He would just stand still. Very simple, technical batter. Mark was a good player to play against. As far as Test level is concerned, you're playing against someone like Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar. I didn't play a lot against Sachin because we didn't play a lot against the Indian teams. But Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist. Nobody wanted to bowl at Adam Gilchrist. Because 9 times out of 10, they either had 400 on the board, and he was coming in with a new ball. When you're just saying the new ball, just smashing it all apart. So back then, nobody wanted to bowl at Adam. But you had the War Brothers, you had the Aussies, you had Pakistan. You had some phenomenal players against Pakistan. New Zealand cricket teams. You had Stephen Fleming's, Macmillan's. You had some phenomenal teams at the time. And then you had the West Indies. You could say more about Brian Lara. I think technically Brian Lara was the hardest bowler I've ever bowled at, because he knew how to play late. And I think the beauty of playing and being a phenomenal first team cricketer or Test match cricketer or international cricketer is being able to see the ball and play late. And there was a player, as I said, we mentioned him before, Mark Lathwell. One of the most phenomenally talented players I've ever played with. He was very good because, and I mean very, very good, because he saw the ball late. He played it late. I can still remember watching him now. Just that back foot punch through the offside, through the covers. It's just a simple shutter back, bang, gone. And there were some bowlers around the country when he was playing that didn't like playing against Mark Lathwell. So, but as far as myself, Lara, Tendulkar, Ponting, Jack Callis, you've had some phenomenal players in my era, but there's just good players out there now.
You played against the best, Caddy?
I've played against, I think, I remember having this chat with Dean Headley a number of years ago, and we were thinking about the times we were playing. Would you want to play now or play in the last 10 years or play in the era that we played in? And we came to the same conclusion that we think we played in the best era, because it was a true test. Test cricket now, the resurgence, what Brendan McCullum's done and Ben Stokes has been brilliant for English cricket. But again, I'd hate to say it, but you've got 2 Kiwis together, 2 Kiwi-born players.
Absolutely.
You can take that as you wish. But it's just that go out there and perform. No hold back. Just get on and do it. And this is the mentality they're playing now. But I think Test cricket is under a lot of pressure now. I think the domestic game is under a lot of pressure because, unfortunately, we're in an era now where money is raised by the shorter game, whether it's the 2020 or the 100. And unfortunately, that's to the detriment of first-class cricket and Test cricket. And I'm just hoping the powers to be up with the ECB actually see that the Test cricket is the real test of being an international cricketer. One-day cricket, yes, is the financial instrument that keeps Test cricket going and keeps the county surviving based on all the TV income. But at the end of the day, Test cricket is fundamentally the basis of all cricket. It is a test. It's not an entertaining. There can be a lot of entertainment in 2020 cricket, but there can just be as much entertainment in Test cricket. Who would have thought that Test match against New Zealand would come down to England would come down to them winning with one ball left and one wicket?
Incredible.
You know? And this is the thing. This is where the one-day cricket in 2020 and around the world is affecting Test cricket. It's making it a great spectacle, and long may it continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you do it all again, Caddy?
If my body, if I was 25 or 23, 22, I'd love to do it all again. It's you know, the day I retired, 2009, and the day I finished with England in 2003. I still remember that last test at Sydney. Phenomenal game, phenomenal atmosphere, because I think we had about 15,000 Barmy Army watching. And we went down, I remember now, just when we won that test match, going down and applauding the Barmy Army for the support over the tour. It was a hard tour, that tour, in 2003. But yeah, if I could do it all again, I would, because you miss the camaraderie with the players. You miss that banter. You miss being away with the players, enjoying yourself, but then playing hard. So playing hard both on the field and off the field, enjoying yourself. Because there's a very, very fine balance, because the amount of cricket they play now, they've got to be able to enjoy it. But could I go back? I'd love to go back. I'd love to be 22, 23 again. I'd love to be playing this IPL all around the world. But my heart would still be wanting to play Test cricket. That would be my fundamental, wanting to play Test cricket was the most important part of it.
You look back all those years ago to when you were signed for Somerset, and you came down here to an alien place, an alien county, and yet here you are in 2023, still living here. What is it about this place that appeals to you, that's made you want to be here, that kept you here through your career and has kept you living here now? What is it about Somerset?
When I first came here in 89, 90, yeah. It was the atmosphere. It was a family atmosphere. We had a great chief exec in Peter Anderson. We had great people. We had great staff. It was just a family club. I lived in London for 3 years. It's far enough away from London, from the buzzing pace of life up there. I remember coming my first year in London. I was shocked at how much things cost coming from New Zealand when it was 3-1, the exchange rate, the currency exchange rate. But no, coming down here, it was the quality of life. It's a nice part of the world. It's a warmer climate. You've got some beautiful coastlines down here. Being a Kiwi, been brought up around boats and coastline and water. And of course, family. My family are here. The kids are here. The wife's here. They've all grown up here. They've all schooled here. It's a great county to live in.
And what about the punters around the ground? I mean, what was it like to come and play in front of them, and the reception you still get when you walk around here?
I would say that Somerset are without doubt the best supported club in the country. My wife, back in the early 90s, was the membership secretary here. That's how I met her. So I didn't go far from the ground, as I say. So I've got a lot of ties here. We had 6,500 members then. We've got over 7,000 members now, and that's 30 years later. So that's testament to the club, testament to the supporters here, that they love their cricket, they love this county.
welcome back here. A rush start here at Taunton. We're back in action. Balderson to Somerset captain Tom Abel. Somerset resuming their innings on 121 for 4. Another partnership brewing here. Abel and Rue looking very assured before the lunch interval. I'm joined by Harry Everett to take you through the start of the middle session here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed our Caddick piece at lunch, getting us right through to the start of action here this afternoon. Good chat with Richard Walsh. A lot of these videos you can surf through the Somerset YouTube channel, go back and watch some crackers on there. Some from lockdown, some more recently. Behind the Wyvern, all the different videos and clips on there, some cracking interviews. Sure you appear in a few of them, don't you, Treeks?
Oh, I hope not, Harry. I think our listeners hear enough of me on here.
Fair point.
That's more than enough, as Somerset still in a precarious position here in the game as Tom Abel clips through square leg confidently, and that should reach the boundary for 4 and does so.
Did Stephen Croft try and start with his boot on the boundary? I think he did. It's a little corner piece. It's not quite round as the boundary today. It's a tiny little corner where there's a staple keeping the rope down, and he nearly managed to side-foot it, keep it in play. It just went into touch, I suppose.
Yeah,
Stephen
I think
Croft
he
is
was
upfielder.
probably on the edge of shall I dive, shan't I dive. I think
Yeah.
maybe the sandy outfielders put him off the full-length dive that was probably required there. Lovely start to the session from Tom Abel. Moves on to 32. Back in behind the ball, looking ever the man in form, obviously following up his 151 in the first innings. Somerset have got a lot of batting to do, no doubt, today. Led by the Somerset captain.
Flash of orange in his boots. I don't think Tom. Usually these orange wheels. Bit of Eddie Byram about them. Remember, you like the vibrant colour.
I'm a bit out of touch with the latest and greatest boots. I'm not sure what they are, but yeah, very snazzy.
Good bit of fielding that from Tom Bailey. Just overran it. Just came too straight, really. Did well to actually get back and down with his other hand. Sort of wrong-footed him. He's having a bowling warm-up. No, he's not going to bowl from the other end. Tom Hartley put a left-arm spin.
Thanks to the close, a partial over after the break for rain. Bringing forward lunch a little bit here, starting, I suppose we lost maybe 10-15 minutes of that morning session. 70 overs at minimum remaining today as Tom Hartley comes into the attack. Little bit of rough outside the left-hander Rue's off stump, nothing of huge concern.
Yeah, so Hartley's going to try and get, well, James Rue propping forward, big lunge, going to nullify the spin. I chat with Jack Leach before play as we were looking at the wicket this morning, and he was saying, yeah, there's just that tiny bit of rough. He'd want to bowl from that end. Tiny bit of rough outside Rue's, just outside his eye line, really. That's a little bit full on middle and leg. Going to whip that through the mid-wicket area, but good fielding from Dane Villas. Dane Villas has been in the action quite a lot in the field so far today.
Yeah, he's certainly an all-action man. Puts himself in those key positions. Very fine fielder.
It's a length from Hartley.
Good athlete. Yeah, there's a little bit of a rough pizza-shaped, 12-inch pizza-shaped little bit of scruff to operate with for the left-arm spinner. But like I said, nothing of huge concern for Rue. It's just a matter of concentration, digging in, bit of technique. It's all about time at the moment here for the Somerset pair.
Picking up line length well here, Rue. Propping forward, propping back. No sweeps, no use of the feet. First over after lunch. You don't actually see Rue use his feet much. He tends to prefer, he quite likes a reverse sweep. But he's happy to just play from the crease. Not the tallest of men, but he does get a big lunge in, big stride in to get there. Safely negotiates a maiden over from Tom Hartley, the second maiden over of his 4. So 2 overs going for 5 runs, 2 for none. So 4 overs for 5. Decent from Tom Hartley on day 4. Picked ahead of Matt Parkinson, should be reminded, the right arm leg spinner.
Yeah, interesting that. You know, what I would probably describe as a more defensive bowler as opposed to a wicket-taking bowler. I wonder if they had that option now, what they would go for, a wicket-taking leg spinner, or how I'd describe a slightly more defensive bowler in the left-arm spin of Hartley.
Yeah, a bit more darty, flattening than Tom Hartley. It's an interesting one, but Tom Hartley's a better bat. I think that's a big point in it. He can bat number 8. You'd say he's not quite a bowling all-rounder, Tom Hartley, but did score 100 in, I think it was in pre-season. Does whack it. Hits a long ball straight.
It's always nice when you can elongate the batting lineup with competent all-rounders.
Just getting the balance, isn't it? Do you strengthen the batting lineup, but then weaken the bowling? What's the best way to go? I think they're pretty similar. One being a leg spinner, taking it away from the right hand, and the left arm spinner also taking it away, but it's quite different when it's leg spin and finger spin. Very different angles and trajectories and bounce. Hartley's quite tall, Parkinson's quite short, so.
Well, I think that defensive, or maybe defensive selection is, you know, partly happened because of Lancashire's position in the table. A couple of draws, haven't really got off to that flyer. They've gone to steady the ship a little bit more. It's always nice. It's always viewed, I think, a lot as a luxury almost to have a leg break bowler in the team. They do often leak runs.
I guess it's similar to Dawson and Mason Crane at Hampshire. You got a left arm spinner in Dawson and Hartley, and a right arm leggy in Crane and Parkinson. And Dawson would play a lot more than Mason Crane for Hampshire. And similarly now, I guess they're going down the Hartley route over Parkinson.
It's Balderson now. Tom Abel got to be a little bit watchful around that front pad area there. As I said in the first session, I think Abe's has that aggressive off-stump stance, but keeps his head very still, very central, and is able to play those straight balls with a lot of ease, as opposed to other players that take that tactic and just lean over to the offside, which can present an opportunity for the bowler, but very solid. And in behind that, the Somerset captain. Abel's batting a good, what looks to be 6-8 inches outside of his crease, looking to negate any swing that's out there from Balderson. I don't really see swing as a massive threat. It's more a little bit of nip back off the seam that seems to be the threat. But always a good indication that the batter's in a confident mode when they bat outside their crease. It's almost a message to the bowlers just to say, you're not quick enough to worry me today.
Is it not an insult? When they did it to you when you were bowling, would that wind you up? Would it make you want to bowl a bit quicker?
Well, I always used to say, well, I'm more than happy for you to make me a yard quicker.
Yeah.
You know, that was always my reply. It never used to bother me. It's just, you know, I would just factor that into my length and make sure I was 8 inches shorter than I normally would be. And yeah, it's, I think every tactic that you do has a pro and a con to it. I think in cricket, you bat out your crease. You obviously make, you know, the ball gets you a little bit quicker. You bat deep in the crease, you can get trapped on the, you know, you can negate certain things, and you know there's always a danger to everything you do. As that ball spun sharply back to Rue out of that 12-inch pepperoni out there on the off stump.
Yeah, thin crust, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, it's very.
Might get thick crust later on.
It is a thin crust.
So still the short leg and the slip. Fairly attacking field, but that deep square leg, I don't think that needs to be back. There's an easy single there for Rue. He's not gone to sweep yet. I think from a Lancashire point of view, they could be more attacking, could bring Croft up at square. Hartley's not dragging it down for a pull shot for 4. He's not going to be swept yet, soon after lunch when Rue's not been there that long. It'd be different if they were 100 plus like they were in the first innings, but I feel like we don't need the deep square boundary rider.
Almost, you'd almost feel in this situation that you'd encourage a sweep. It might bring a wicket.
Yeah.
I mean, I think both sides would be very aware that this partnership's very crucial in the context of the afternoon's play. If they can get a wicket here, maybe gamble the occasional boundary to try and break this partnership early.
Yeah, we haven't seen a boundary yet. Have we seen a boundary yet? Yeah, we did that Croft one, that boundary after lunch. Where Croft was chasing it, but other than that, we haven't seen a boundary off Hartley yet. Haven't seen a run before that one to square, which I don't think should have been allowed. Hartley could have had 3 maidens on the spin here if the square leg happened to be up.
Another tidy over from Hartley. Early on in the session here, middle session, day 4 against Lancashire in the County Championship. Our in-ground microphones, there's not microphones, are there? Headsets, sponsored by Virtue Motors. Be interesting to see. We have a consistent wave from the top half of the James Hildreth stand. Thank you very much again. Nice to see a number of people. Someone in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion enjoying the commentary and hopefully enjoying the cricket as well. Somerset in a precarious position, but Ruin able. The saviours of the first innings doing some grand work. Somerset 126 for 4. Balderson into James Rue.
Yeah, I was saying before lunch, Balderson not bowled from this end before this spell. Just before lunch, he was bowling Thursday, Friday, Saturday when he had a chance to bowl. Always bowling from the river end, so he's moaning about the sand under his run up then, but slightly better to come from the Jimmy Anderson and Saqib Mahmood end. A bit more comfortable this end, perhaps. Round the wicket to Rue.
Nicely played by Rue, looking to present the full face of the bat back to the bowler. Looking very comfortable at the moment. It's probably that perfect storm of ball, slightly old, 40 overs, not doing a great deal, flat deck, not too many clouds in the sky. Real good opportunity for these two to further push their case and runs tallies through the roof today.
Two slips and a galley, a point cover, mid-off, mid-on, square legs just in front, more of a mid-wicket almost, and a deep fine leg. But the deep fine leg's not miles away, it's quite a short boundary over to the newly named James Hildreth stand. Very defensive James Rue, he knows his job, solid in behind it. I was really looking forward to seeing James Rue go into second gear. What had been Friday morning, we didn't quite get to see it. Got to 117 before he was caught behind off Jimmy Anderson. Who else? I'd love to see him go to 130, 140. I really think he would have unfurled some of his trademark aggressive shots, some of his sweeps off Hartley and some destructive shots he's been known to play for Taunton Andrews and the Somerset age groups, and even in the England under-19s, where George Bell's been his teammate and the keeper behind him. Bit of swing after that's gone past through. Down the leg side. Well, up past the off stump and then down to the leg side with a late swing after the ball's gone past the bat. Bill D, probably a Lancs fan, reckons fair play Abel and Rue. They've killed the match from a Lancs perspective, not to mention our season. That's very drastic.
Well, I'm not sure. Not sure the game is safe at all.
Lead by 13.
A couple of wickets here and only a dozen or so in front Somerset. This game is very, very much still on, but that gentleman is exactly right. Rue and Abel have been a big thorn in the Lancashire side so far this week. They've played magnificently well, both scoring heavily in the first innings and both of them now with a good start at least.
They're still going to persevere with this deep cover point to Tom Abel, which is a deep square leg to James Rue. Steve Croft is going to stay out there. Well, he's going to not fully out. He's going to be 20 yards off the boundary, trying to stop 2, I guess. Tom Abel can just punch it. Oh, he's going to run down the wicket. First ball, interesting. Would have been 4, 2 yards either side, but mid wicket can stop that. Very graceful when he charges down the dance floor, nimble on his toes. Very, very negative, miserable. I thought Lancashire had been very good this season. Drawing 3 matches in April with all the rain around isn't a bad thing, I don't think. I know you didn't get as many points for draws this year, but you can't do a lot about rain, and rarely had 4 games. 4-day full matches. So yeah, I think Lancs fans should be a lot more positive than this particular one in the comments. Mountain Goat says, "Are Somerset in a relegation-threatened season?" Again, early days yet, but securing a draw here will be a bit of a confidence booster against a solid, well, very strong Lancashire bowling attack, particularly.
Yeah, it certainly is a challenge. 4-day cricket is very much a marathon, not a sprint. And talking of marathons, the London Marathon today has been won by Kelvin Kiptum in 2 hours, 1 minute and 27 seconds.
That's not far off the old pacer record. It was that 1:59 when they paced him.
Now that is some kind of achievement. I think break it, anywhere around the 2 hours. A lot of these places, they do these challenges of how long you can sustain that pace for, and like even competent runners can only do it for like 2, 3, 4 minutes at most. Imagine doing that for 27 miles. Quite an incredible achievement by the Kenyan. Perfect weather conditions, I suppose. That's the only thing going for it, but what an effort. 2 hours and 1 minute. You wouldn't get round that far in London in a car.
No,
that's for sure.
That's a very good point. 26 miles in 2 hours.
Not with all the blockades, and you probably have to pay about £1,000 in charges going in and out of central London. Anyway, Balderson into the attack, bowling on a different kind of road here at Taunton. Rue punches to Stephen Croft at point. Somerset 126 for 4. Still very, very evenly poised in terms of a result here for Lancashire. Somerset have dug themselves into a little bit of a hole, but yet again Somerset captain and young wicketkeeper James Rue doing a brilliant job of attempting to rescue this situation for their team.
Just news from Taunton Vale, not far away. The second team have beaten the University of Exeter. The students lost by, well, a 97-run win for Somerset, but a star-studded Somerset lineup really. Bantam with 68 off 39 balls. Only 7 sixes. If you bowle him a bad ball, he's going to whack it over the top, especially against university students.
I was expecting you to say Somerset have won by 4 Jaeger bombs against the university students. But
they might do in the boat race. It's just starting now. That's a nice shot for 4 from James Rue. Lovely placement in the gap in between the second slip and the gully. Tom Hartley's just about a gully, almost a 5th slip, but definitely deliberately played with soft hands off the back foot, just guarding it down there. Yeah, George Thomas given the chance to open. Nearly a runnable 33, couple of 6s, couple of 4s, and George Bartlett and Goldsworthy's both getting 20s, and Ben Green having got 103 for earlier in the week. He'll be happy as captain. Didn't get many runs this game, but as captain he'll be delighted to see so many of the players getting good run out on grass, having had so much of their pre-season campaign ruined by the weather.
Is it early in the season to be playing T20 as the second 11?
A little bit, you would say, actually. Yeah, that's a fair point. It might have been a more carnage scorecard if, if they're going to bowl in the University of Exeter, they're out for 85 in T20, it might be even more so.
Yeah, I think it might have been a good opportunity this time of the year as there's a run of championship games to get some runs into the perceived second string batters.
Yeah, Ned Leonard, absolutely superb. 4 overs, 4 wickets for 18 runs. A maid in the T20 is pretty rare. Especially with wickets on top as well. Yeah, Dylan Church got 19 off 13 balls. He was a Somerset 2's opener for a couple of games last year. Jimmy Baird, of course, known to these parts. He capped for the 2's. He's been keeping the youth university side. So if any of you are making your way over to the county ground from Vale, still can get tickets on the gate for Lancashire against Somerset here. That's a nice shot down the goal. Could it have been a single for James Rue? No, turned down the single. Tom Abel was keen at the non-strikers end. Jimmy Hansen does well to dive. I feel like there probably could have been a run because Jimmy Hansen was diving to his left. He was never going to get up and pick it up, throw it. I have a good feel that Jimmy Hansen is or was very good, and even into his 40s, he's still pretty useful. But saved 4 for his side there.
Yeah, He's a very good fielder, James Anderson, for a fast bowler that's bowled so many overs. Lancashire persevering with the left arm spin. Tom Abel on strike. 2 men round the bat, helmets on. Nowadays the keepers also have to wear a helmet while stood up to the stumps. Luke Wells positioned. First slip. Just a game of patience here for Somerset.
So Tom Hartley now with this silly point, really close catch on the offside and the short leg. So 3 men donning helmets all around Tom Abel, of course the keeper, but this, yeah, the Stephen Croft field placement is interesting. Abel this time at leg side, should get a 4 here. Yes, he does. Tom Abel can't quite get across from backward square. Good placement in front of the square fielder. And that's probably the first bad ball Tom Hartley's bowled after lunch. See that we're talking about needing a deep square leg. No, they haven't got a deep square leg, and he's now bowled at leg side and it's gone for 4. Interesting, really. Tom Bailey's going to come back up to that backward square on the 1. Small leg side, but mid wicket's going to stop that defensive shot for no run. Lancs need Parkinson, says Nathan. Well, yes, but it's not like the IPL. You can't bring an impact player for day 4. Of course, they would love to have Matt Parkinson on their side right now, but did they want him for the other 3 days? Rue wants a single here, but Abel says no. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to... I'm not suggesting it should, but I wonder if they will ever bring that in as a substitute in County Championship or Red Ball cricket. Gosh, that would be a very modern, controversial move. That's a little bit short, a little bit flatter, quicker. Abel straight away, you can almost... Even though his back's to me, I can see Tom Abel's eyes light up through his helmet. As soon as you saw that ball, a bit flat, a bit wider, he was going to dab it down. It's now Jimmy Anderson who's out at deep point. And what deep square leg now is James Rue. Don't think his tail ender podcast mates, Greg James and Matt Machin and Felix White are all here today, but they came down on a sunny Thursday to watch him on day 1. His fan club. God, that's a sharp turn. James Rue's off bails in a bit of danger here, I reckon. That's twice that he's left one. Fair enough, he's left it on line, but they've turned him off that little thin crust pizza plate. Turned sharply, nearly hit the off peg. But James Rue has survived, living on the day. There's only 2 types of leave, a good leave and a bad leave, and if it doesn't get you out, it's good leave. I'm going to continue with George Balderson from the MTP end below us. Well, we're in the MTP, but the Marcus Scott Pavilion. Bolton having a chat with Jimmy Anderson. What better man to have at mid-on to talk you through seam bowling than Jimmy Anderson, a young lad making his way in the game. Jimmy, what should I do now? Well, do this, George.
Providing he keeps the conversation to seam bowling, it would probably be quite a nice thing to have mid-on. Alderson certainly picks the legs up when he runs in. He's a wholehearted cricketer by the looks of things from a bowling point of view, steaming in. Picked up that valuable wicket, 1 for 24 at the moment.
Yeah, also got Abel Abu Dhabi on 151 in the first innings.
Keeper up to the stumps. I think they've spotted that Abe's is quite a long way out of his crease, so young George Bell is right up to the stumps, pegging the Somerset captain back in his crease.
He did bring his 100 up in the first innings, George Balderson, 102 off his 23 overs, but I think that's a bit harsh. Well, the figures maybe look harsher than his way he bowled. I was quite impressed with the way he bowled.
Yeah, it can happen here. You can bowl good balls and they disappear for 4 on wickets like this, but he's really nestled into his work. And I think a lot of the bowlers, I think the run rates across the first innings were considerably higher than they are now. I think sometimes you start a game and you go into the game, you know, quite excited with that intent of bowling someone out and blasting through a team, and then you realise that it's not that kind of wicket and it's more of an attritional style of bowling that's going to get the rewards. That was certainly the way for the Somerset attack. Very expensive in the first day, and Siddle and Gregory in particular read the play beautifully on day 3 here and honed in on that off stump and picked up 3 wickets apiece. Really dragged the game back for Somerset. I think it was a real crucial performance from those two. Just giving Somerset a chance to come away from this week with some draw points in the bank. Balderson hammering away on a length with the keeper up, and a bit of confusion there between the point and cover fielder.
What's that all about?
Yeah, well, I think
Village on a Sunday.
I think number 20, who's number 20?
Josh Bohannon.
Josh Bohannon gets a yellow card for simulation and is stuffed Mahmood out of sight.
Yeah, he's completely stitched him up there. I mean, Mahmood probably could have backed him up with a long barrier a bit better, but Bohannon sort of gone for it, then left it. Then when he's misfielded it, he could have chased it but made Mahmood chase it. I think Bohannon has got pads on, in fact. Yeah, he definitely has. We know he's got the short leg pads on, so that's a slight factor, but...
Yeah, I think he's thrown his teammate under the bus there by going for that one. This Rue just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls off the under edge of the bat out to mid wicket for a single. Keeps the strike. Somerset 138 for 4, 45 overs gone, 62 remaining in the day.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get or need those 62 overs, but if it does get down to the wire, it could be a thriller.
Well, I think there is still a good hour's quality batting required here from Somerset.
Got to get at least 100
A couple of wickets here could be that could open the door to Lancashire, so I don't feel quite as assured as you seem to at the moment. I'd like to see these two just pile a few more runs on before we start talking about pulling stumps up and knocking bails off at 10 to 5.
Yeah, well, that's still 2 hours 50 minutes away. Take away a 20-minute tee into still 2 hours 30, 2.5 hours to bat for Somerset. If
again, knowing a Glen Chapel ran team, they will not.
That could be a wicket. James Rue is a 10 to stop. Jimmy Anderson, that's even more, oh my word. Oh my word to the shot. Oh my word to the drop catch. Jimmy Anderson has dropped an absolute sitter. Straight up in the air from James Rue has got away with a massive life there. He got that life before lunch to drop by Colin Condom in the slips. And Jimmy Anderson, I cannot believe he's dropped that. There's no excuse, there's no rain, there's no weird wind or anything. He's just dropped anything. If someone dropped that in Sunday friendly cricket today, they'd be absolutely slaughtered for it. Well, I don't know what the Lancashire players do.
I only hope that he gets the treatment that he would give the fielder if it was off of his bowling. That's all I'm going to say.
Very good point.
I'm going to claim the 5th Amendment for the next 5 minutes and just enjoy the moment.
I cannot get my head around that. Well, I'm not going to say how many wickets he's got, but how many runs he's got as well. But anyway, we saw how good a fielder he was earlier. James Rue, what a lucky boy, cash in. James Rue was in the middle of the pitch as well. You know when you're so confident you're going to be caught, you sort of stand there. He knew he'd played a terrible shot.
I mean, in the search for objectivity, which we are here in the Somerset. Oh, that could be close. It's turned sharply back towards the stump. In the commentary box, we want to give an objective overview of the game. What an awful shot that was from James Rue.
Yeah.
In the context of this game, I think as many as anyone really do praise him for having a brilliant temperament, but that really was a brain fart.
That's the worst shot of the day and the worst bit of the field of the day in the same ball, and I'm so shocked by it. I'm going to walk out the box, Pitrigo, and leave Stephen Lamb to come in.
I'm sure Stephen Lamb will bring a level head to the commentary box at the moment. It's all gone a little bit frenetic here. James Anderson drops an absolute sitter. James Rue has a brain fart. Somerset have survived, and that could have been a massive turning point for the day's play. The game, potentially even the season, at the early stage of this county championship. Game 3, Somerset really need to fight out a draw here, and young Rue just offered a very straightforward opportunity to the England and Lancashire opening bowler. Fortunately though, he threw it onto the floor as Abel clips off his pads and picks up a single. Welcome, Stephen Lamb. That was all a bit exciting, wasn't it?
I have never seen the like of that. Quite extraordinary.
Well, I suppose the only defence I can offer down to James Anderson is the fact that with a top edge, it would have been spinning, I suppose, and it can sometimes swerve on the way down, but you know, that's almost like the sort of catch that you take just passing the ball round the outfield to each other. Very unusual to see a player of his quality grass a catch like that, but Somerset have survived, and like I said, with all the great things that James Rue has done in his young career, that was a very poor shot selection. As we see the replay of that, just drifting down the leg side quite comfortably, so no danger there. Russell Warren unmoved.
James Rue has been dropped twice. He was dropped in the slips by Colin de Grandhomme on 9, and now that's sitter to Jimmy Anderson.
I mean, that was a lucky moment, taken into account the quality of the catch. De Grandhomme did take off Curly Cadmore as Rue clips off his pads very smartly. And we just hope that that's just a little bit of a levelling of the atmosphere out there between captain and young player. I think it was quite obvious that Tom Abel had the double teapot as captain at the end while having that hack up in the air. James Rue seems to have resumed normal work as he slashes again outside off stump. I think it might be timely that the Somerset captain has a little wander down the wicket and a eye to his fellow batsman. They've batted a lot of time together this game, so I'm sure they have a good rapport together, and really important when you have these lapses in concentration that the guy up the other end gets down there and just gets you back on track.
Yeah, he was just too cramped for room to play the shot. Better. Ball along the ground to Stephen Croft.
I think much like Harry's sort of comment earlier about, you know, not sure we're going to need the 60 overs, you know, that mentality is this is just going to fizzle out to a draw. Playing the amount of cricket that I have, these sort of little half an hour periods are really crucial to really cement that draw, because like I was about to say, Glen Chappell's Lancashire are not going to want to pull the stumps up. They will go to the bitter end until there's absolutely no chance of result here. Somerset will be put under pressure the whole time this afternoon goes on.
If that catch had been held by Jimmy Anderson, they would be effectively 29 for 5, Somerset.
Exactly right, and that is not a position you want to see yourself in. So very, very important that Abes has a good chat with his partner and they try and get their heads back on. Massive, massive half an hour.
Yep, compelling watching at the moment. And the body language from Jimmy Anderson rather said it all after that drop chance. 99 times out of 100.
At least. Hartley to continue to Abel. Clips it smartly off his pads. I think there doesn't seem to be a threat at all to the right-hander. Middle of the pitch is almost unmarked. Nothing really for the left-arm spinner to work with, but there is an area outside the off stump of interest, let's say, as James Rue decides to go with the slog sweep again and belts it over mid-wicket for 6. And I'm just going to say the exuberance of youth, Stephen. I'm speechless, I've got to say, but you know, you've got to hand it to the lad.
Yes, it's quite a potpourri from James Rue at the moment.
Yeah, like I suppose very much like the Lammonby dismissal, it's great when you middle it, Not so good when you nick it or top edge it up in the air in this situation, this scenario. From the Somerset perspective, we hope he keeps middling them, but I think it will probably be making the captain a little bit twitchy up the other end.
Yeah, Hartley will be fuming, just as Saqib Mahmood would have been before lunch, having had a catch missed, and you're then hoiked over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? That tends to happen. As he goes again, another swat over mid-wicket, this time slightly off the under edge, and it races away across the square for 4. James Rue is in a rush, piling on the runs.
Yeah, he's almost caught up with his captain now, on 38. The lead is 40 now.
Oh yeah.
Was that
He's
a missed
been
chance?
dropped again off the outside edge to Wells, and he spills another chance.
We'll have another
I
look
mean,
at
this
that.
is a real door open that Lancashire have failed to walk through again. 2 opportunities missed by the Lancashire fielders. And Rue goes for a reverse sweep, edges it, and Hartley looks up to the skies, thinking, what has he done wrong? He picks up another boundary.
This is extraordinary cricket.
So 20 runs have been added to the Somerset total, and Rue was given 2 opportunities. So I really do feel like the captain has a bit of work to do just to steady the mind of the young wicketkeeper.
Stand is now worth 66 for the 5th wicket. Remember, it was the stand between these two in the first innings that pulled Somerset out of the mire, and with a little bit of help from the fielders, that's what they're doing again in the second. Tom Abel chanceless, but James Rue missed twice.
Thrice.
3 times, beg his pardon. Twice since lunch. It was a straightforward catch to Colin de Grandhomme in the slips before the interval, and even more so to James Anderson since, and the miss at slip just in the last over.
I mean, he's had a phenomenal game with the bat, no doubt about it, these two. We just hope they realise the gravity of the situation, and the job is not yet done.
Yeah, you can look at the scoreboard sometimes and it just doesn't give you the full picture, does it? 157 for 4 doesn't look like that bad a total, but if you take off the deficit, it's quite different.
Yeah, and also a lot of time left in the game. 59 overs remaining, minus the 3 for the changeover, so a lot of time. I mean, in a 50-over game, you could score in excess of 300 in the modern game, the way the batters go about their business now. So Somerset's lead in the context of the game is slender. So these next couple of wickets really do need to stretch the day out.
I must say I'm quite surprised that James Anderson hasn't been brought on since lunch.
Yeah, I mentioned a couple of times that I'd be surprised if there wasn't some level of directive from the top that he has an amount of overs. He's bowled, what, 40 overs in the week, 28 in the first innings, a dozen or so in this innings.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine they don't want their star bowler bowling himself into the ground this time of the year.
11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28, his figures in this innings.
Yeah, so yeah, best part of 6 for 100 off of 40 overs. That's a pretty good week's work. I'm sure he's got one more spell in him, but who knows? Looks like from here he does still have his bowling boots on. That's always a good indication. If you look down, the batting shoes are on. But it does look like he's still got his bowling spats on.
Tom Bailey, meanwhile, is the leading wicket taker thus far with 2. Tom Lammonby and Cameron Bancroft. Well outside the off stump. comfortable leave. Wickets falling at 49, 53, again at 53. Those were the 3 wickets in 11 balls, and Somerset suddenly were deep in trouble. And then Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the last man out. That was 91 for 4. These two have taken it, not without alarm, to 157 for 4 and a lead of 44.
Bailey into a ball.
Bowled in.
And it's through the gate, and he's cleaned up the Somerset captain. His stay comes to an end on 40. And there's no doubt the Somerset pair over the past 4 overs or so have looked a little bit rattled. And the door is just ajar for the Lancashire team.
Yep, that's the first mistake that Tom Abell's made in his innings.
He's just tried to force that a little bit. I mean, it's hard to criticise the way that Abe's plays, but I think, you know, he's really gone boundary hunting there by the shape that he's made, trying to belt that down the ground. Previously in his innings, he's played with softer hands, but been right in behind the ball, played very solid. And I just maybe the last sort of 10 balls from Rue has kind of just affected the upset the apple cart a little bit, and Abe's has got a bit
It's lost his shape.
Sucked into what's been going on down the other end. It's just all gone a little bit frenetic here for Somerset as Lewis Gregory strides to the crease. A real important innings for him. Hopefully he will bring a calm head out to James Rue.
He generally does, doesn't he, Lewis? Bring a calm head.
Yeah, he's a very experienced cricketer now. I mean, it feels only yesterday he was being welcomed into the dressing room. He's now a very established cricketer, plays all over the world, has seen it all, done it all, and you just hope that, you know, he can shore things up a little bit. You know, re-establishing a partnership is absolutely critical now. I mean, you factor in, you know, if James Anderson would have taken that catch and you lose Rue and Abel, that really is an issue. So massive, massive period of play here in the context of Somerset's match and potentially season.
Well forward, James Rue to the first ball of the new over from Hartley. 0 for 26, his figures. Should have 2. Should have had Rue twice.
Rue back to what you expect, just playing solidly, defensively, which is certainly what the situation dictates, in my humble opinion. I'm sure there'll be a number of reporters around the ground that have watched the county game for many, many years, thinking it's time for a bit of stick of rhubarb. Well played, James Rue.
That's looking better. The fall of the captain will have concentrated his mind as well. Lancashire looking well up for it in that cordon around the bat.
I'm surprised that they haven't got a silly point in place. I think that man round the corner, I think you've got to have a quite excessive spin for that man round the corner to be in play. Silly point, I think, would be my preferred. I was him, and maybe if you feel like it might go square, you could have the short leg a step finer, sort of splitting the difference between where he is now and where the man round the corner is, as Bailey whips that jumper off. And are we going to see another spell from James Anderson as that door is slightly opened by the dismissal of Tom Abell?
Not immediately is the answer to that, but he's very much up the captain's sleeve is Jimmy. In the meantime, it's still to be Tom Bailey. This will be his 13th over. 3 for 39, his imposing figures. This is the first ball to Lewis Gregory. Played comfortably enough.
In behind it all. Attack the stumps, attack the pads. Just a note for all of those listeners, maybe at home in the ground with the new Virtue Motors sponsored earpieces. They last a couple of seasons. You can enjoy the games here live, and they're £12. That's pretty good value, I think, to listen to me and you, Stephen, while you're watching the cricket here in the sun at Taunton as Lewis Gregory plays and misses. So Bailey's really got the ball on a piece of string today. He's bowled beautifully all day, always in and around that off stump, that danger area.
Yeah, he's been mighty impressive from either end. Started up yesterday from the river end, now on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. That's better from Gregory. Everything behind that. Effectively 44 for 5, Somerset. That's the bottom line at the moment, so there's still a lot of work for them to do to save this game. Potentially 57 overs remaining.
I think what happens here is, and I'm not saying this is the case, but you know, you get days like this where you as a batter out there, you've got yourself in, and you're like, wow, flat wicket, the ball's not doing a great deal. I've got myself to 40 odd as Lewis Gregory, probably thick edges one through the gully area, a few heads in hands in the slip cordon. Lewis picks up 4. I think, you know, you get yourself in, you get yourself to 40. You know, part of your brain goes, well, it's flat. I'm feeling very comfortable, not threatened. But you've always got to remember how difficult it is to get in on any surface against any bowler in any level of cricket. The next person always has that, you know, 10, 15 balls where it's a real challenge to get back in, and always maybe a bit of an old school thing, but you know, it's about taking responsibility in these situations. You get yourself in, and you see the game home. That's what the real good players do. The real good team players, they identify that it's a tricky period, and they don't base that decision on how they're feeling. They just think, you know what, the next bloke's going to have a challenge here. Anderson can come on. The Lancashire bowling unit will be up. There'll be noise because they've just got a wicket. It's always changes a game dramatically when you have a wicket fall.
Defensively and firmly pushed back to the bowler to conclude the over. Lewis Gregory going through exactly that phase at the moment that Petrie is describing. I think he played that very nicely in the end. That the boundary that got him off the mark. He just seemed to open the face of the bat very late on, and pretty much where he was aiming. There are the radios that you can buy for a mere 12 quid.
Yeah, I suppose also if the wind's off of your left as well, there'll be like a nice little ear muffler as well, keep you warm. As that gentleman is nodding, confirming. £12, couple of seasons out of them to listen to the team here. You got myself, Vic Marks, Sophie, Luff, Harry Everett, Sam Dulling, Stephen Lamb. Hope I haven't missed anyone else. Charlie from the BBC. Are we allowed to say that?
We are.
No.
Just once a day.
We have a variety of personalities up here in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box. And I might be speaking for myself, but my days here at the Cooper Associates County Ground are my favourites of the year. Love coming to the ground, watching and talking about the day's play. Hartley is toiling away here. He's been unlucky, you have to say, Stephen.
Yep, he has. Should have had James Root twice, but I'd certainly echo what you've just said. It's well, I think Sophie described it in this year's almanac as the best seat in the house.
Well, it certainly is. Yeah, it's cracking. I suppose we're a little bit off centre, but when the one-day cricket pitches are right in front of us, it certainly is a great view. But there are so many good views around here. you know, in this particular pitch, I think the James Hildreth stand is a really good vantage point.
Gimlet's Hill.
Gimlet's Hill always looks like a nice place to be, even though you've got to put up with Tractor down there. He's supping away in his maroon sun hat. I wonder if he's invested in a earpiece this year.
Have to ask him.
If anyone's got an earpiece in the Gimlet's Hill, make sure you give Tractor a nudge. It'd be nice to be able to talk to him throughout the season. Tell him I'll split the 12 quid with him just to treat him.
I'm sure you derived lots of encouragement from him, Triggs, when you were playing. Come on, Triggs!
Yeah, he had a T-shirt printed, all sorts. Very loyal fan. There's the great man himself. Looks like he's looking very, very fit and well. His Tractor looks like he's had a good pre-season. Been doing his laps. Ready to. I think he's made a bit of room for a few extra siders this season.
I think we are going to see a second spell from Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, that door is ajar slightly. I'm sure the Lancashire captain has just looked over with the puppy dog eyes and said, "Please, Jimmy, just one more effort this week for us." And he's graciously accepted the challenge. Jumper off. And he is into the attack. So a challenge here for Lewis Gregory and James Rue for the next 5 or 10 overs or so.
I wonder whether he'll have been fired up at all by that missed dolly.
I've got many replies going through my head right now. Fired up? I think he'd be very disappointed, actually. Quite one of those sort of... if that was in an international match, that would be retweeted and... Well, I think, what's the phrase? That would have gone viral, that drop, I think, around the world. And the Aussies would have been all over him. So I suppose, thankfully, from Jimmy's point of view, it was in a county match and maybe not so much. But I'm sure our media team could work their magic and get it around the place a little bit. What do we think? Oh, yes. We'll have a nod of approval there from producer Benjamin Warren.
Perhaps we could have another look at it. End of the over, maybe. In the meantime, very much at the business end as Anderson sets off again. Lewis Gregory on strike. Didn't look particularly comfortably played.
He's just got such great skills, Jimmy. It's even with the old ball where, you know, you don't get those magic deliveries, the boomerang away swingers and the big nip backers, but what he does do is he lands the ball in an area where it doesn't have to do a great deal, like that ball there. A little bit of movement either way and you're in a bit of stum as a batsman. He's a very, very fine operator, there's no doubt about that. Again, off the outside edge in a good area. Plays with soft hands through gully, picks up a couple of runs. Moves on to 6. James Rue, 46. Somerset, 163 for 5. Still precariously placed here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on day 4. Lancashire pushing hard for a win. And Somerset, with a bit of rearguard action, are doing a reasonable job, let's say.
The lead is exactly 50 now. Oh, beauty. Beauty.
I mean, I suppose, you know, the context of the game, Stephen, Somerset are, you know, giving themselves a pretty good opportunity to save the game. But I think when the dust does settle on this innings, again, Somerset on what you'd have to say, a docile wicket, 160 for 5. It doesn't make for brilliant reading, does it? It's a game 3 now, and even with a belter of a wicket to perform on, the Somerset batters just aren't coming up with the goods yet.
Yeah, still top order problems.
Some talking, some soul searching, some practice is definitely needed in the coming few days as they prepare for the next game and hopefully can just get through today. I think if they do, in fairness, very good bowling attack. I think it would be a big sort of like push in the right direction if these remaining few Somerset batters can get us through.
Carefully watched by Lewis Gregory. And that is the end of the first over of a new spell for Jimmy Anderson. And that key figure on your screen, third in from the left, that is the Somerset lead. Not enough yet. Still reasonably bright overhead at the moment. Floodlights are on, but they were put on earlier and they do stay on once the decision's been taken. I'm not sure if they're actually needed at the moment. It's probably bright enough to play without. Still to be Hartley with his slow left arm. First ball of a new over defended. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 26, Hartley's figures.
Yeah, he's bowled very impressively. Don't expect anything else from him, really. He's a pretty consistent performer from what I've seen. Not a great deal to work with. Created a couple of opportunities. I think the standout for me today has been Bailey. He's just nagged and nagged and nagged away. He's got the rewards for it as well. Opened the door, like I said, for Lancashire to be quite aggressive the next 20 overs or so.
One of many Toms playing in this match. Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Tom Abel, old Uncle Tom Cobley. There'll be another dot played out to mid-wicket.
What do you make of the mobile phone national alert thing that's happening apparently at 3 o'clock today? You going to get one of those?
Yeah, I'm on silent at the moment though, so it'll probably buzz my phone.
Well, yeah, I did actually.
Making any
I think
noise.
that. And while I was thinking about it, is a warning came up on my Twitter feed that it was about to happen, and that wouldn't sound great on the microphone.
Yes, I heard it on the radio this morning. They played a sort of warning sound of how it would be.
Well, I've gone down the conspiracy theorists route. Probably won't be a shock to many, but I've turned mine off. Leave my phone alone, thank you very much.
Just counting up the number of Toms. I think it's 5 altogether.
Really?
We've got a few Georges as well. Got George Bell behind the stumps. We've had George Balderson bowling. It's all pretty tense out there still. Lancashire striving for another breakthrough. Jimmy Anderson hoping for his second wicket of the innings. One for 30 at the moment from 12. Two slips and a gully in, then a ring on the offside of 3. Long leg, mid-wicket. Plays that one with a little jump, Lewis Gregory. Will pick up a single as it goes backward a square on the leg side. The lead goes up to 51. And Gregory to 7. So it'll be the left-handed Roo now to face Jimmy Anderson for the first time. Going to switch to round the wicket. And Anderson will be bowling to the man who offered him a sitter of a catch, which he dropped. Painstakingly adjusting his field, wants the gully to go a little finer, more into the slips, more of, it's 3 slips now, instead of 2 in a gully.
Yeah, he has a good high skill level from around the wicket. We'll probably look to try and get the ball shaping away, angle in, shape away from James Roo. I think a lot of that subtly moving slips like half a millimetre either way is a bit of kidology, just to try and make James Rew very aware that he'll go away. Hopefully getting the batter to switch off from the fact that he could also bring one back in. All those little idiosyncrasies and tactics that a bowler can, and mind games, I suppose, that you can play on the young batter, making James Rew feel like he's only going to go away, hoping he just switches off from the other threat that James Anderson has in his locker. Very wily operator.
Rew just 4 away from a half century, having already scored 100 in the first innings.
Yeah, very sort of 25 to 45 was all steam ahead for Rew, wasn't it? He seems to have come out of that little mad 10 minutes and back into some seriously good technical, appropriate batting for the situation.
Yeah, you could certainly say he's ridden his luck. Will there be a single there? No.
We've had a report from Mr. Shambolic on social media that in Exeter it's raining, pouring down, bucketing down.
Cats and dogs.
The advice is to keep them out for the next sort of 15-20 minutes, and we might get away with it, but I almost want to see, I think it's actually a real big thing for Somerset to have as much play possible today and get through this period. I think the lineup, the batters have to be tested, and what a great test it is if they come through it. I think it's a huge positive into next week for the batting unit. You know, it's pretty obvious we got some issues up the top, but the middle order have been pretty decent.
Blue skies above us mainly.
I think Mr. Shambolic's having a bubble bath, isn't he? He's selling us down the river, I believe. Like I said, in England you just got to look up if you want a decent forecast, and I'm sorry to hear it's pouring down in Exeter, but in Somerset, in Taunton, it's absolutely marvellous. A vanilla sky, blue with a few white clouds
and
dotted about.
An arguably misshapen ball, which has been handed to umpire Richard Illingworth, who has had a little look and given it back to the bowler. Still to be Tom Hartley, into his 13th over this will be. Bowling to the right-handed Lewis Gregory.
I'm going to break up this little partnership for a while, Stephen. Sophie's going to come and join you to take you through the next half an hour or so. Some fascinating cricket. Hartley toiling away. Lewis Gregory's looked very solid since he's started his innings, made himself a very, very competent all-rounder for the club, and long may that continue. Somerset 164 for 5, battling through.
Yeah, we've had useful contributions from Lewis Gregory already this season with the bat. Good moment for him to make another with his team not yet out of danger. 164 for 5 for that read, 51 for 5. Finding the middle of Gregory's defensive bat. Forward again and pushing gently up to mid-on to conclude Hartley's 13th over, the 56th of the innings. Difference between overs bowled in the innings and overs remaining today is now lengthening. 56 gone, but still that figure of 51 remaining, Sophie, is quite a substantial amount of cricket.
Yeah, there is still a lot of cricket potentially to be had today. Clouds don't look too ominous yet, do they?
No, we hear that there may be some messy weather on the way, but can't see it
No.
at all at the moment. Anderson then to Rue. Rue, since those two, well, the 6 and the 4 through mid-wicket, has gone quieter.
Yeah,
and,
he's gone
more circumspect.
very much back into his shell. Guess losing the skipper has probably changed his approach slightly, giving Gregory the chance to settle in with him and hopefully build another partnership here.
James Anderson, of course, will have other ideas, but that's played safely enough to short mid-wicket. James Hildreth's stand is as full as it's been today. Good assembly of spectators there.
Yeah, there are a few over there. It's a bit of a hot spot, isn't it, in the ground? People do like to sit that way. It's not overly warm out there, though, Stephen. I will say, just been for a wander and it's a bit chilly.
Firm but defensive push up to mid-on this time. Mahmood is there. He would have another spell up his sleeve, one fancies. Maybe when Anderson completes this one. Rue is ready and driving attractively. Looked like it had a nice feel on the bat. That stroke, and takes a comfortable single.
Felt like he was on 46 for an age there, so it's finally nudged a single. Fuller delivery there from Anderson. As half volley that Rue could just lean on and get up the other end.
Anderson having a chat with the mid-wicket fielder, who's reverted to the same position, in quite close there. Good looking stroke. That's going to be 4. And it's a shot that Lewis Gregory plays very easily on the eye.
Yes, all class there from Gregory.
Double figures for him.
Yeah, picked his gap well there as well. There was a man in there, but just evaded him to his left and picks up 4.
Well outside off stump this time, and not tempted into playing another sumptuous drive. Lewis Gregory. So the lead now is 56 for Somerset. It still feels slender.
It is, yes. You're right, Stephen.
Chat between the two batters. I feel that Gregory has played himself in now. Had a bit of a look at it. There's not much deviation still on this pitch, but Rue still surrounded by close infielders, 4 of them.
Yeah, there's a few in there.
Caught, is he? He's gone this time. His luck's run out, James Rue. It was a bit of a slash, and it flew directly at Luke Wells at slip. Wells, who missed Rue earlier in the piece, has held on to a pretty good catch, and James Rue will not reach his half century. The 6th wicket has fallen with the total on 169.
Yeah, really disappointing there from James Rue. He'd done a lot of the hard work. Like you said, Stephen, he'd rode his luck, there's no doubt about that, but yeah, he'll be really disappointed with that dismissal.
downcast as he walks off, the young wicketkeeper batsman, but being no doubt he's got a great future.
Yeah, absolutely. As disappointing as that is, he's had a pretty good game, hasn't he? And yeah, he's certainly one to watch
Have a
here at
look from
Somerset
side
for
on.
a long time.
Yeah, he was going for the drive,
Yeah, it was
chasing
full,
it.
wasn't it? It was full. I just felt like he just didn't quite get there. The face was slightly open and just allowed.
It was a fine catch,
It was a
actually.
good catch, yeah.
It was probably a harder catch than
They've-
the one he
I
missed.
was just going to say that. I think that was a harder chance than the one previously. They've taken a couple of good catches, Lancashire, and they've also shelled a couple.
So, Casey Aldridge in to join Lewis Gregory. 4 more wickets required by Lancashire, with the lead on 56. Lancashire know they're still very much in this. Wicket at last for Tom Hartley. Should have had James Rew twice earlier. Now bowling to the new batter.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, Hartley. I mean, you only got to look at his figures, really. Into his 14th over, and 8 of those are maidens.
And rightly in defensive mode. Casey Aldridge having just come in.
He's a tall figure, Aldridge, isn't he? So he can definitely get a big stride in. Try and negate that ball if there is any spin there.
Yeah, not unlike Craig Overton in build.
Yeah.
Watchful, everything behind that. Well played, Casey Aldridge. Had a conversation when he came in. They're going to have another one now. Words of encouragement, no doubt, from Lewis Gregory. Well defended, son.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. These two can bat. Aldridge, from what I know, can bat. I think he was opening the batting in some T20 second 11 games last summer. So I'm not sure we'd maybe want to see that style of batting from him right now, Stephen. Maybe, yeah, Lewis saying well defended is probably more appropriate at this stage.
So Jimmy Anderson's going to continue be bowling to Lewis Gregory. Played comfortably enough the first ball of the innings. Casey Aldridge, Bristol born, Millfielder educated, 22 years of age. Stood relaxed at the non-striker's end at the moment.
How many first-class games has he played, Stephen? You've got that up.
9.
Gregory defending there. I've got a deep point to Gregory. His first couple of deliveries of this Anderson overs just tried to almost defend with soft hands in that region, but can only find cover at the minute.
Yeah, 9 first class, Casey Aldridge, 14 List A, has 23 first class wickets. Highest score of 41.
Gregory defending. Yeah, I wouldn't mind another 41 from him today. That would be very handy.
That would be a deal breaker, wouldn't it? If he's feeling nerves, he's not showing it.
No, he looks very relaxed, doesn't he?
Down at that non-striker's end. Just checked the stroke, Lewis Gregory, at the last moment, it seemed. Thinking in terms of aggression and then deciding against. Just gently pushing it out to extra cover. Thought about it again, thought about the single, but it wasn't there.
No, Gully, I think that's Tom Hartley there, was just a little bit too quick onto that. Looks like Saki Mahmood is going through some limbering up. He's currently rolling around on the grass, going through some stretches.
Possibly, well, his previous spell was from this end, from the Trescothic end. Wonder whether Tom Hartley may be rested. He's bowled 14 overs, very tidily as well, 1 for 26, they're good figures. Could he be about to have a break? No, because he's just given his cap to Richard Illingworth.
Yeah, I do feel like they may well persist with Hartley. And then potentially rotate their seamers from the other end, but they've got plenty of options, that's for sure, Lancashire.
Maybe then Mahmood is going to take over from Anderson.
Yeah, potentially.
4 over spell. 1 for 36, Anderson's figures. Watchful defence again from Casey Aldridge. The batters to come for Somerset: Jack Leach, Peter Siddle and Jack Brooks. Attempted sweep and a big appeal from behind the stumps, certainly. Not sure whether there was so much from the bowler. Fancy that was sliding down leg side.
Yeah, I think it must have been sliding. Looked like a slightly quicker ball from Hartley.
Oh, he's found the man.
The one,
Just a yard either
the
side.
one man behind square, and he's picked him out. Always the way, isn't it?
Would have been a nice way to get off the mark. But wasn't to be, and nor this time. Out to extra cover. Dane Vilas is on patrol there. Just lost the run up. Tom Hartley. More of a trot up, really, actually, than a run up.
Yeah, I thought you were being generous there, Stephen. Interesting, actually, that Aldridge has gone to the sweep as an option. He's a tall guy. It's a long way to get down, really.
Maiden.
Yeah, another maiden to Hartley.
I don't think maidens will bother Somerset too much. The importance is staying there. Oh, that wasn't far
line,
away.
actually.
That was pretty close.
That was close, yeah.
Height?
I think it was outside the line, yeah.
But
What do we know? We said it was sliding down from up here.
well worth a shout. There are the spectators on the roof of the Lord Botham stand.
They look like they're looking the wrong way, though, Stephen.
They do, rather.
Yeah.
They look like they're looking at the river. So they're obviously not cricket enthusiasts. Turn around. Concentrate.
Yeah, turn around, because we've got a change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. It is going to be Saki Mahmood, who we saw loosening up.
With the headband's fallen off.
Yeah, I think he's just realised. He was searching for that then, wasn't he?
He was. And it had already hit the ground.
It's quite a big headband, actually.
Now reinstated.
Gregory defends that to mid-wicket.
He always projects an unruffled air, Lewis Gregory. He's out there.
Yeah, just someone that sort of just takes everything in his stride.
Single to backward point. Saqib Mahmood's first spell today started with a boundary, very first ball of it. Quite a start to this one.
Yeah, it was a real loosener in his first spell of the day. Dragged down, and I think Tom Abel it was that pulled him to the mid-wicket fence. But yeah, seems to have started a lot better these first two deliveries of this spell.
Still not off the mark, Casey Aldridge. That's his first ball from the far end. Batsman dismissed today. Tom Lammonby for 23, Sean Dixon for 19, Cameron Bancroft, just one scoring shot, which went to the cover boundary. Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 16, Tom Abel for 40, James Rue for 47. Three wickets for Tom Bailey, and the other three shared between Anderson, Balderson and Hartley.
Yeah, Bailey was very impressive this morning. Didn't give much away.
Yes, you'll feel your phone buzz in around 7 minutes' time. This government alert. Wayward.
Yeah. Aldridge lets that one go through. Just one ball to come here in the 61st over.
Words of encouragement for Saqib Mahmood from the vastly experienced James Anderson. Turned 41 later this year. Extraordinary.
It is, yeah. It's very impressive, isn't it?
He's away.
He is. He's off the mark.
Out to deep mid-wicket. That'll be a good moment for Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, it's always nice getting off the mark, isn't it?
Made 14 in the first innings and one not out in the second. 57, 58 I should say, is the lead. 171 for 6. There's the new scoreboard down by Gimlet's Hill. And impressive it looks.
Yeah, I do like that scoreboard actually.
And there's the analogue clock on the top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Don't think they go by that one anymore, but it usually keeps pretty good time.
Yes. It's always the one I go by though. Just because we've got the best view of it up here.
Sweep and very well stopped.
Found that fielder again.
Yeah, he played it squarer as well.
Yeah.
And he moved squarer.
It's well fielded actually. I think that's
Tom
Tom
Bailey.
Bailey, yeah.
More of a defensive push this time from Aldridge. Still 46 overs left in the day, potentially, provided there's no weather interruption. Nice drive, straight to the man at extra cover, Dane Vilas. Again, good looking stroke for no run by Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, he's looked pretty comfortable so far. Found the middle of the bat on a few occasions. That
Clipped firmly. This time it is going to go all the way.
Yeah, almost whipped through mid-wicket. It's a great shot there.
Yeah, that's a proper batter's shot, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're going to see the replay now, Stephen.
Yeah, given a little bit of room and made the most of it.
Yeah, just touched you straight from Hartley there, and Aldridge helped himself, clipped that through mid-wicket. Raced away.
Lead goes up into the 60s. It's well played from the crease to conclude another Hartley over. 1 for 30. Now his figures. Another alarm warning, an alarm about an alarm.
Yeah.
So much buzzing around the ground about to happen.
Yeah.
Saqib Mahmood is going to continue. Been used fairly sparingly in this innings. This will be his 9th over. 0 for 33, his figures.
Oh.
Outside edge. Third man for 4.
Yeah, he's found the gap well there, Lewis. Not intentionally by any means, but he's going to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, he was looking to play backward of point, but it was a genuine edge. He won't mind. He's got away with it. 4 more on the board.
I'm sure he's saying placement to himself.
Words of advice from both Anderson and Bailey to Mahmood. They're mid-on and mid-off, respectively. The 2 new ball bowlers. Good place to give an opinion to the man who's on at the moment. Firm defence.
No, just made a change in that slip cordon now. I think it's de Grandhomme who's gone wider.
Yeah, de Grandhomme who's caught a blinder and missed a sitter.
Yeah.
There we are. That is the alarm, which won't go on for particularly long. And no cause for alarm, as we've repeatedly been told.
Could hear Harry panicking in the background then. What'd you do?
Nicely played by Lewis Gregory in the meantime, whose alarm won't be going off. It'll be safely in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. And he's taken a single up to, it's gone to backward point. So Gregory has gone pretty smoothly. Just the 1 full shot, I think we can fairly say. The outside edge down to third man. He's on 16 not out. 67 is Somerset's lead. So it'll be Aldridge who's on strike. Yes, various people around the ground looking at their phones as Mahmood bowls, and is that a drop catch? I think it may not have carried to gully.
I think that's dropped short, Stephen.
Certainly off the edge. Maybe it just fell to ground before it reached the fielder. Aldridge on 5. Settles again. One had him slightly on the hop, but left it pretty comfortably in the end.
He did in the end, didn't he?
So 1 ball remaining of this Mahmood over. Broad-shouldered Saku Mahmood. And that's well fielded at gully. To conclude, dot ball 180 for 6 with Aldridge on 5. Gregory on 17. I'm going to have a little bit of a break, Sophie. A few words from you, and then Harry Everett will come in beside you.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, Somerset 180 for 6 here. Aldridge and Gregory just trying to get a little bit of a partnership going. Lancashire continuing with spin from the river end. Hartley into his 17th over. Still 3 men round the bats. Got a few fielders in the deep as well. Deep backward square. Long off. He's sort of a good 10 metres off the rope there, and similarly deep point as well. Short leg's just going to move to leg slip. Josh Bohannon there.
He's bowled almost unchanged, isn't he, Tom Hartley, in this afternoon session? I'm just trying to work out, did he open the bowling?
I feel like he's bowled straight through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some effort. Not bowled badly.
What have you been up to apart from panicking about the
Well,
alarm?
it just threw me when all this message comes up. I don't know how to turn it off. What do? You just press the button?
I just ignored it.
What, just let it carry on beeping? Oh, did yours stop? I think Stephen was just letting his go. I didn't know. I thought it was you. Is it you, is it?
Well, yeah. I didn't have the option. It didn't say anything to say okay or anything on mine.
I thought there'd be like a tick or a cross, like you can ignore a phone call. I think you just ignore the alert and just turn it off. Yeah, I don't like these things. It's just, even though you know it's coming, it still makes you jump.
Yeah, it was quite loud. And
I was going to go and stand on the balcony and watch everyone around the ground, then I forgot. I was going to watch the alarm on their faces. We'll have to get out. Put your hands in the air if you listen to the radio. Give us a wave if you were scared by the alert. anyone who's scared and had a minor heart attack. It's not a pleasant noise either, is it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a nice noise. Hartley over the wicket this time to
Yeah, I don't get
Gregory.
this move. Spearing into leg stump, Gregory can just pad it away.
Yeah.
Surely it makes it easy. If you're a right-handed batter, you'd rather they go round the wicket and then... Well, sorry, you'd rather go over the wicket than round the wicket, because it almost takes LW out of the equation, pitching outside leg stump. Weird move. I guess it makes sense trying to bring the rough into play, but to James where it was spinning past his outside edge, wasn't it? I kept saying how it's missing his off bail as James drew, so Lewis Gregory, the right-hander, guess you want to bring that rough into play, but Gregory can just pad it. The rough is quite full. It's different when the rough is, what, I don't know, 2-3 yards from the stumps, but we looked at the rough when we did the pitch inspection this morning. It's really right up on a length you can step out to and nullify.
Yeah.
So I don't really get that tactic from Tom Hartley. Saki Mahmood from the just got it Pavilion end. What, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs. It's quite expensive, but he's a wicket taker. And with the sun out, Lancashire got a bit of time. They're not going off for rain anytime soon. All this worry of rain coming up the M5 or coming up the A38 from Plymouth. But
Yeah, I can't see it myself yet, Harry.
No, I think we're going to be.
Unless something's
fine.
going to drastically change in the next hour or so, but
What have we got? Another.
it's still got the floodlights on, remarkably.
Yeah, I don't really get that either. It was dark at 11:30 this morning. It was quite grey, but hasn't been much since. Another 35 minutes till.
And
Tea
who
schedule.
sort of dictates whether they come on not or off?
I think the umpires
Umpires.
radio Polly.
Okay.
Polly knocks on the window to Spence, and then Spence presses the button. Or Spence emails for them to press the button. There's a bit of a long change. You'd have thought
Okay.
it'd be easier if the umpires had a switch, personally.
Yeah.
Just give them a little remote control or something. So Mahmood with a sort of ring field on the offside, you don't see very often. Normally there's a deep cover or a vacant gap to try and encourage them to cover drive to bring the slips in play, but there is a cover and a point. Casey Aldridge will take the easy single, dropped into the leg side. I was a bit worried about Casey Aldridge with his injury on Friday. Went down holding his leg. Hamstring it looked like. Might have just been cramped. Josh Bohannon was brilliant, jumping to his aid and stretching him off. Even, I think it was Russell Warren even helped him
Oh, really?
stretch off his cramp. And now he's looking all right with the bat, even managing to sweep. If you've got a dodgy hamstring, if you can sweep, then it's probably not that dodgy. So positive signs for Casey.
Lancashire just trying to do something different with this field. Keep chopping and changing here. Got the 3 catches in for Gregory as he's driving, but only as far as mid-off. Deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and fine leg.
I guess they're thinking Gregory's more attacking than got Casey Aldridge to the deep point. Comes into play. I thought it would be more deep cover than deep point, but Saki Mahmood dropped short or full. They're hoping that he can stop it, but really the speed of the outfield is pretty quick. The speed of Mahmood's bowling and the speed of Lewis Gregory's hand speed. If it's not 5 yards within the deep point field, it's probably 4 anyway.
Yeah.
The middle of that bat is quite extraordinary. Lewis Gregory, just a punch defensive shot. I know it's a quick bowler, but it's absolutely flying off his new bit of willow. I'm enjoying the comments about the reaction to the screams. Did the umpire get that? That's a very good point. Wonder if the umpire. I bet sometimes the umpire has their phone in their pockets. Would they deliberately remember not to today?
I don't know what the rules are in 4-day championship cricket, but when we play our games, we have to hand our phones in and any electronic devices. I don't think it's necessarily the case in 4-day cricket, but that would count for officials as well, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, your umpires have to hand phones in as well?
I thought so.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I mean, there's no reason for them to have a phone out there that they're not going to use it at all, but you know, just habit of having a phone in your pocket. When you drive to work, you'd have your phone in your pocket. You might just not think to take it out. It might be on silent or off anyway, so it would normally make no difference. But when silence is irrelevant, we should. Yeah, we didn't mention. I think I mentioned it on the during the Warwickshire game. There were some games around the country where they were trialling this GoPro thing. It's not a third umpire thing, but the umpires have these GoPros on their chest.
Is this iHawk?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, a few of our umpires have had that. They definitely had them on yesterday.
Yeah, it's not. We should correct people that anyone who thinks, oh, we can get a third umpire view, we can send it upstairs. It's not for that purpose.
No.
But it would be pretty cool if we can work on getting that on the live stream. Just another addition to the Somerset live stream. If we can get umpire cam view, would be awesome, especially for like a direct hit run out at one end, get slow-mo or little things we could play with it. Endless possibilities to the technology of the Somerset live stream.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
Yeah, I think that's the best I've seen him bowl so far. So I could be really leapt up, unpleasant really. Get out of the way of that. Yeah, so a few grounds around the country have had these umpire cams. They're not too uncomfortable, just a tiny little bit of plastic. You can just see it. We might get a zoom in on the umpire at the end of the over between deliveries. We'll try and
yeah,
show
they're
you
almost
what we're
like
talking
just
about.
on there. Say you had a pocket there on your chest. They almost just rest on there. change in field. Bohannon's going to go into short leg for what is the last ball of this Saki Mahmood over, his 10th over of the innings. Aldridge drives, but only as far as Tom Bailey at mid-off. 65 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Somerset 182 for 6. Gregory there on 18, and Aldridge, who's warming up because he's just taken off a few layers. He's there on 6.
Getting a few more people come and join the live stream. There's a lot of rain around the other grounds, the other counties across the country. A few delays, a few teams running out of time to force a result on the final afternoon of another engaging round of cricket. Look at these beautiful dogs on Gimlet's Hill. All 3 together. What make or breed do you call them then?
Oh, don't
You're
ask
give
me
the wrong
about
person?
dogs, I'm terrible.
Someone will tell us on the stream comments, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm not going
I've
to
no
guess and make a
clue.
fool of myself. Is it a poodle, a little scrunchy thing like that? Oh, I just did
One
guess.
of them looks like he's, well, just,
Sunbathing.
well, they're both lying down now.
I worry about a 6 over long off because the person's got to think to move themselves and the dog.
And the dogs, yeah.
And the dogs can't see because there's a wall in front of them. I don't think dogs would know that they're in a cricket ground that a ball might come and whack them. It does worry me when dogs are wandering around, even club grounds. I've seen the legs of a dog hit before. Anyway, lovely that they're enjoying the sunshine. Dog-friendly Cooper Associates County Ground. And we're going to see a change. Tom Hartley is not bowled all the way till tea. He's going to allow a bit of seam. George Balderson's going to come back, having dabbled at both ends. This is the end he's bowled mostly from, but got wickets. What's he got? Well, George Balderson himself got 26 in the first innings, but he got that key wicket of Tom Abel when he was 151 and plenty more in the tank, really. Lovely shot from Lewis Gregory. Good fielding by Stephen Croft, tumbling over. That's the kind of one that took me right on the bottom of the hand yesterday, whacked me in the thumb.
Yeah, Croft looks a little bit uncomfortable there.
It's not very nice. Especially the bat speed, hand speed of Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, these days they just hit it so hard, and Lewis has been fine in the middle quite a lot.
Yeah,
He's got
very
a slip and gully in for Balderson, 2 almost catching mid wickets.
Four more balls might do it, said Richard Hall. Well, yeah, 4 more balls and a 70-run chase. Yeah, you're dead right. Possible. Oh, we saw the Tom Price hat-trick after his remarkable 100. There's no point doing these polls they do on Twitter and social media. There's no point doing any of those polls for this round because you can't argue that anyone else deserves to be player of the round than Tom Price scoring 100 when no one else really got any runs before marching to Lang and whacked a few at the end.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They've got to be the knock of the championship so far, and then a hat-trick in the same day is truly remarkable. So fair play to the man from up the road in Bristol. Well, they're at Worcester, weren't they? Is it Worcester?
Yeah, I think they're off for rain at the minute as well, so
Yeah, up for
struggling to
rain
force a result there as well.
Off for rain at Sapphire Gardens, where Marnus Labuschagne been making his first appearance for the Glamorgan side this summer. He got a few wickets, 4 for bowling his off spin. Unusual. I know he's normally late. That's not a mistake. I know he's a leg spinner normally. Trialling off spin, ready for the Ashes.
Some of our seam bowlers had a session over in Cardiff last Sunday, I think it was. A lot of our county cricket got called off, so the seamers went in for an extra session so they could tick off their bowling workloads. And Marnus was just finishing having a hit, having not long arrived in the country, and I think a few of the girls were fangirling him.
They have a chat with him. No scores, please. Oh, sorry, we're not. Don't want cricket scores on a cricket stream. It's like when you don't hear the football scores for match today. Is people don't want to know what's going on elsewhere.
Deep point just coming up in the ring for the last ball. This Balderson over. Gregory defends.
Subfielder coming on for Jimmy Anderson. He's having a leisurely Sunday, is Jimmy. After the dolly of all dollies dropped. If that clip hasn't yet gone viral, then enjoy it when it does. Shortly after play, I'm sure. He'll probably have a little chuckle. Will Williams is on, of course. Subfielder, deep square leg. He's going to field it. Could have just stayed out there.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy will be wanting to watch that one back somehow, but I think he might be haunted by it for a little while yet.
Talking of being rained off, Glamorgan are back on already. Only a brief rain delay. They were 19 for none off 2.5 overs. That's pretty quick going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Glamorgan following on there against Durham. Durham, very impressive. Good to see them doing well after all the problems they had.
Yeah, I think Carlson got 100 for Glamorgan.
Kieran Carlson, good player. Northants Cricket Club. Anyone else just get a random notification about this phone alert thing? Oh, in Somerset, the 3 PM alarm, all the different takes on the weird thing that I can't remember ever having in my lifetime.
Shorter from Mahmood, and Aldridge is up on his toes defending that.
We're allowed to mention cricket scores. Phew, I thought it was a bit harsh to tell us off for mentioning cricket scores on a cricket stream. They just don't want football scores on the cricket stream. That makes a little bit more sense. No more chat about Newcastle and Tottenham. Anyway, this is the only screen you want to be watching. We've got a few thousand watching as the excitement of 2 England internationals in the Lancashire lineup, of course. Well, Buki Mahmood more recently. Keaton Jennings was, but he's off the field today with that injury and made him retire hurt for 189 yesterday. He is here there. We've seen him walk around the boundary. Lancs fans, do not panic. He's actually walking. He's not in a cast. He's not, he's actually looking fairly positive the way he's walking around the boundary.
Again, Mahmood looks like he's going to go with a slightly shorter plan to Aldridge here. They've got a short leg. I'm not sure who that is, and it might be Villas himself, actually.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Under the lid, on the offside, and just the one slip in. 2 men waiting on the leg side boundary. Fine leg and deep backward square. And it is short, and
that's nasty.
That is probably well played in the end by Aldridge, but
oh, wait for the replay of this one, because that is a brute of a delivery. Oh,
sort of followed him as well, hasn't it? It's a good take by George Bell as well.
It's not the textbook way to duck, is it? It's a very late call. He's done well to get out of the way.
Yeah, he has done well.
I think you're right. He went to duck it. He went to sway it, I think. Then it followed him legs on. He had to duck. And how his left shoulder's got away with that, I don't know.
It's well played by Aldridge there, again up on his toes. Mahmood definitely going shorter at him here.
Yeah, Lancashire a bit desperate for a breakthrough now. They know that they need to get...
Yeah, things look a little bit... The last few overs have looked a little bit flat out there. They've been chopping and changing with their fields, and it just doesn't look like they're that clear on...
It often happens, doesn't it? Like teams at this stage just wait for the new ball, but 14 overs, by the time it gets the new ball, Somerset could be 100 plus in front. It could be too little, too late. That's a bit easier to play to duck underneath. I'm surprised they've waited 66 overs to try an over of a couple of short balls. It's the first time I can remember today where there's been 2 short balls and an over.
Deep backward square is... Not sure. Well, T-Backward Square is going to come up to square just in front in the ring, and Colin de Grandhomme is going to find himself at a leg gully. No, he's moving again. Leg slip.
Aldridge is tall, so it's a different kind of short ball attack to a tall man than it would be to a shorter player. What's that? That's sort of ear height, isn't it? Whistling past it. Is that 3 short balls in the over?
Yeah, that one was easier to play for Aldridge there.
So 3 bumpers in the 67th over. I'll make note of that. Here we are. There's Shoaib Bashir, Andy Mead and Alfie Ogborn. 3 of the Somerset second 11. Just back from Taunton Vale, having fairly smashed the ex-university students by 97 runs. We'll have to make sure they get an earpiece on, because someone going to deliver those boys an earpiece. We'll have a little thumb up, thumb down interview for the earpiece. I'll give them a text and see if they can get some earpieces in. Enjoying the sunshine after a short Sunday afternoon's work. So Balderson's going to continue from the river end. With these 2 catch mid wickets, Gregory whips it square of them both for a single behind square. Trying to work out Will Williams, doesn't know where he's going. It's often the case when he comes as a subfielder.
Yeah,
Doesn't quite know
it's not a
who
great
am I
feeling,
replacing,
that.
where am I going.
Yeah.
Happened yesterday in our pre-season, we had 12 men on and off, and it was a bit manic.
Yeah,
Where was the guy before?
It's also a bit of a captain's nightmare as well, because you've got so many things going on in your head anyway, and then the 12 comes on and they go, oh, like, where am I? And then you're trying to think, oh, where was that person actually? And yeah, it becomes a little bit difficult when people are chopping and changing. Lancashire again chopping and changing with the field. One of those catching mid wickets comes straighter, and Aldridge is, well, walking at Balderson there, but only finds Bohannon, who is a shortish, well, mid-on really. So you've got Bohannon in there, and you've got, I think it's de Grandhomme catching mid wicket, and then Saki Mahmood is splitting the 2 men there on what would be the ring in one-day cricket.
He just walked down there, didn't he?
Yeah, he sort of walked at the last delivery as well.
I feel like that was purposeful, but then nervy when he got there, do you know what I mean? Knots have declared Middlesex chasing 249 in 40 overs. That could be an exciting chase, actually. Modern format, I think 249 in 40 overs. That would have been just a shake hands for a draw a few years ago, but that's a lovely shot from Casey Aldridge. It's going to be one though, mid-off as well to get round. Just reading back through, apparently. Don't blame us for some of the rogue subtitles. If you've got the subtitles on the YouTube stream, some weird autocorrect, auto-cue subtitles. Somerset not responsible for them. As we see George Bell come up to keep Lewis Gregory in his crease. Well, Casey Aldridge was the one walking down the wicket, but Lewis Gregory for that last ball. Had George Bell there.
Jimmy Anderson just returning to the field.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to have Jimmy Hanson in here, isn't it? Even just chatting to Tom Lammonby after play, he was saying about it's pretty cool. He says something like you have to pinch yourself when you're playing guys you're used to seeing on TV. And you know, James Rue, of course, both were asked, you know, how is it playing Jimmy Hanson? The grown up Jimmy Hanson playing for England before James Rue was born is quite frankly seems ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous, isn't it?
But yeah, 2 young left-handers who get to face the best seam bowler of all time, I guess, statistically, officially.
Yeah, a few of the girls yesterday we were chatting about, not sure how we got onto the conversation actually, chatting about the 2005 Ashes, and myself and Fran Wilson, who are, well, the older members of the squad, remembered that series very well. We were sort of 12, 13 at the time, and, you know, really getting into our cricket, and, you know, some of the girls we were talking to, they'd have only been like 2 or 3 years old, and you're like, oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, scary times. It's quite funny. I enjoyed contacting with Vic the first couple of days and trying to keep up with his stories. He'd be turn around and saying, "I remember the," you know, look at me like I can, and you know, his 80s stories. And I wasn't going to tell Vic Marks, but no, I don't remember them. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was brilliant, the stories. And Stephen, dare we say, was more appropriate to empathise with Vic's 80s and 90s stories.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't know many of the older players.
We'll have Stephen back on in a few minutes and he can have his right to reply. Oh, that's nasty.
Again, good take by.
Yeah, very good
Bell?
take. Was that a bit of jump on the way through? Did he get out of the way of that? I think he might have just missed it.
Yeah, it's not sort of like the conventional way that you get out of it, is it?
No,
Aldridge, he sort of like squares up and down as he ducks. But he is a tall man, so I guess he's just trying to find a way to get out of the way of it at the minute.
I think it's prompting Saqib to bowl more of them because he's not so confident, he's not just ducking underneath it and saying, yeah, that's not going to get me out kind of thing.
That's nicely played. Punched off the back foot there. Races away to the point boundary.
You very rarely would see that go for 4. Very rarely do you see a field with no point or deep point.
Yeah.
In any form of cricket, there's staples you always have. Obviously, you always have a keeper and a bowler, but you can sometimes have no mid-on and mid-off with a, you know, catcher mid-wicket or a catcher, but there always seems to be a point. If not a normal point, there's a deep point. There is no one even in the vicinity. There's a very short extra cover. There's a normal extra cover or cover, and there's a deep third. So that whole point area is just free poke from Casey Aldridge for 4. Doesn't really even need to play at it. The pace of Saqib Mahmood literally just needs to open the face, slightly in front of square, and he gets 4.
Bailey and Gregory just having a chat. I think there's going to be a change in plan here from Mahmood. He's going to come around the wicket now.
A few confused YouTube commenters. You cannot shake hands until 10 to 5 because 10 minutes for the change over and 5 o'clock is the earliest you can call it a draw. So they will definitely come out after tea. And if it is still no more wickets taken, then they could shake hands at 10 to 5. Oh, it's not pleasant for Casey Aldridge, is it? He just can't get down the other end. Has Lewis Gregory faced a ball off Saqib Mahmood in the last couple of overs? I can't remember one. Not a short ball, anyway.
Yeah, certainly the last over was the short ball ploy to Aldridge. So, yeah, not for a couple of overs, I don't think.
How many jumpers can Aldridge get away with wearing for extra rib protection? I wonder if he's got a...
But he took a few layers off.
Yeah, daft. You'd rather sweat and have a bit more padding, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Mahmood just losing his run up halfway in there.
But yeah, I'm not sure they will rush to shake hands yet, as you well know. 4 balls, 4 wickets.
Oh.
It's just painful to watch, isn't it? You don't want to see a batter have to go through. I mean, Casey isn't a genuine tail ender, but
No. He doesn't look fazed by that, though, to be fair to him. He's just walked away a little bit. He might... No, he's still not giving it a rub or anything, so... So Somerset leading by 75 here. A few clouds rolling in, Harry. Is that
No, but keep positive, keep optimistic.
Rain on its way?
I mean, yeah, probably at some point, but I mean, I don't think either. If they're going to shake hands for a draw in an hour and a half anyway, then it doesn't actually make that much difference. But the fans want to enjoy a bit of cricket in the sunshine while they can. Oh, that's squared Lewis Gregory up a little bit.
Looked like that got up much.
I think that was it, wasn't he? He was going to go back and play it, and then suddenly he stayed quite low. I was a bit surprised by it.
Yeah, it didn't get up much.
The blue undershorts.
I was just going to say, Bohannon's got his trousers down again.
He's enjoying having a little fiddle with all the protection he's got on. Solid from Lewis Gregory, captain of the first game, of course, while Tom Abel was out injured. Gregory, solid in behind that. He's a responsible, experienced senior pro now who's just going to try and get through to the close.
Yeah, he might have been in this situation
A few times,
one
yeah.
or two times before. He's letting that one go, and tidy work from Bell behind the stumps. He's stood up.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with George Bell. I think I actually put him in my fancy team for the week because I've been impressed
He'd
with
been
his
going
peak
well with the
performance.
bat, hadn't he? I saw he
Yeah.
got a few runs in
Yeah.
the first couple of games as
He
well.
only got 36 in the first innings, more than Vilas and de Gondom got together. Solid. Well, number 5 is quite high for a keeper. I mean,
Yeah, and he wouldn't have played much. How many first-class games would he have played?
he
If you
ca-
can look that up
I
on your
reckon George
laptop, 'cause I
Bell-
don't think he would have played many games.
I reckon he came in the same time as Balderson in that sort of.
Because
it the
I think
COVID?
there was a
Was it the Bob
George
Willis Trophy?
Lavelle that kept for
Yeah,
Lancashire a
George
little
Lavelle.
bit
He's another quality
last year.
player. Yeah, they're exciting players.
Gregory defending once
Yeah.
more.
20 years old, George Bell. No, I might be wrong actually. He might have come in later actually. Also England under-19s, we talked about that earlier. 4 first-class matches. His debut was at Chelmsford last September. Yeah, so George Lavelle and George Bell, sort of the two George with L's at the end. Easy to confuse.
And presumably Villas would have kept a little bit
Yeah,
as well.
I'm
Had a
surprised
few
that
options.
Phil Salt kept more than Vilas in the white ball stuff actually.
Yes.
I thought Vilas could be the first choice in all 3 formats a few years ago, but it's like Brendan McCullum. Certain keepers just have enough of keeping when they get past 30, enough finger injuries, enough bending down, squatting.
Yeah.
Yeah, only played 1 list day and 1 T20 match, has George Bell. So this is only really his 6th actual proper first. Well, it's only his 6th first team match. Averaging 29 with the bat, pretty handy. 178 runs. That high score of 60 with 6 catches and a stumping. Good start to his career for the 20-year-old, who's, I guess, going to be the number 1 for a few years to come if he stays fit and stays in good form for Lancashire.
Yeah, 2 young, very promising wicket keepers on show in this game.
Yeah, Roo with 6 catches, do not forget. Cracking effort. And what I love, absolutely love in the scorecard, I'm going to highlight it. Have you got highlighted in your pencil case, Sophie?
No, I don't.
Look at all that. Look at that, my scorecard. All 6 catches in a row. Number 3, Josh Bohannon, down to number 8, Tom Hartley. How nice is that to look
Yeah,
at?
that does look quite nice, actually.
Roo, 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 roo. Roo, roo.
It would have been nicer if it went Siddle Gregory, Siddle Gregory, Siddle Gregory, but
Yes.
it just ruins it at the end.
But that's
the
still
wrong way
pretty cool
round.
that
But
all
it is-
6 are off 2
yeah,
blokes.
Agreed. Mahmood round the wicket again. Yeah, that was the cool thing about Tom Price's hat-trick as well, that they were
Yes.
all caught behind by James Bracey.
Yes, that's another great shout.
So he'll be claiming the hat trick as well.
Yes.
Villas is he's being quite directive with Mahmood at the top of his mark. Pops the helmet back on, trots back to his fielding position. I think they're still going to continue with this short ball ploy.
It's always a short ball ploy, isn't it? I always say that as well. It sort of comes along nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I use ploy in any other...
When else do you use ploy? Yeah. It's a short ball attack or a barrage, I suppose you could say, but ploy just rolls off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
Ploy, yeah. I wouldn't use that in any other
When else would you use a ploy?
Yeah.
Just in the short ball. God, there's some negative Lancashire fans. It's interesting here.
Did you just nearly say negative Nancy's?
Yeah, I did. I stopped myself. Good spot. Oh, that's nearly a catch.
Oh, that was a classic, nearly, one hand.
Yeah.
One hand, one bounce game there.
I didn't realise it. I shouted one hand, one bounce in the middle of my game yesterday. First game for a new club, and I shouted out one hand, one bounce when I was bowling, and batter ran down the wicket at me as they often do. Whacked it to long on, and I thought I was going to have a catching chance. It fell well short, and I just shouted out one hand, one bounce. So just like a natural, very village thing to do, I suppose. Yeah, working on the calculations. Lancashire fans, 11 overs and the game's gone for Lancs. No chance. Why are they so miserable? I know they've drawn the first few games, but it's rained. You can't argue when it's rained a bit and they've played good cricket. I think there's too many negative, pessimistic cricket fans out there. We just enjoy the game and be grateful that we can watch cricket around the world for free on our screens. But that what also is great about these streams, we've now got a newish cricket fan from the USA who's just tuning in, getting to grips with the game, and other people in the comments are helping them. It makes me sad actually when I go onto other counties' live streams and their chats are off. When you can't do the live chat function, you can't see other people chatting. Don't know why some counties do it and some don't, but around the wicket just to be even more unpleasant to Casey Aldridge. I just wince in that one. He's got a little bit on that. A little bit of flesh, a little bit of jumper. You can tell the way he's jumped off towards square leg. I don't really like watching these replays when they get hit. Did he get hit?
I'm not sure he did. I think.
Why is it look at his square leg still now? He's probably. I haven't seen some. When they go off the square leg to think about themselves or practice a shot. He probably went almost to where Jimmy Hansen is, where the square leg umpire would be if he wasn't the point umpire. He has to be the point umpire because of the short leg fielder, I should explain that with. So Jimmy Hansen's got no one to talk to at square leg. Keeping his hands warm with his big jumper on. Should be an easy single pass to slip to deep third. So we shouldn't be far away from tea here. Normally it's with 32 overs remaining, but sometimes on day 4 they do actually take it at 340.
Enjoying, I think it's Luke Wales who's got the job of, chief helmet carrier. He's got plenty in his hand there, 3 to be precise. George Bell's going to line him up.
Yeah, very nicely lined
up. That was nice, wasn't it?
That's nearly as nicely lined up as James Rew on the scorecard. We've got a viewer from Nepal watching us. Pete Trigg would love that. His Lumbini All-Stars, the Nepalese team he coached, what was it, 2 months ago now, to the title.
Balderson's continuing from the river end. Looks like it's got a little bit colder out there. There's a bit more cloud cover, isn't there? Sun sort of crept behind the clouds as well.
Yeah, I think there's a few Lancs fielders that are thinking, let's just shake hands and get up, get up the motorway back to Old Trafford now. Because some of these players live in Cumbria as well. They don't all live in Old Trafford, in Manchester or near the ground. So it's, when I used to go to uni up in Huddersfield, I used to do it 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's
going to be probably 6 hours up to home, some of them, and with the clouds gathering around them.
Yeah.
Grey around the lights, but still a bit of blue sky. Enough blue sky for a sailor's pair of trousers, as my grandma used to say.
I've never heard
Have you never heard that?
No.
Oh, you learn a lot from this stream. Neither Stephen. Oh, wow. My grandma's special phrase. Well, there's also enough grey clouds for a... don't know, you can make that one up. Down the wicket, Casey Aldridge. He's going to flick it. That could be 4 runs. Tom Bailey is knackered at fine leg, isn't he? I think Tom Bailey would have stopped that on day 1.
Yeah, he's given it his all there, Bailey. He hasn't given it up, to be fair to him.
I mean, he had every right to give it up, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Fair play, he just never was quite going to get there. Without a dive, which he just stopped himself from doing, I think.
Bell's going to come up to the stumps again then.
Oh, I've got a Twitter message I haven't replied to. How do I get the chat function on? I'm watching on my laptop, but access through the club website. It might be more of a... So if you go on the club website Match Centre link, I'll go through it with you. God, I feel like I'm an IT help here. So go on the Somerset website, go on the Match Centre, and then you can click through to YouTube. You can watch on the website with the Match Centre, the live feed there, or you can just go straight to the YouTube channel, or you can go off the Twitter link. There's so many different ways to do this live feed. Defensively solid from Casey Aldridge still. But yeah, if you get a YouTube login, you have to have a YouTube login, because Sam always moans he hasn't got a YouTube login, so he can't comment. But if you have a YouTube login for free, sign up, then you can use the chat function and chat to fellow cricket fans around the world. But yeah, best to click from to the Somerset YouTube channel.
Oh.
Another 4 runs.
Yeah, buys. It's missed everything.
Bit harsh on George Bell, that.
Yeah, very harsh.
Just saying how well he's done behind the sticks. Not a lot he could have done. Stop that. And that will be tea. It said 340. Nearly bang on. Just 2 minutes past to finish the over. So 197 for 6. 72 overs gone. 35 remaining if weather and light allows. / if Lancashire want to keep persevering to try and get the remaining 4 wickets and then knock off the runs to try and get a victory here. But at the moment, Somerset, I suppose, are what, 70-30, should we say, on for the draw here? Something like that. Myself and Sophie and Pete Trigo and Stephen Lamb will be back in some formation in about 19 minutes' time.
latest scores from elsewhere in the LV Insurance County Championship. In Division 1 at Lords, Nottinghamshire taking on Middlesex. The host Middlesex needed a further 223 runs to win, having been set a target of 249 to win from 40 overs by Nottinghamshire, who declared on 158 for 6. Middlesex 26 without loss in the 4th over at Lords. There was no play possible on day 4 at Canterbury, so the match between Essex and Kent ended in a draw. Essex 451 for 5 declared, Kent 342 for 7, but no play possible on the final day. It's tea at Worcester in the Division 2 match between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. After Gloucestershire declared on 226 for 4, setting Worcestershire a target of 301 to win. Worcestershire have been reduced to 51 for 4, after 14 overs, still needing a further 250 runs for victory. It's also tea at Cardiff in the match between Glamorgan and Durham. Durham posted 471 for 9, declared. Glamorgan were bowled out for 305 and asked to follow on. And they are 48 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing by 118 runs. And finally, down at Hove in the match between Sussex and Yorkshire. Yorkshire needed 201 runs to win and were 138 for 3 in their second innings at the close of day 3, just needing a further 63 runs for victory. However, there's been no play possible due to rain down in Sussex. There is due to be an inspection around about now. welcome back our umpires for this match, Richard Illingworth and Russ Warren.
Welcome back for the final session of this county championship match here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lancashire versus Somerset. We're about to embark on, as I said, the final session here. Somerset 197 for 6, batting themselves ever so slowly towards safety. Lancashire have a new ball due relatively soon, 8 overs time, and I think there will be a short burst with that, and then hopefully Somerset would have seen us through to a draw. I'm joined by Sophie Luff in the commentary box here, supported by WPA Health Insurance, as the umpires are in the middle and the players are following closely behind. Lewis Gregory 19 not out, Casey Aldridge on 16. Still a bit of work to do here, Soph, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think these two will be looking to just bat for as long as possible. They've done a good job just before tea, actually. I thought they both played pretty well and definitely steadied the ship after James Rue's dismissal. And Aldridge sort of, yeah, got a few short balls coming his way and played them reasonably well in the end.
Yeah, he got a good old-fashioned tuning up by Mahmood, wore a few on the body. Battled through, though. Somerset lead at the moment is 84, relatively slender. So still a bit of work to do. 4 wickets remain in the Somerset innings. Bit of responsibility on Lewis Gregory to steer the ship into safety. Mahmood continuing from the Marcus Driscothic stand end. With a short amount of time, as I said, before the second new ball. A lot of helmets out there. There's a man round the corner. There's a short leg, a silly point, 2 men out on the hook. I wonder what length he's going to bowl. It's a test of courage, test of character, coming Lewis Gregory's way.
Yeah, myself and Harry were talking just before tea that Gregory hadn't actually faced much of Mahmood. It was Aldridge that was getting a lot of the strike and evading those short balls. So, but it looks like it's going to be a similar plan to Gregory here. Yeah,
Lewis, in my mind's eye, is quite a compulsive puller, and he takes on the first ball and swats it smartly down to fine leg, and I think he's a very good puller. I think in these situations, because of the context of the game, that probably is the biggest challenge. Lewis's natural game is to hit short balls, and he's obviously made the decision that he is going to take it on. Casey looked a little bit caught in two minds, which is why he wore a few on the body. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it. But as suspected, could be quite an exciting passage of play. Lewis Gregory looks like he's keen to pick up a few runs. Mahmood to Aldridge. Again, looks like he's going to play and then pulls out of it at the last moment and then mimics a pull shot. I mean, it's one of those situations where you can rattle up some runs pretty quickly, but Lewis goes after one and top edges it, and Somerset are back in a bit of stum. It can make you look a little bit foolish. I'm not quite sure why the umpires are getting together. The weather's set fair. It's a lot brighter than it has been previously, so can't imagine that's an issue. I think it looks like it might be the ball.
Yeah.
But they've got together. Richard Illingworth, the left arm spinner, has gone, you keep throwing that one down, please. Saqib. That little ball check took all of about 3.5 seconds.
Saqib just lost his run up. He's lost it a few times actually, especially when he's come round the wicket.
Doesn't look like there's too many paint marks.
No, there's not, are there?
Well played. Casey Aldridge getting out of the way. I mean, that always amazed me because he always used to get some line paint, always white, and you'd spray your mark. Some people would put like a smiley face or your number next to it or something like that.
What did you do?
I used to get a long line with a dash at the end, and I used to put a number 7 in the corner. Always used to be a problem playing against Nottinghamshire because Stephen Mulaney had the exact same run up, and we used to try and like battle to see who could get our mark down first. But then something extraordinary happened after probably 5-10 years of using different types of paint. Groundsmen started getting a bit grumpy and started putting green paint out there, and I think that's what's out there now.
I think that's what's out there now.
Green paint on green grass. That's no good for the bowler. Anywho.
And were you one of these bowlers that used a tape measure?
No,
jigs or
14 steps
old
since
school?
I was about 12. Never changed. I'm assuming my 14 steps when I walked them got a bit bigger when I ran, the older I got. But yeah, always 14 paces. Didn't bowl many no balls, thankfully.
These days, a lot of them use tape measures, don't they? Have it down to every last centimetre.
Yeah, well, I was more of a... For me, I used to have the umpire stood exactly 4 paces back from the stumps. So I used to use my sort of peripheral vision to take off next to the umpire. So if I had my umpire in the right place, I could pretty much run off any run-up.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people that are like that. So keep my mood charging in round the corner. 2 short legs. Casey up on his toes. Pushes that into the offside. Might pick up a couple. Lewis Gregory, surprisingly very keen to get back down the other end while the bouncers are flying. Completes the first over. After tea, Somerset on to 200. Yeah, 73 over old ball, a soft, relatively slow pitch, pretty tough to be thrown the ball from Saki Bamu's point of view to go on the offensive with the bouncers. Pretty tough job, but he certainly ruffled a few feathers.
Somerset lead by 87 runs.
Hartley, the left-arm spinner, is going to start proceedings from the Ian Botham stand end. Was unlucky not to pick up a few more wickets earlier. Had Rue dropped a couple of times, eventually dismissing him 1 for 30. But well, 17 overs. Not much to speak of in terms of spin, I guess, especially as the right-hander. Got a little bit of action out of the foothole. He's straight around the wicket into that foothole. I think the ploy here is to keep the runs down and gamble on this new ball. What do you think about that, Soph?
Yeah,
Is that the plan?
potentially if he is going to go over the wicket, which we only saw in his sort of last over of his spell earlier.
I would say that the conversation in the Lancashire dressing room would have been, so Somerset are leading by around about 80. If you can keep that under 100 by the time the new ball's due, to chase 100, you'd probably need 10 or 12 overs. So that gives the new ball 15, 18 overs to take 4 wickets, which actually, if you think about it, is quite viable.
Yeah, it's
So
possible.
stopping Somerset getting too many runs, therefore taking time out of the game, is the ploy at the moment. It's going to be a big gamble. So 7 overs time will be 27 overs. 10 overs, 12 overs, 15. Yeah, they're going to have 10 overs of the new ball, I think. I think they'll try and take those 4 wickets, and if not, the spinners might be back on. That's my guess.
Fields come in to Casey Aldridge now.
You just only hope that the opposite conversation is being had in the Somerset dressing room, that the players are aware that that is going to still be quite a vital period of the game. You can't switch off. Definitely cannot switch off. There's still a small little window for Lancashire to force a result here. As Hartley continues bowling to Casey Aldridge, playing smartly back down the wicket. Almost feels like this is a period of play that both teams would almost want to see drift by. No runs, no wickets. And we're going to probably see one more spell from James Anderson today.
Yes, I think we will. Yeah, I think because they've got that new ball available in, well, 6 overs now, I think that Lancashire have definitely still got a sniff in this if they can get a couple of quick wickets with that new ball.
Yeah, my apologies. I was doing my sort of, my inner monologue was projecting. I was trying to do my mathematics in my head. So, yeah, 27 overs will be remaining in the game when the new ball is due. And like I said, maybe 10, 12 overs to knock off the runs potentially. So I think, 3 overs for the change of innings. So, yeah, I think it's going to be about 11, 12 overs of the new ball where Somerset will still be under a bit of threat. Mahmood going Yorker. Clip round the corner to a very peculiar fly leg gully. Colin de Grandhomme down there.
I'm glad you know what position that is. I'd just called it no man's land.
Yeah, that's normally the position you end up when you've got a fielder that can't concentrate and he's drifted from square leg and gone daisy picking somewhere. Mahmood going for the block hole. Sort of burst onto the scene in white ball cricket. Very good bowler of Yorkers, bowls with decent pace. 2 men in the face of Casey Aldridge at short leg. One's moving across to silly mid-off. Always quite an intimidating field setting for a young batsman. In behind it, very smartly in behind it. It's going to be a bit of a physical battle for Zaki Mahmood. The pitch, the ball isn't giving him a great deal of assistance at the moment.
Both these Somerset batters then faced 60-odd deliveries, building a good partnership here. They won't be worried about necessarily how many runs that partnership is, but occupying the crease for time here.
Yeah, there'll be a couple of sweaty Somerset bowlers up in the dressing room. Siddle, Brooks and Leach, the 3 batters left in the shed, hoping they don't have to have or do too much work with the bat. Hopefully these 2 can see it away. Casey Aldridge is more than handy with the bat. He played for my club team, Western-super-Mare, scored a very good 100 actually, so he's got some batting prowess. He's certainly gutsing it out at the moment as Mahmood goes for another short ball. He's played that really well, ducked inside of it, bit of a sway.
Yeah, as much as Mahmood has continued with this short ball ploy, Aldridge he's actually looked unfazed more often than not. He's played it really nicely. Ducked and weaved a few.
Obviously a good actor. I mean, even the great players of fast bowling, if they're honest, it's never fun being peppered over and over. He's taken a couple on the body, so he's showing a good fighting spirit. Is Casey Aldridge. Mahmood in again. Another short ball. He's playing it very well. I think it's about being concise with your decision making. Lewis, I would imagine, will take it on because he's quite a compulsive and a good puller hooker of the ball. Casey has made a decision he's not going to entertain it, and I think providing you stick with that ploy, it's when you get in 2 minds, that's when the bouncer ploy can create an issue. So fair play to Casey. He's sticking to his guns at the moment. Fuller delivery blocked and well shielded by Stephen Croft there at silly mid-off. Saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, Silly Point was doing a little bit of ducking there.
Yeah, you just think a half volley from the bowler there could be be in a bit of trouble there, Stephen Croft, on as a sub fielder for Keaton Jennings, who scored a magnificent 189, retired hurt. Looks like he's picked up a bit of a hamstring strain, which will be a blow for Lancashire. Somerset, as we see on the screen now, 202 for 6. Yeah, I think there was a few whispers on social media. You know, Keating needs to have an eye on his phone when the next England Test squad's selected, and that really could be a Tom Abel-esque unfortunate timing of an injury if he has picked up a hamstring strain.
Very unfortunate.
But then Zach Crawley, who would be the obvious replacement, has just piled on a load of runs, 170 I believe for Kent, so he's shown a bit of form. Hartley to Gregory, and Gregory just pushes out into the offside.
Somerset's lead up to 89 now. Lewis just punches that out to the offside. Looked like a slightly different delivery from Hartley, ended up being a full toss.
Lovely shot from Casey Aldridge, rocking back onto the back foot. Races away for 4. I think you've got to also throw into the calculation that at this stage, boundaries are pretty important too. Every, I would say, 8 to 10 runs is almost an over off of the target that, you know, Somerset would have to bat, or the amount of overs they'd have to bat. Going for a sweep again, picking up another boundary. Very high risk ploy that from Casey Aldridge, but it's panned out for him. He tickles that down to the fine leg boundary for another 4 runs.
Yeah, sun's come out, Pete, and the boundaries are starting to flow.
It's nice to pick up a few boundaries, but I think we're pretty assured of what the job is at the moment, and that's just about a bit of time, because you really do not want to let Jimmy with a new ball loose at the 9, 10, 11 batters, even though they're very competent, but up against James Anderson with a new ball could be a bit of a challenge. So really important these two are still around in 4 overs time when that new ball is due.
Oh, we're going to see a bit of Luke Wells, I think this is.
Yeah, very tall, obviously, very high action, leg spin, a bit of a roller. I wouldn't say he's a massive turner of the ball, can almost sort of slide him into the right-hander's pad, actually. You know, you play for the turn, and he often picks up, he's like one of those partnership breaker sort of bowlers. Bowls a little bit of buffet from time to time, but you can also sometimes switch off against someone like him.
Yeah.
He's by no mean feat an average bowler. He can actually be pretty effective. So the guys have got to be on their mettle here.
You went for the old school mark your run up out there and actually scuff the turf as well.
Yeah, Groundsman will be
proper
grumpy.
Old school. Yeah, Scott won't be happy.
Well, that's when you know you're not expecting to bowl, when you don't even get the grass-coloured paint to do your run up. As he comes in for his first ball, and as predicted, slides one into the pads, and Lewis smartly clips that off his legs for 1. Lewis Gregory, a smart man. He's happy to watch from the other end. Casey Aldridge, 26. Probably hasn't come across Luke Wells from a bowling point of view. Always important at these stages that you don't give your wicket away to what's perceived as a part-time bowler. That's what he wants. He wants you to cut. Got to be watchful. Bowled with a few Decent overs for Sussex back in the day. Luke Wells, it'll be interesting to see his bowling record. Coming out pretty well at the moment.
He's got quite a quick sort of run up, hasn't he? Almost looks like he's going to bowl little Meadows.
Yeah, he skids it through. Like I said, you know, you kind of shape for a leg spinner, but can actually get the ball to sort of skid on. Oh, he's taken 82 first-class wickets, so probably a little bit better than a part-time bowler. 1 5-for, 1 4-for. Career best of 5 for 63. Definitely a leg spinner, because every ball the head is in the hands and he's creating a bit of a theatre. Over goes for 1 run, end of the 77th over. 3 more overs to go, and almost feels like a subplot to the main event this afternoon, which is going to be the last throw of the dice for Lancashire, if they decide to take it, which will be a new ball. Tom Bailey's just going off the field. I would say that's either to have a pee or pick a new ball. I think it's the latter. He's probably forgot to pick a new ball, and he's off to the umpire's room to grab a nice new red/purple Duke cricket ball.
That single there from Gregory takes Somerset's lead to 100.
Aldridge sweeps, misses. A big appeal from Hartley, but I think the feeling is from Richard Illingworth that was sliding down the leg side. I think he's probably right. Again, he goes for another hard sweep, nails it to the leg side boundary for 4.
Great shot there. Crunched it.
That really is one of those shots that is great when it's worked, but if he gets out now just for that new ball, I'm sure I won't be the only one in the ground that will be savage. Real big job for Casey Lewis to do. Still.
Casey moves to 30. He's faced nearly 80 deliveries.
Yeah, he's done a great job, but just need him to see it through now. Another sweep, another under edge, and another 4 to Casey Aldridge. And the Somerset total, Somerset moving on to 221 for 6. Head in hands from Tom Hartley. He thinks if he misses, that is going to be pads and good night Vienna. Just heard on the tannoy that that's the 50 partnership between these two Somerset all-rounders.
He looks like he stood directly behind short leg. Change the field. That's going to be clipped up to mid-on for 1. No, it's not. It's misfield by Saqib Mahmood there. And that's another boundary to Casey Aldridge.
Few bonus runs for Casey there. Saqib obviously a little bit tired from his mammoth bowling spell, bowling all those bouncers. A little bit slow to get down to that one. Hartley won't be impressed with that. Oops. That's a day 4 seam bowler's bit of fielding if I've ever seen it. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a tough gig running in and bowling high 80 miles an hour. Wells to continue, 2 overs before this new ball. Into Lewis Gregory, who plays confidently and solidly back down the wicket. Somerset have a week off following this fixture, and then Northampton visit the Cooper Associates County Ground. A real good opportunity for the team, the batters that are struggling to have a week getting their head together, bit of practice. Do you think that'll be the order of play next week, Soph?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's never really a week off, is it? They're still going to be working really hard on their skills.
Well, if you chalked up 500 runs and you were flying, I think you could maybe have a few
you could
days
warrant
off,
a week off. Yeah, absolutely.
You could probably negotiate
Yeah.
a bit of an extra day off from the coach, but I think there'll be a few batters opting for some, not naughty boy nets, but just some good quality practice here at the ground. Short ball dragged down, looked like a googly from up here, just clipped off the pads from Casey Aldridge.
Did you find that when you were playing? Did you find that when you were a little bit out of touch, you wanted to hit more balls, or you actually thought, actually, I just need a bit of space away from the game?
I never really felt like especially in the sort of the Langer era, we just became quite accustomed to practicing most days anyway. It's very difficult in a county season. I mean, the structure has changed, you know, since I was playing here, with I suppose with the addition of the 100 ball, which kind of gets in the way of county cricket in many ways. And it felt like, from my perspective, you had your pre-season, but April the 1st, you got on a train that wasn't stopping for 6-7 months. And it was a continuation of, on average, it felt like you played at least 5 out of the 7 days every single week. And one of those other days was going to be practice. So you never really felt like there were obvious times to have a break. I think every club always used to get 1 week off in the summer. And we were normally gasping for it by then. And as a player who played a lot of fixtures, fortunately, you took a few days off, but you'd never have more than 2 days off in a row. And it was always back in, do your bits. And we just had a nice rhythm to what we did as a club, I think. I felt that, you know, from an individual point of view, I always liked having stuff to do. I'm not very good at sitting down. So I always enjoyed my practice, always enjoyed being around my teammates, so it never felt like it was a chore for me.
Yeah.
Loved coming in, loved the banter in the morning, just like always gave me a load of energy. Like I said, don't want to sound like a in my day kind of person already, but it felt like I said, a very long bus ride from April to the end of September. Hartley going around the wicket now to Casey Aldridge, looking to land the ball in that bit of rough outside Aldridge's leg stump. I mean, I have to admit, like with the 100 ball, back end of my career, it came in. It was so strange to have half your teammates just disappear and play for what felt like a different club. It really was a peculiar thing. It still doesn't really register with me that that's in the schedule at the moment. Be interested to see what the future holds for that competition. Another sweep from Casey Aldridge, but from around the wicket, left arm spin, 2 opes and 1's bob. You've seen a bit of swinging of the arms at point from James Anderson, a couple of sort of token hamstring stretches. I think we can be assured that he can do the maths between 79 and 80 and realises there is a new Duke due.
Yeah, a few hammy and glute stretches there.
Still plenty of time left in this game.
Another dot there by Hartley. One ball to go then in what will be Hartley's 21st over.
While Jimmy's strolling over towards the bowling mark. So if your season now, there's more and more cricket. The 100 as well, the 2020, the Storm cricket. I mean, there's an awful lot of cricket. You've been away this winter in Australia playing. It's a pretty full-on schedule for yourself. How are you finding the last sort of 3 or 4 years? Are you really physically noticing the ramping up of everything?
I think we'll notice it this year, yeah. So our fixtures have doubled in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is the 50-over competition. So that's gone from 7 games to 14 games.
You wouldn't want to say that after 3 or 4 pints of Thatchers, would you?
No. So, yeah, doubling the amount of 50-over cricket that we're playing. The Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is the T20 competition, is very short and sharp. It's a 21-day block aligned with the Vitality T20 Blast. So we're playing a lot of double headers with the guys.
Still a lot of games, but just not many days off in between.
7 games. You just play everyone once.
Okay.
In that 21-day period, with finals day at the end. And then, yeah, the Rachel, as I've said, is sort of split into 3 5-match blocks. So we started that yesterday. So we'll play 5 games, go into the Charlotte Edwards Cup, play another 5 Rachel games. Then there's a little bit of a break, actually, in the women's schedule because of the Women's Ashes.
Okay.
And there'll be an England A tour as well during that time. So.
Anderson with the new ball. Has it been taken straight away? I think the acoustics off the bat makes me feel like it is a new ball. The way that Tom Bailey is looking at it makes me think that it is a brand new Duke ball. And James Anderson, so challenge on. That's good though, isn't it? You get that continuity of quality cricket. Lots of travelling. Anderson to Gregory, who's very watchful outside that off stump.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and I guess the women's game is like becoming more professional all of the time, and with that there are expectations around fitness and looking after yourself as well. It's all encompassing, and I think the more cricket that you play, it's obviously more demands on the body.
And in a lot of ways, rightly so. It's about expanding the game, getting the performances, the standard as high as you can, and part of that is the physical side of being a professional sports person. I've known you for a while. You're keen on your training. You keep yourself fit and strong, and bar having the odd injury, this impact injury. I think it's important to look after yourself and give yourself I think that's the important thing, is give yourself the best opportunity to perform, isn't it? Do yourself justice. That's what fitness is all about for me, in cricket in particular. Don't look back and go, you know what, if I'd have worked harder, I'd have been better. I mean, that would be an average way to finish, whenever that may be. Lewis Gregory playing very nicely out to the offside. Obviously, it did hit the headlines, the fitness in women's cricket recently with the failed 2K run I was reading, and the exclusion of the person in question. I forget her name, but
yeah, Van Niekerk missed out on South Africa's World Cup squad.
So what's your take on that as Anderson probes around the off stump? He's a brilliant bowler with a new ball. Lewis Gregory will be watching with eagle eyes.
I think it's a really interesting one. I think there are benchmarks there for a reason, and albeit cricket is quite a skill-based game, there are still standards that need to be met, and she obviously didn't meet those. I don't know the ins and outs of Cricket South Africa and the conversations that were had there around her fitness and how well she was supported in terms of trying to meet that criteria, but she was obviously captain of that squad for a long time as well, so and for me, like, the captain leads by example, and that's where I think it's really important that you're driving those standards, and you know, if one person can get away with something, then what message does that send to the rest of the group and the younger players that are coming into what is, you know, a professional era now?
Yeah, first over from James Anderson, well bowled and very watchfully played by Lewis Gregory, who's retained the strike. Tom Bailey back into the attack. I'm glad that's your response, your attitude. Actually, I knew that was going to be your response because I watch how you operate with your own professionalism. Yeah, I kind of, there's a lot of people shouting and hollering about how despicable it was, but it's kind of like you can't really have all the good bits about being a professional sports person and then not back it up by, what most people would perceive as the tough parts of being a sports person, the behind the scenes unglamorous work, looking after your diet, your food, your fitness, all this kind of stuff. Tom Bailey into the attack. He's not happy with that one as a loosener.
Yeah,
that first one always hurts.
It looked like a loosener. His reaction told me that was a loosener as well.
It's one of those remarkable things in cricket. No matter how many stretches you do, how many balls you bowl in the nets or warm up or anything like that, the first ball in the game, something always clicks or clunks and it always hurts. Tom Bailey has bowled beautifully today so far. A little bit too short. It's always an interesting one for me, looking at the body languages. Do Lancashire really believe they can do this? And I think you look at Jimmy's first over, they bowled pretty good over. You look at Bailey's body language, the shoulders are a little bit more slumped than they were early on in the day.
Yeah, it's not like they've taken the new ball and they're up and about all of a sudden.
If they take a wicket though.
They might well be, yes.
That's when it'll change. Bailey into the attack. Again, he's been almost flawless today in his lines and lengths. 3 for 44 on a very docile pitch here at Taunton. Somerset 229 for 6. Sneaking this game safe, ever closer.
Yeah, that lead up to
115 at the moment, so
yeah.
I've just turned on the old ECB app. 115 in the lead, Somerset. Bailey into Casey Aldridge. Yeah, I think on the old fitness side of things, I played with a couple of cricketers that really did cop it from a fitness. Ian Blackwell, Samit Patel, Luke Fletcher. I think of overseas players, Mark Cosgrove probably would have played quite a lot of cricket for Australia if it wasn't for his, in inverted commas, ill discipline. So there's a lot of men's cricketers that have had the wrath of the press, the supporters. So it's only fair, really, isn't it? Rakeem Cornwall, yeah, he's an extraordinary talent and a very, very big man. Thanks, Harry Everett, behind me for that. I mean, I saw him get a 20 over double 100 in America, some minor league thing in America recently. Was he 6'10", 28 stone or something like that? Crikey me. Little alteration in the field there. Point's gone out. Not quite sure why, but a catcher on the drive. Maybe trying to encourage Casey Aldridge to have a little waft at a couple of speculative wide of the off-stump deliveries.
It's well played. Casey moves to 40. End of that Bailey over. 82 overs gone here. Somerset 230 for 6, and I think Harry's gonna come in and say a few words. He was saying a few words from behind us, wasn't he? Chirping away.
Yeah, you can tell he's getting agitated, can't you?
Yeah, gets a little bit bored, doesn't he? So.
Well, I actually know the answer. Somerset, like I said, do have a week off next week. And for one of those days, I do actually know what they're doing. My home golf course, Mendip Springs, is hosting the team and a few sponsors for a golf day. Head professional Will Hobbs is going to welcome us and look after the boys for a day's R&R, I suppose. Maybe even a bacon sandwich and a coffee in the morning if he's really feeling generous. Anderson into the attack, or back, staying in the attack here. For any cricket fan, this is, even at this late stage of the game, a really, really good watch. I suppose there's always going to be that question now, how long can he continue to bowl for? And by the looks of him, it looks like he could go on for another 10 years. He looks lean, he looks fit. He's bowling with a high skill. Obviously picked up 5 for 76 in the first innings. He's picked up a wicket in this innings as well. So he's showing that he's still got a pretty good engine.
Another 10 years, you reckon? Going to play longer than Darren Stevens, is he?
No, I think that might be pushing the boat a little bit, but I could easily see him playing for 3 or 4.
Yeah, and Stuart Broad too. He's a bit younger than mine, isn't he? Was he 38? 36 even.
Great shot on the up there from Casey Aldridge. One of those Taunton-esque deliveries. He's bowled a really good challenging area, away swing ball, and the batter's just able to hit it on the up through the covers for 4. Very few places in world cricket where you'd get away with that. Taunton is one of them. A very good batting wicket here.
Very good shot, Casey Aldridge. Lovely to see him getting some time in the middle, getting a proper knock under his belt here. Race past Lewis Gregory's. Score. It's not often Lewis Gregory's outscored. Not that it makes any difference at this stage, batting out for a draw, but
Jimmy's having a good chirp. He stayed in the middle for a while there, having a good chat to the young fast bowler. Well, he's got a brilliant eye, Casey. Hits a long ball. He's got big, long levers. He's at least, what, 6'5", 6'6", I would have said.
You must have shared a few partnerships with him at Western, have you?
He only played a few games.
Yeah, 6'4".
I think we batted a couple of times together. In again, up on his tiptoes and hits that through the offside off the back foot. I really hope Casey has a little chirp back to Anderson, who's chuntering away to Casey Aldridge. Very grumpy, Jimmy Anderson, when he goes for runs.
2 exquisite cricket shots though, making a backward point and going to play, but Josh Bohannon with the short leg pads on might struggle to stop that anyway, the way he's timed them so beautifully. And again, that could have been 12 off the over. Jimmy still chuntering. He's got so much to say, is Jimmy Anderson. He's not stopping, he's going at him all the time. Even now he's going right behind Casey Aldridge.
You can tell he's gone into Burnley mode.
Can we get the camera on Jimmy Anderson, please, Alex? Or
he's gone in. He's gone into his little Street Fighter mode. He's not shy of a word or two, Jimmy, especially to a young opposition player. He seems to get even more vocal the younger the player.
Yeah.
The opposition.
There's Pete Siddle having a bit of a. What's he doing there? Just enjoying a bit of sunshine in his jumper, I suppose. James Reed you see in the background. Sunshine on the top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, the changing rooms. Oh, that's a bit loose. After 2 wonderful shots, thinks he's Viv Richards and can just stand there and whack it through the offside. Missed at that one, but
ever closer to putting this game safe. Somerset leading now by 126 with that little flurry of boundaries there from Casey Aldridge. Jimmy Anderson is spending a lot of time near the wicket, having a little chat.
We should say this is Casey Aldridge's first-class best as well. Slower ball attempted by Tom Bailey. Yeah, high score of 41 before today, so good on Casey Aldridge. Averaging 12.8 before today.
Well, it's going to go up, isn't it?
Yeah. He could be a hand. He could average 20, I think.
Well, he's today, yeah, I think that would be. I think he's definitely got the batting ability of a Craig Overton. I could easily see him being a really good 8.
Yeah.
Maybe a 7 if he really knuckled down.
I think Overton and Gregory might stop playing, retire. It's a long way ahead yet, hopefully. But, those two coming out of the game in 5 years' time, let's say, to have someone like Casey Aldridge come into, well, replacing 2 of them is a hard ask, but to have at least one bowling around at the bat, 7 or 8 is good to have that option.
Yeah, he's definitely got some ability with the bat, as he's showing today.
Some games shaping up elsewhere. There's going to be a cracker at Middlesex Notts where they're Got a big old chase there. Middlesex going hammer and tong to try and chase down 250 in not very many overs this evening. Casey again, back foot punching. Interesting to see how long teams will attack. Is it 6 down? Is it 7 down when they shut up shop and ensure they get the draw? And how many?
Well, I think it's the equation. You know, you got three. Is it 3 or 2 overs for the changeover? So
2.
So it's 22. I suppose the question is, how long do you think? The real question is, how long does it take for you to chase 120? Say 12 overs. In this day and age, Casey playing a beautiful shot through mid wicket.
Just stepped across to allow that. It's probably a ball outside off stump. Stepped across so we can whip it through the leg side and get to a 50. Well batted, Casey Aldridge. First class best of 41 before today. Glorious stroke to the end of 53. Open the batting for the Somerset seconds in the T20 games.
Brilliant knock from Casey and a very important, timely one as well. Moves on to 53. Equally as good today, Lewis Gregory. Brilliant with the ball yesterday, and he's standing up and being counted here, playing a very important knock this afternoon. Currently 28 not out. Casey digging that Yorker out, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, we're getting very close to the pull the pin time, I would imagine, knowing, like I said, the Lancashire lads like I do, they will want to take this game as far as they can. 4 wickets, 120 runs, are really on the cusp of it being possible, I would have said, but we shall see. I think if there's a wicketless in 3-4 overs time, I think that'll probably be about it.
Just great to see Casey Aldridge taking his chance to spend some time in the middle. Relatively unpressure situation, you could say now, but he's still facing a top-class attack, however tired Bailey and Anson are.
I think that's a beautiful shot. Onto his tiptoes, belted the back of a length through the covers. You can't have a verbal reply for a shot like that. You've just got to get back to your mark, no matter how.
Jim Anson's just bowling badly, isn't he? We're allowed to say it. He's bowled 3 short balls and they've been beautifully played. And you've still got to play them. They're not ridiculously short. They're not long ops as such, but back of a length and glorious back foot punches through the covers for 4.
Yeah, he's savage. He's angry now. Gone for the in-swinging Yorker. Grandhome is having a little loose now. I think Jimmy's body language makes me feel like this is his last throw of the dice, these next 4 balls. I feel like the 2 Lancashire seamers are having a chat now, saying, I think we're done here.
Yeah.
Good run up wide of the crease. Looks like he can't bowl these next 3 balls quick enough and get out of there.
Just don't know what Jimmy Hanson can do here, really. He's on hiding to nothing, I guess. A flat pitch, 2 set bats. He knows it's peaching out to a draw. I think even he looks like he's given up hope here. The sound of that bat from Jimmy Anderson's new ball straight onto Lewis Gregory's bat is quite a sound. Glorious blue sky and sunshine here. All this talk about rain today and coming up from Devon and rain at most of the other grounds.
Yeah, who was that chap that messaged us about the rain in Exeter?
Shambles, wasn't it?
Mr. Shambles, or whatever your name is.
Mr. Shambles.
I'll be having words with you, sir.
Oh,
into the offside for 1 run, and
we haven't talked about deep point that much today, have we?
You can almost see the steam coming out of Jimmy Anderson's ears from here.
Ruining his figures, isn't he? What's he now? 17, nearly 18 overs done, gone for 51.
He's had enough.
Be very surprised if he bowls another over. After this could be his last ball at Taunton for a little while. Oh, he's got an inside edge, to be fair. He has beaten Casey Aldridge there. And the steam can flow. Oh, he's now giving Lewis Gregory some chat. Lewis Gregory's chatting back. All of it, something out of nothing. It's quite entertaining, actually. I mean, Lewis Gregory's not shy to talk back, and he's been there a bit longer than Casey Aldridge in the professional game. But Jimmy, you've been hit for 4 with some lovely shots, and they can have one streaky inside edge, I think. Entitled. Now, with Jennings off the field, is Vilas going to be the man who decides to shake hands? If and when it happens, he's having a chat with the umpire.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. He looks like he's running the show at the moment. The lead is creeping up now for Somerset. I feel like I can get into the mindset of Harry Everett and be really confident and say that I think this is Somerset have done enough. Somerset lead by 135 at the moment.
Oh, the Colin de Gondom's going to have a bowl. I thought it was going to be that time of the day where we see some part-timers, but not quite that level yet.
Actually, 139 is the lead at the moment.
Quite under-bowled this match, Colin de Gondom. Not bowled at all in the second innings, which slightly baffles me, to be honest with you. Quality, he opened the bowling for New Zealand in Test cricket just a few years ago.
Yeah, he has a knack of getting important wickets, doesn't he? Swings the ball. Maybe he's had a look at the surface and ducked out the line of fire. I'm going to make way. Let Stephen Lamb join you for a while, Harry, and talk through the next little passage of play.
So Colin de Gondom finally gets a bowl in the 86th over of the second innings. Glorious sunshine now, cracking the flags on a Sunday afternoon. Plenty of fans still in and enjoying it. Surprised I haven't sat in the shade though. Thought you'd be making your way to the sunny ground this time, sunny side of the ground this time of day. Stephen definitely would be, but he's up here joining me in the warmth of the commentary box.
Looks a picture at the moment out there in the sun. Another run here for Aldridge. His maiden first class 50 complete. That'll take him on to 58. And he's really played his part with the bat here today. Contributions from Tom Abel and James Rue, again, neither of whom could quite get through to the half-century mark. Casey Aldridge has. You really feel that the draw is pretty much certain now.
Yes, yeah. Well, points are different this year, aren't they, Stephen? Reduced
not
points
8
for the
points
draw.
for the draw, it's 5.
Yeah.
Just the 5.
So it'll be 7 bonus points plus 5 is 12 for Lancashire and 10 for Somerset. Doing the maths for you.
Gregory still playing from outside his crease and playing with a good deal of confidence. On 34 not out. And he's been circumspect as he's needed to be. It's come from 86 deliveries, those 34 runs. But it's been a really important contribution. The lead for Somerset now is 143.
Yeah.
With it's a maximum of 18 overs remaining.
Yeah. There we go. Hands are shaken here. So Lancashire take 7 bonus points plus their 5, 12. Somerset take 10, and after, 3 2/3 days of cricket at the Cooper Associates County Ground with Jimmy Anderson steaming in, the steam coming out of his ears, very frustrated the last few overs with glorious shot making from Casey Aldridge. A first class 50 for Casey Aldridge is the Somerset highlight of today. Tom Hartley has toiled away well for Lancashire A lot of spin bowled from just him, really. Conde Grandhomme remarkably bowls his first over in the 86th of the day, but all in all, Somerset probably escaped with a draw after, well, Lancashire will be ruining those James Rew drops, won't they, Stephen?
Yeah, well, indeed, and they have, it's the second draw of the season out of the 3 games played. They lost up at Trent Bridge, so still in search of their first win of the summer, Somerset. But in the context of the way the game looked, the halfway stage, they'll be pretty relieved to have come out of it with a draw. That half century from Casey Aldridge, the highlight, as you say, Harry. Contributions earlier from Tom Abel, he made 40, and James Rew, although he was missed 3 times, contributing as well with 47, and those two adding to that big stand when both made centuries in the first innings. So good contributions from them and from those 2 batters who are walking off, Lewis Gregory and the taller of the 2, Casey Aldridge. Well done both. So a draw is the conclusion here at Taunton. The 2 batters followed off by a disappointed Lancashire side who gave it their all, and couldn't quite force victory here. The players walking off with the sun on their backs, and more handshakes from the support staff and others. Good picture of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion in the distance there. Commentary box on the right-hand side as you look up there. That's where we're sat, and we've much enjoyed being here as well. I think that just about ties things up, does it, Harry?
Yep.
Thanks also to Sophie Luff behind us, and indeed to Peter Trigo, who's just gone off commentary, and to all the support that we've had. We've much enjoyed the commentary, and we'll be back with you in a fortnight's time, just under, because Somerset have a break now. They don't play in the next round of championship matches, and back here against Northants for the next match. And we much look forward to your company, either watching on your screen or listening on our smart radios that are now available at the ground. And we know a few of you have already acquired them, and that's great to hear. So from all of us in the meantime, with this match between Somerset and Lancashire drawn in the county championship, from all of us, good evening.